Talk to him.
Classic codes, I ain't taking it slow. Forgive me, Lord, I woke up in that mode. Whether the winters were left in the cold.
Why you ain't say nothing? I'm only gonna do this once. You always knew I'd make it from the beginning. Why you ain't say nothing? You believed in me the whole time? Yeah. I couldn't tell. You was around me from the beginning. Why you ain't say nothing? Why you ain't say nothing? Seen them hard times, couldn't kill me. Why you ain't say nothing? Why you ain't say nothing? Stages I'm on getting bigger. Now you wanna say something. But watching my story, y'all winning. Why you ain't say nothing? Why you ain't say nothing? Why you ain't say nothing? Why you ain't call? Why you ain't say nothing? Why you ain't say nothing? You was around me from the beginning. Why you ain't say nothing? Stages I'm on getting bigger. Now you wanna say something? Put that on my soul.
Classic.
I'm only gonna do this once.
Yeah.
We had a super chat request yesterday from Ye. Shout out to Ye. Shout out to Chat 333. We're going to kick it off like this today.
Classic. They don't like it when you got that glow. And one thing they hate worse than you having that glow.
Let's get ready to rumble.
They don't like that at all. So give them a reason to keep hating on it. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, oil farming, how I'm up in rank. Step in the room, they paid away. I get treated like a milli tank. Southpaw like I'm really tank. I do things that they really can't. Envious, cause they really ain't. I'ma win any type of way. That's a parlay you could take to the bank. That's a parlay you could take to the bank. Know some people I love, put some smut on my name. Real life, I'ma still love them the same. I'ma love them from outside of the frame. I'ma love them from outside of the pain. That type of hate don't belong on my paint. That type of hate don't belong in proximity. Lord knows I love to match energy. Won't smoke, I know the back chimney. No hope with me once you an enemy. Well trained, I break you down clinically. BTA is my ministry. Laying that belt, laying that leather. It ain't no picks, it's with whoever. Ain't gotta like us, but you gon' respect us. Before I be soft, I'd rather be deadly.
What up, chat?
Since I lost Sebastian, my heart been heavy. Heart in my heart, now it's hard to be friendly. PTSD in my arms, he was heavy. Felt his heart stop, oh my God, I wasn't ready. Couldn't even walk, his last walk was with Granny. Heard he was sick and they said it was bad. I damn that collapsed, but my legs feel like jelly. Man down, I lost my family. Therapy dog, who gon' help with my sanity now? Think I'm about vanity now. Been in the gym, I'm trying to balance it out. Managing rage, out of line so people jumped off the page. Bad time if you really won't play. Bad time for you to play with my name. It's Candyman if you say my name. I'm up in rank. Step in the room, they paid away. I get treated like a milli tank. Southpaw like a really tank. I do things that they really can't. Envious, cause they really ain't. I'ma win any type of way. That's a parlay you could take to the bank. I'm having that aura, I got that glow. They hate it worse when they know that you know. Walk in the room like I'm covered in gold. I used to suppress it, was about to implode. I used to suppress it, was about to explode. Sore thumb in the room everywhere that I go. Black sheep for the fam, used to think something was wrong. Took a little time to realize I was chose. Took a little time to realize I was special. Ever since birth, been a cold under pressure. Wanna be great, gotta do a little extra. That's why I grind with obsession. Everything about me irregular, everything about me is pressure. Maximum effort, no box left unchecked on the checklist. No stone left unturned. Mash on the gas and etc.
Oh, nigga, you know what's up. We kept the style.
Step in the room, they paved the way. I get treated like a milli tank. Southpaw like I'm really tank. I do things that they really can't. Envious, cause they really ain't. I'ma win any type of way. That's a parlay you could take to the bank. Or farming, how I'm up in rank.
Yo, it's Classic with the classic codes, and I got another great live show for y'all today.
Classic.
Yes, Lord. Make sure y'all hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know if they charge anybody for that. Last time I checked, it was free.
I'm only gonna do this once.
Yes, Lord. I appreciate it. Shout out to Chat 333 filing in early. Y'all, what up? What up? He says, salute to you, my G. here on duty at the fire station. I'm actually catching your stream on time. Grind hard, my guy. Respect for sure, for sure. Thank you for your duty, man. Saving lives out there. Appreciate it. Cheers. What's going on? Daniel, what's going on? Daniel Burris, sports highlights, 58-51. What's happening? Cheers. Salute. 333. What up? Free Will, what's going on? Word 333. Correct me if I'm wrong, podcast. What up? B333. In Too Deep, what's going on with it? 333. Racehead, what's happening with it? 333. Mind Empowerment Journey, what up? All the heavy hitters in here today. What's going on? 333. Somebody send the bat signal out for Joe Jet, man. All the heavy hitters in here today. The chat gonna be lit today. What's happening with it? What's happening with it, man? Correct me if I'm wrong. Say, oh yeah, they said hit that like button too. He said, tell me you heard all the T.I. heat. Nah, I heard some of it though. I ain't really, I'm gonna be real with you, bro. I don't even really listen to rap like that. I only listen to myself and Kevin Gates for
Classic.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I really don't keep up with hip hop affairs like y'all would think, or like I once did. You know what I'm saying? At another point in time in my life, I really don't be caring about what these niggas be rapping about or talking about or none of that. He said, here you go again. I'm just saying, bro, I don't care. Like, I don't care that T.I. got beef with 50. I don't care. Like, if they gonna do the verses, I'll watch the verses because both of them got hit records. But all the bullshit in between, hey man, do what you got to do to stay relevant.
Classic.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not in that space, you know what I'm saying? My music's still fire. I don't have to resort to the antics, you know what I mean? Somebody get this message back to either one of them, both of them can get it for real.
Classic.
So, into the show today, man. We got a full slate. We got an icebreaker, we got a reaction video, we have a question of the day, we have another reaction video, and we have a code language conversation. So we got a full slate of things to get through. We're gonna take our time for sure, but we got a full slate of things that we're gonna get to today for sure. In Too Deep said fingers red #1. Correct me if I'm wrong. Said here he go again. I'm just saying, brother. Let's see. So we're gonna start off with our icebreaker. We're gonna slide over to TikTok and we're gonna tap in with the homie Ben the Don. You know what I'm saying? Ben the Don finna give y'all some free game, man. Ben the Don he has a theory. This will be an alignment. It's only appropriate that Correct Me If I'm Wrong podcast is here for this. But Ben the Don has a theory, and we're going to look into his theory and examine it real quick as an icebreaker and get the blood flowing for the show today. Shout out to my dog, the Tez Down. Shout out to the whole Raw Society Coalition. Tez had a great live stream earlier today. Make sure y'all go back and catch it if y'all missed it. And, we here now, and then later this evening, we'll see who coming with what. But, yeah, man, let's listen to Ben the Don. Let's go.
Yeah, all these hoes getting hit. They getting hit. Your bitch done got hit. My bitch getting hit. Your bitch getting hit. His bitch getting hit. Your bitch for sure getting hit. And yours. All y'all niggas hoes getting hit. Now what? You still got to wake up tomorrow, go get some money, and make it happen for your life. Yeah.
What y'all think about this, chat? It's a quick video. I'm going to let it run a couple times. It's a quick video. He said all the chicks getting hit. Let's listen to Ben.
All these hoes getting hit. They getting hit. Yeah, all these hoes getting hit. They getting hit. Your bitch done got hit. My bitch getting hit. Your bitch getting hit. His bitch getting hit. Your bitch for sure getting hit. And yours. All y'all niggas hoes getting hit. Now what? You still got to wake up tomorrow, go get some money, and make it happen for your life. Yeah, all these hoes getting hit. They getting hit. Your bitch done got hit. My bitch getting hit. Your bitch getting hit. His bitch getting hit. Your bitch for sure getting hit. And yours.
Damn, not for
all
sure.
All y'all niggas hoes getting hit.
Why he say for sure on the one guy, though? Why he for sure his? That's nasty. Do that mean he cracked it?
Now what? You still got to wake up tomorrow, go get some money, and make it happen for your life.
No, that's true, too. Let me see what the chat's saying, man. No, don't laugh. Let's talk about it. Raise head dying. Phil, what's going on? Said hustle up for sure. We working. In Too Deep said card red, penalty card red penalty, but true. Let's see. Y'all said I'm not mad at his words. Listen, do y'all think that's the notion though? Let's really examine it, right? Because we know it's an exaggeration. Or is it, right? Let's talk about it. He said, sounds like all to me. Pick your 304. The ladies ain't here yet, is they? If they're here, they're quiet right now. If they're here, they're quiet right now. The ladies have not shown themselves in the chat if they are present this afternoon or this evening, depending on where you at. But I don't know. You know, Ben saying everybody getting hit. I say this. I'm gonna come from this lens with it until the chat get more active. Up, Rigid here. He said that means he a lame for sure getting hit. Yeah, when you say your chick for sure getting hit is crazy. Yeah, when he hit my man with the yours for sure getting hit, that's crazy. But I'll say this. As a man in 2026, if you are single and in the field and you out here dating with the prospects of being intentional, right? If that's what you got going on for yourself, you are better off thinking like Ben and then allowing time to reveal to you that a woman you dealing with may be different than to be naive and assume every chick that you meet is the exception to the rule until they show you otherwise. I think you'll put yourself through a lot less emotional turbulence as a man if you think closer to how Ben think, you know what I'm saying? Or like Ben is saying, if you think closer to that and then allow time and good vibes and test and endurance and durability, allow these things to reveal to you like, okay, this one I got, this one moving different. You know what I'm saying? This one a little special, you know what I'm saying? Or at least it's seeming like that. I think being naive and being an old benefit of the doubt ass nigga, it'll really have you in a bad place. You know what I'm saying? You be the type of guy out here talking about my girl would never. Huh? If you moving like that, if you one of them guys that really, you know, you feel like, oh, my little sunflower, my little nutmeg, she wouldn't do me like that. Mine is all about me and me only. There's no circumstance or situation that would make her want to, you know, step outside of the lines of dealing with me.
Man,
you
shut
know,
that soft ass shit up.
I think you putting yourself in a predicament. You know what I'm saying? If that's how you thinking. Phil said, pray now. Straight up. Roxy said, hey, 333 up. Well, my man said the ladies aren't here yet, and the ladies have started to arrive, my brother. He put the bat signal out. But yeah, man, let's listen to Ben one more time. He said they all getting hit. Ladies, is this true? Or no, they not gonna say. If it was, they not gonna say it, right?
Yeah, all these hoes getting hit. They getting hit. They getting hit. Your bitch done got hit, my bitch getting hit. Your bitch getting hit, his bitch getting hit. Your bitch for sure getting hit, and yours. All y'all niggas hoes getting hit. Now what? You still gotta wake up tomorrow, go get some money, and make it happen for your life.
Yeah, I'll say this. I do think even being, Sonny, what's going on? Drama City, what's going on? Salute from Drama City TV, Cleveland. What's happening with the 333, everybody? What's happening? What's happening? Roxy said past tense. Yeah, I mean, past, present, or future. Roxy said past tense. I think he used every tense. He said been getting hit, done got hit, getting hit. I think he used every tense, past, present, and future. Gonna get hit. You know what I'm saying? It's tough, man. It's tough when you got heavy dosage of feminism moving around in the streets. You got a heavy dose of hyper independence moving around in the streets. You got a heavy dose of, you know what I'm saying, lack of fatherhood moving around in the street. I mean, you know what I'm saying, absentee fatherism moving around in the streets. It's a lot of anecdotal things that contribute to the adults that we have today being the way they are. And I'm inclined to believe that, never say never is the best way to think if you out here in the field. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Classic.
Never say never. You know what I'm saying? He said picks in that bull. What you mean? Don Romero, what you mean? Let's see, in too deep, huh? Never will I trust anyone. Keep a close eye on everyone. Hey, in too deep, you sound like a wise man to me, brother. I ain't gonna lie to you. You know what I mean? The reality sometimes be treacherous. Correct me if I'm wrong. Podcast said the tense don't matter. That cat wasn't tensed. Boy, you funny as hell. Hey, listen, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Look, just set your parameters, set your standards, and whatever they are, make sure it's something that you comfortable with, man, because you're gonna have to look at her in the face for a long time, and vice versa. And vice versa. You know what I mean? I know women like to make all the conversations a two-way street and all that. Some of these conversations are supposed to be one-way streets. Double standards do exist, ladies and gentlemen. Sonny, what's up? She said, whole culture is prevalent in today's dating scene. Sonny, let me ask you, do you think that, because I'm waiting on a woman to speak on this, you know, because his you know, do you think a man is better off presuming that, you know, most women that they're going to encounter are not trustworthy, and then allowing time and dealing with them and giving them a fair shake and an opportunity to present and show that they're different? Do you think that's the safest or best practice for a young man today that's out in the dating world? Or do you feel like, you know, men should have their nose wide open, you know, kind of just move with good energy and feel like they're going to attract someone that's intentional like them? You know, what do you think the best practice for a young man would be to deal with the women of today? You know what I'm saying? I just want to hear perspective. You know, Sonny said, agreed, classic. I appreciate you. Race head, what's going on? Trust is an earned commodity. Stop trusting everybody. I know, hey, race head, who you talking to? Because you know I ain't moving like that. I don't trust nobody 100%. Nobody. Nada. Nobody. Yeah, Roxy said, hey, y'all, get those likes up. Show classic some appreciation. Gratitude, Roxy. Appreciate you. Don said that's the best price for somebody that's decent. What's the best price? What's the best price, Don? Talk to me. Shout out to Don Romero in the chat. He's super heavy in the comments, normally not in the live stream, so it's good that you caught me today. What's going on with it, bro?
Classic.
Let's see. Drama City said these 304 thought bots can't be trusted. Jeez Louise. Okay, swing it for the fences. Drama City never pulls punches, man. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Y'all said heavy dosage of manipulation tactics. Tell me more, y'all. Spell it out for me. Correct me if I'm wrong. Said why they keep saying today's culture like they ain't been saying today's culture since the 70s. See, I give niggas an inch and they take them out. They can't wait to just play home run derby on the ladies, man. Stop. Listen, fellas, take it easy on them a little bit. The best practice, brother. The best practice. Got you. Totally understand. Souls of Thought said fire thumbnail. Appreciate it, Souls. What's going on, dog? Hey, listen, the chat working today, and I'm grateful.
Classic.
I'm grateful for it. We still on the icebreaker, so anybody filing in, y'all haven't missed nothing. We just talking about Ben the Don's theory that all these chicks is getting hit. Motto said, if a woman says all men are the same and they keep getting the same type of men, it's not the men, it's her at that point for falling for a trap that's wide open. Same goes for the fellas. I like the logic. I like the logic a lot. If you keep attracting the same thing or you keep being attracted to the same thing, it's because something that needs to change for the better has not evolved yet within one. I agree. Correct me if I'm wrong. Said it was a genuine question. We know how your genuine questions is. Hold on, he's skipping a line. Money, $4.99 on the super sticker. My man said I ain't got nothing to say. I'ma just pay.
Classic.
Shout out. And we gonna play some money. We gonna play some music anyway. Let's do it.
Fighting out of the southpaw stance. Standing at 6'2".
Money.
190 pounds. I get you. Boy, I'm made different. I work too hard. Ain't no way I ain't getting paid different. This from the dirt, this from the mud. You ain't slave with me. This was strictly for my homies that was brave with me. You can't come in with me now if you ain't came with me. Skull looking at you side eye if you ain't with real life. I seen a couple people try and it ain't in print. Classic.
Oh yeah. Shout out to my dog Souls of Thought coming in with the charitable contribution. Let everybody know that the super chats are back open. Yes, Lord. Sonny said, I believe men should be absolutely I think men should be absolutely wait until a woman proves herself. It's crazy though, Sonny, because a lot of women are on the type of time of where the man has to prove something to them. So it's interesting. I believe we have identified a pain point or a bad intersection. We got an intersection with a stop sign and a light, and we don't know what we're supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? It's bad business. In Too Deep said that Souls of Thought. Sup, Broham? Let's see, raise head. Who's more calculated and cunning than a woman? Nobody. Roxy. Good looking out, souls. Money, Drama City. What's going on? Yeah. Keep giving them great takes, man. We're gonna read them out loud. Let's see. He said, I'll react to your content. I already have the thumbnail with the same topic. All right, bet. For sure. You know what I'm saying? It's all, hey, look, teamwork make the dream work, my dog. Rigid Vibration said Latin culture, the dad chooses the guy. It's hard to talk. It's hard to talk a dad out of his daughter's cat. If he did that, nobody would get lied to, and guys would be forced to do better, be better of themselves. Yeah, absolutely. But see, that's the thing. When the dads ain't there, then what? Rigid was what you see what I'm saying? When the dads ain't there, then what? For all the different reasons, right? Okay, Sonny. Yeah, Sonny be cooking. I told mine to qualify the people they deal with. Gotta qualify. Let's see. Apologies for the typo. You good. Autocorrect be tripping on all of us. I totally identify with it. I be trying to read through it. Let's see. Correct me if I'm wrong. What's good, Souls? Soul said, just live life. The proof is in the pudding. Absolutely. I think somebody being trustworthy is an ongoing thing, right? It takes you can be trustworthy for 100 days in a row and ruin it all on day 101, right? It's an ongoing thing. You know what I mean? It's one day at a time. So, you know, you can base it on history and try to predict what somebody will do, but they could change tomorrow. And that's what I leave room for. I leave room for people to be people.
Classic.
I think 100% trust is illogical because people be changing their minds. It is what it is. He said, "What's good, McBride? You watched that combine? Let's see. They finna have a sidebar. Let's see. All right, let's move off of this one, man. This is a good icebreaker. We got the chat flowing. We got the blood flowing. Let's move. Shout out to Ben the Don one more time. Shout out to Ben the Don. Make sure y'all catch his streams for those of y'all that like IRL streaming. Shout out to Ben, man. All right. Let's move into the meat and potatoes. We got a lot to cover today. So we going over to Club Shay Shay. We about to slide over to Club Shay Shay and tap in with Shannon, Sharpe, and Iman Shumpert. They just put out an interview yesterday. You know, Classic don't waste no time. I don't waste no time. They just put out an interview 24 hours ago, and we on it. You know what I'm saying? These interviews are very long, right? So I love how Shannon Sharpe does the interviews because they're so long and they get in depth on a lot of different things. And so his interviews are a situation where you could really eat off of these interviews in the way of doing reactions and content and conversation drivers. You can eat off of one interview for a week if you want to, a week and a half if you want to. Like this interview, damn near 3 hours. I can talk about this today and talk about 3, 4, 5 other sections of this interview. So shout out to Club Shay Shay for doing good work over there. Man, content creators, we up 1,000.
Classic.
We up 1,000, man. We up 1,000. Money, hold on. Want to hear the track snippet. Which one? What track you want, y'all? You got a favorite, bro? I'm gonna give him a chance to respond to that. We gotta see what my dog want for sending that bag over. Shout out for the $4.99. Let's see what's good, McBride. He said, "Nah, I'm gonna catch the standouts when it's over." Yeah. Racehead said, "How many of us have a series of tests or evaluations to vet our interests?" That's a great question for the chat. Y'all answer Racehead in the chat. I want to hear what y'all got to say. 100% trust is illogical. Absolutely, I think so. Okay, bet some DL gems. For sure. Let's see. Sonny said he's a great interviewer. Yeah, I wonder who putting his questions together. I think whoever, you know what I'm saying, his team, I think he got a good ass team. But he do a good job. I think the best interviewers let people speak. You know what I'm saying? Let them run. Let them run. You feel me? Racehead said, Unc Shay Shay, leave those teenagers alone. What you on, Racehead? Come on. He said, whichever one. Okay, he want to hear anything. Bet for the money. He said, Classic kept it to yourself. LOL, they be watching the fouls. Keep what to myself? What you talking about? What I say? He said, money. Yeah, I see the bread. We finna play the snippet for my dog right now. Yes, a good question asker. I'm glad Shump ain't let the divorce break him. Yeah. I think you know what I'm saying, Shump, you know, it's a Chicago thing, man. We gonna bounce back. You know, he probably was broke up about it, but you know what I mean? For how long? You feel me? But let's give my dog his money's worth, man. Why you ain't say nothing? Wait, hold on. Why you ain't say? Somebody been hitting me about this track. What my dog, King Poppy? Shout out to King Poppy on Instagram. Let's do it like this. It's a different energy when I'm in H-Town. Houston, Texas, right? Oh, yeah.
Let's go. I'm just trying to tell my truth and make some millions listen to it. All the faith come from all the work, and yeah, I'm getting to it. A lot of DJs said they play my tracks and then they didn't do it. Homies said they had my back and then they didn't do it. I'm just trying to tell my truth and make some millions listen to it. All the faith come from all the work, and yeah, I'm getting to it. A lot of DJs said they play my tracks and then they didn't do it. Homies said they had my back and then they didn't do it. Homies said they had my back and then they didn't do it. What's the point of having the same script if we ain't sticking to it? Never seen a baddie that I want and I ain't kicking to her. She lying if she saying that I didn't do it. It be ops all in the space, act like they friends to us. Sniff out a snake, I see a snake, I snake skin boot him. He ain't really want the hands when we was into it. She called her kin, I wouldn't do that, all my friends stupid. They didn't do it, no they didn't do it. They don't keep their word, they tell you send it, then don't listen to it. Lie and tell you they gon' blend you with the mixing to it. When you approach them, got excuses why they didn't do it. I'm just trying to tell my truth and make some millions listen to it. All the faith come from all the work, and yeah, I'm getting to it. A lot of DJs said they play my tracks and then they didn't do it. Homies said they had my back and then they didn't do it. I'm just trying to tell my truth and make some millions listen to it. All the faith come from all the work, and yeah, I'm getting to it. A lot of DJs said they play my tracks and then they didn't do it. Homies said they had my back and then they didn't do it. Yeah, homie had my back, a knife into it. It involved a woman? Yeah, he let the light skin do it. Brought to tell you anything, these goofies buying into it. Don't believe in second chances, so I didn't do it. No, I didn't do it. Manifested what I wanted into, now I'm classic.
Oh, I ain't gonna hold you. I gave a little extra now, chat. Hold on now, don't. Hey, I gave a little extra now, chat. They said fire. Yeah. Let's get some shit going then. Let's get some shit going then. Yeah. Let's see. Uncle Shay, what y'all on? He said, yeah, he's a good question. Actually, I'm glad Shump ain't let the divorce break him. Yeah, for sure. I'm sure, Unc. I'm sorry, Unc. I got love for you. Yeah, Souls of Thought said I'm reacting to the father part. Yeah, early too. Why he start off so heavy like that? I'm glad they got it out the way though. You know what I'm saying? Lightened him up a little bit. Let's see. Y'all said 100 for sure. Sonny said, "Is this new?" It's a tricky question. What do you mean? Souls of Thought said, man, y'all drop some paint. Classic giving y'all a listening party on this and the sound check. Every sticker $1.99. You buy a Red Bull, buy a track. Yeah, for sure. Appreciate you, Souls. Roxy said y'all gotta make those likes match the numbers, please. Classic putting work in with the show. Appreciate it, Roxy. Gratitude. We gonna cook up. Let's get into it.
Classic.
Correct me if I'm wrong, man. If we doing requests, you know I'm gonna try to get you to play King Gary's, but you won't. I will not.
Classic.
You just the person that song about, you the one keep trying to make me make friends with the nigga, right? So you got to pick a side. Age Roxy, drop a sticker. Yeah, look, he got to pick a side, gang. You want to? Let's move, man.
Like hell no, ain't nothing gonna change.
It's a piece
of paper.
I was talking to someone and they said the thing is that the person that you met when you originally met them, they're not that same person in 6 months. They're not that same person in a year. They're not that same person in 6 years. The only thing is that you have to adjust. You guys have to adjust to each other because you're ever evolving.
Yeah, I think I'm done adjusting now. I'm being for real though. Like,
how you gonna be in a situation you done adjusting?
All right, so. I know it probably sounds crazy, but I'm trying to speed up the process of us getting to know each other. Like if I'm dealing with a woman, it's like you finna see it all day. Like I'm not finna put on, like I ain't told a lie and I don't know how long, but I will have to have 2-3 months separated from a person because they feel like in that moment, you ain't had to tell me that. You ain't had to say that. Right. You ain't had to, you know what I mean? That was harsh, but it's like, nah, I'm done lying. Like, it's been where a woman has tried to tell me to know my worth and what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm like, oh no, I'm worth doing what I just did. I'm worth it. Right, I did it. You know what I mean? However I did it, if it's an error in your mind, that's cool. But I'm no longer discussing errors in your shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you process it like that, you process it like that. But it's like, for me, I'm done feeling bad after you tell me you don't like it.
I'm only gonna do this once.
Like, I used to do that as I think that's like my cancer trait. Like, somebody could tell me like, oh man, I ain't having a good day. And then it's like, damn, I don't want to have as good a day in front of you.
Because I don't want you to feel bad.
You feel me?
Yeah.
Now you could tell me you having a bad day.
Oh my God. Hey, you know I'm finna go back and listen to that section again. That man cooking. Listen, when we tell the truth out loud, shit be going viral.
Classic.
Hey man, shout out to my dog In Too Deep for sitting that paint, putting that paint where it ain't, man. Money, you know what's going on. Let's go like this. Let's go like this. Well, it's not showing me all my tracks.
Fighting out of the southpaw stance. Standing at 6'2", 190 pounds. I get you, boy, I'm made different.
Are you making another beat, Daddy? And Genius is my dad.
Classic.
Oh, we talk about money?
Good money. Let's talk about it.
My money look different now. When I talk about 50,
Used to be $50.
I'm talking about 50,000. Gotta move a little different.
Yeah.
My maneuvers is in and out. Ain't trying to get spotted.
Classic.
So Iman said that he's done adjusting. Do men have two different languages just like women? Shout out to In Too Deep. Appreciate you, brother. Do men have two different languages just like women? Long-term relationships require compromise. They require men at some point making some concessions, or maybe they don't. But do they last if you don't? Do they last if you don't? One could say they don't care. Well, I don't care. You're gonna give them my program, or there's the door. Okay, so then that means you officially have sustainability issues, right?
Classic.
So do men speak two different languages just like women? We'll get to that on the question of the day. But I think it's interesting that he said that he's done adjusting, because I wonder what that begets you. What does that beget you? And this is no disrespect to Iman. We're examining the subject matter, right? He's only an example, but being someone who we know is on his, his next marriage will be his second one, right? Do we as men, when we hold the line super firm, I'm talking about the way that the Red Pill talks about on YouTube, when we hold the line super firm, shorty, you with what I'm on, period, that point blank, I ain't trying to hit nada. You with what I'm on or you gone. Does that create a man who has now given himself sustainability issues when it comes to relationships? Are you the male version of the hopeless romantic at that point in time, if you don't have just some level of compromise in your blood?
Classic.
Let us listen. Let us listen to this man's stream of consciousness.
Same person in 6 months. They're not that same person in a year. They're not that same person in 6 years. The only thing is that you have to adjust. You guys have to adjust to each other because you're ever evolving.
I think I'm done adjusting now.
What up,
Come on.
I'm being for real though. Like,
How you gonna be in a situation you done adjusting?
all right, so I know it probably sounds crazy, but I'm trying to speed up the process of us getting to know each other. Like, if I'm dealing with a woman, it's like you finna see it all day. Like, okay. I'm not finna put on, like, I ain't told a lie and I don't know how long, but I will have to have 2-3 months separated from a person because they feel like in that moment you ain't had to tell me that. You ain't had to say that. Right. You ain't had to, you know what I mean? That was harsh, but it's like, nah, I'm done lying. Like, it's been where a woman has tried to tell me to know my worth and what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm like, oh no, I'm worth doing what I just did. I'm worth it. Right. I did it. You know what I mean? However I did it, if it's an error in your mind, that's cool. But I'm no longer discussing errors in your shit. Like, you know.
I think that what he's talking about gets him respect. But with today's woman, I don't know if it breeds longevity. An emphasis on I don't know. I'm not saying it doesn't breed longevity. It does get you respect, though. But these women today, based on what I'm seeing and hearing, because this is a sociology channel, so I spend a lot of hours listening to a lot of people sitting down talking voluntarily, people. And, you know, I don't know that the modern woman sticks around just because they respect you. They'll respect your ass and leave because they don't like how having to respect your ass make them feel.
Classic.
I'm not trying to be sinister. I'm giving you my analysis. If you disagree, please talk to me, chat. But I do know that what he's doing will make him a respected man amongst all the women he deals with. But I don't know that they stay.
Classic.
Let us continue. I see y'all, chat. Keep cooking.
I'm saying, like, if you process it like that, you process it like that. But it's like, for me, I'm done feeling bad after you tell me you don't like it. Like, I used to do that I think that's like my cancer trait. Like, somebody could tell me like, oh man, I ain't having a good day. And then it's like, damn, I don't want to have as good a day in front of you.
Because I don't want you to feel bad.
You feel me?
Yeah, yeah.
Now you could tell me you having a bad day. I'll rub your back for 2 minutes. If we not trying to stand up and adjust this behavior, if you finna soak in it, you finna watch me eat a big ass sandwich while I turn on this big ass TV. I'm finna watch all the games. You feel me? And I'm gonna be excited.
Hey, listen, he's at the point now where he don't care if she think he care or not. I'm giving y'all the translation of what he's saying. He at the point now where he no longer cares if the woman thinks he cares. See, a lot of men, they will acquiesce to the emotion of the woman, right? He's saying, you can come and express your transgressions to me. But if you're not trying to resolve them and you're merely just trying to vent, I'm going to go on and resume with having a great freaking day or evening or whatever the case may be. And while you're sulking, you're going to watch me enjoying myself. Well, that's going to breed side effects. Again, everything that Iman is talking about, there is fallout to it. And if you get to this point that he's at, you don't give a damn, right? But what results do that get you with the modern woman? This is a layered discussion. I like this a lot. Let's let him continue. I see y'all, chat. Keep working.
Because we do feel bad. I'm a Cancer. And if somebody feel bad, like, damn, I feel bad, man. What can I do to pick this person up? Hey,
But I did it already. I did it.
So you ain't trying to make nobody feel,
I'm gonna try and make, I'm gonna try.
Yeah.
But I'm not doing the whole my day got to get thrown away now. And I don't want another person doing that for me. Right. That's from my kids, a person I date, my homies. If you don't want to be here, don't come. If you come and you feel like, man, I don't like the vibe here, get up and leave. Don't nobody care. I think I got that place too. My daddy told me that. It was one of my favorite quotes from him growing up. He said, the sooner you learn that don't nobody care, better off you're gonna be.
You know how many men are unwilling to accept what he just said? Do you know how many men today are unwilling to accept that what he just said is true? I'm gonna be real with y'all, man. Don't nobody give a damn.
Classic.
They really don't. And I'm not trying to be depressive or sad or cynical or none of that shit, brother. As much as you think she love you and whoever she is, your mama, your girl, your auntie, your godmama, your girl cousin, your sister, nigga, that shit got conditions on it. Closest one on the list without some conditions might be Mom Dukes, gang. And if you got a grandma that's still here, you know what I'm saying, abuela might hold you down. But aside from that, folk, that shit conditional.
Classic.
Hey, listen, and as soon as you stop thinking it's conditional, they gonna let you know it's got conditions on it. Believe that.
I'm only gonna do this once.
Hey, listen, I told y'all on my stream, G, every day I ain't gonna make y'all comfortable now.
Sometimes you just gotta crash on that.
Yeah. That's for shit show. That's for sure. Let's see what we talking about in the chat though. Y'all been cooking for a minute. Let's go. Sonny said, I understand why he said that. I don't know if men have a double speak. I think they don't say enough. I hope that makes sense. I understand why he said that. I don't know if men have a double speak. I think they don't say enough. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, no, it does make sense. A lot of men take the approach of shutting down prior to they take the approach of shutting down as opposed to digging in, right? So instead of going this route of having to potentially argue with your ass, right, he'd take the route of like, man, I'm done talking to your ass. You know what I'm saying? A lot of men take that route. So a woman can perceive that as a man not saying enough. I think it depends on what the ultimate goal is, right? What type of resolution you trying to seek? Is your goal in the moment to take time to settle down, to have the conversation at a certain tone, pitch, and level? If that's the goal, then being quiet for a minute, being dismissive for a minute, Yeah, it's gonna have pros and cons to it, but you will get to have a calmer conversation later. Or you could take the approach like Sonny is saying and talk, right? You can talk even though you don't want to talk in this way. You can engage right then and right there, but that conversation presents itself more like an argument, and I don't know if it's as effective. So I mean, yeah, you know, we bring these things to real life. I think we just have to discuss the pros and cons. Because is it right and wrong, or is it just decisions and consequences? Souls of Thought says, Sonny, men say a lot with the silence. After hurt or betrayal, you watch more than you talk after that. I like that, Souls. I think men do get a little more quiet after that heart been broken. What up, Kira 333? What's going on? No woman wants another woman's bitter ex. I'm not her baby boy. She came in swinging, y'all. In too deep. Most cases, it's what are you doing now? For me, not what did you do in the past. That's what I'm getting, and that's why I stay single with my money. Hey, I ain't mad at you, brother. Stay single with the
Remember
bag,
this
dog.
day. Remember this day.
Yeah, like I said, ain't no right and wrong. You know what I'm saying? We all just got to be able to live with our choices, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Podcast says, Sonny, did he not say enough, or are women just always looking for more? Great question. Great follow-up question. Great follow-up question.
There's a thing called counter sue.
You know what I'm saying? I like that. I want to see how that conversation transpires. Y'all let me know if y'all want me to drop the link too. Anybody want to talk today? Let's see. Jamin T said exactly. I agree with that 100%. Yeah. That was a few minutes ago. I know what I was saying though. I appreciate that. Let's see. BB. What's this? BB Hansen, author. Men who deserve respect never need to ask for it. In a way. You never have to ask for it in that way. You never have to ask for, I need you to respect me. You never have to say that sentence, but you're always demanding your respect in some way, shape, or form. I get what you're saying, though, for sure. Souls of Thought. Is deep conversation working mental health with degrees 15 plus years? Damage is not redeemable for real men. Said damage is not redeemable. So what does it become then? Once damaged, what does the real man become, Souls? Elaborate on that for me. Time, classic. What's going on, Time? Women of today is not about longevity. They are always on to the next. Men have to change every season for that woman, and that woman will never confirm to you only when she wants something. Women of today is not about longevity. They're always on to the next man. Have to change every season for that woman, and the woman will never confirm to you only when she wants something. Ladies gonna start talking a little bit more. I have a feeling they're not gonna let all this ride. If it makes them feel uncomfortable. Let's see. Souls of Thought said women give us adjectives because you no longer add up to our success. Think about it. Okay. Let's see. Let's talk today, chat. I knew today was going to be one of them days. YouTube done suppressed the wrong chat. Y'all came back today to fight. Okay. All right. Let's get ready to rumble.
Let's get ready to rumble.
All right, let's get it, man. They suppressed the wrong chat. Respect is everything. Absolutely, I agree. Joshua Mars, Iman Shumpert is right. Women are just not good in 2026. That's tough. I disagree, but I know why you're saying it. You talking about the majority, right? Joshua, you talking about the majority, or are you saying all of them? You saying it's just a wrap, Joshua, all together? Or is it just the majority? I want to understand where you coming from, because we got some people in the chat that think it's every last one of them. Yeah, for sure. Yah is my Shep said, sounds like self-preservation. I'm for it. Yeah. Sonny said, yes, I agree. Junk Scorpion said, I 100% agree with Iman. No more adjusting. Ted said, done adjusting. There's some fed up niggas in here today. Racehead said, long term is a compromise by default, in my opinion. And when the children arrive, it's all sacrifice from there. Appreciate your use of punctuation, Racehead. Joshua Mars, women just have been getting worse over the years. Like it's not a hating thing towards them. It's more of a real thing that men have to deal with. I understand. You're being objective. It just sounds a certain way. I get where you're coming from. Trust me. Hey, Joshua, I stopped talking about black women specifically, right? If y'all hear me talk about women, but you guys will never hear me talk about black women specifically. I retire from it because of what you're talking about. You tried to be objective and it comes off a certain way, but your loyalty is to your objectivity. I understand that. That shit will still land you under the bus. Take it from me, bro. I'm just letting you know it will land you under the bus, but I appreciate your honesty. Tez preach. Yep. Soul said Tez preach time. The majority of women, it's like Mrs. Given. Will you watch the last week and she needed validation and she will be the one controller in that marriage. She'll be the one controlling the marriage. Who is Mrs. Given? I don't think I know who that is. The majority of the women, it's like Mrs. Given. You will watch the last week and she needed validation and she will be the one controlling that marriage. I don't know who Mrs. Given is, though. Let me see. Soul's a thought. But wait to see all the adjectives women give now and not accepting. Interesting. Tears down. Every time you adjust, they change what they say they want. No reason to adjust. Just stay the course. I'll agree with you with the insatiable nature of women. If you check all the boxes next week, it'll be a new checklist. I do agree with you, Tez. Sonny, the modern woman would feel disregarded. Deep. Yeah. That's what we do. We have deep conversations over here. Y'all doing too many chats for me to keep up, so we're going to have to go super chats guaranteed. Money, Sonny said, I'm going to let the fellas cook. I'm here to listen and learn. Okay. She said, no offense taken, fellas. Y'all keep talking. Hey, y'all cooking a little too heavy in the chat today, so I can't do all of these. I'm going to skip around, all right? But we got money in the chat, and I want to dig into a little bit more of this content, probably like 5 more minutes of it before he actually shifts gears in the conversation. So I want to cover some more of this. Kira said 333. No woman wants it. Oh, okay. We saw this one already. Brock, a new wife that got to get some on February 15th. New wife that got to get some on February 15th. What you mean? Ray said that soul's a thought. Are we talking about objects or souls? Do you believe in miracles? I missed something. Let me see. Appreciate the 5. Appreciate the 5, Sonny. Let's get right. It's a lot in the chat today, y'all. I'm going to let y'all have it out. Let's get it. Iman said it's hard to trust these days, man. I seen people be so fickle. Nothing surprised me. Double-edged sword,
Hey y'all, hit the like and subscribe button while you're here. Classic really appreciates it.
Look around, don't know who to trust. Not for real. Lately I've been paranoid. I gotta chill. Ask me how I feel, think I'ma tell you not for real. But I grind like I'm still unfulfilled. Ain't satisfied till I touch a certain M's. Can't say the number, they applied against my plans. I'm turning up, dog, this one for the gym. Come to these bars, I only play above the rim. Boy, I'm Thomas Shepard. Long sleeve with the corduroys. Really came to get buckets. Purnell with the defense. Too slick, you can't touch me. Bud Crawford on offense. I'm unassuming, but I'm really punching. Underrated, I'm starting to love it. Stacking days, I'm stacking the budget. When I win, ain't none of it lucky. Tapped in, I got it from nothing. Stay ready, preheated the oven, just did a theater. I'm still in recovery. Therapy team, they really love me. They'd kill me if they knew I was jumping. High speed chase, I had to punch it in front of thousands. I started with hundreds. Don't really see no competition, this look like a luncheon. Suggest you let me mind my business, catch you if you lunching. They love you all these years, but at the end you wasn't nothing. Look around, don't know who to trust. Not for real. Lately I've been paranoid. I gotta chill. Ask me how I feel, think I'ma tell you not for real. But I grind like I'm still unfulfilled. Classic.
I appreciate you, Sonny. Classic, stand up. Chicago Classic is next. Appreciate that time. Appreciate that. Let me see. We got a couple more in the chat. Let me see. A couple more paragraphs. I'm trying to find the big messages. Women of today is not about longevity. They always on to the next. I saw that one already. Let me see. People who like you will like you for being authentic. Switching to cater to their desires will have you crying like Jody and Baby Boy. Yeah, he said, oh, your mom has conditions, trust me. That's all I'm telling you. The love is conditional. Joshua said, yeah, true. Women are just hard to impress in 2026. They get bored with men, which is why they want to leave. Damn. Let's see. Sonny said, I agree, Souls. Let's go back up and see what Souls said. He said, but wait to see all the adjectives women give now and not accepting. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, there definitely will be pushback. I anticipate the comments on the playback will be quite passionate. You know what I'm saying? Sonny sent the heart. Love, Sonny. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yep, we got money on the line. All right, let's dig into a little bit more of this interview. Appreciate everybody sticking with me, man. Hit the like button. Let's go.
But he like, you just want to care. You want to out care somebody for what? He like, when it go down, you finna be by yourself when it go down. And it's like, when that click for you, man, it just be like, you start realizing, like, you know how many women have detached from me? Say, we've been talking and they're detached from me for a couple weeks, maybe a month. Come right back and be like, you might be the only dude that don't just be lying for no reason. And I'll be like, bro,
for what? What I'm lying for?
Because you thinking you lying and it's going to keep her. But when she find out the lie, you going to be sick. Right. And you lied because you was trying to play it right for her. Because you thought, I'm showing you I like you. Right. I told a quick lie, made it make sense. Everything's perfect. It's dreamy. I'm like, yeah, that. I done read the back of the book, dog. I done read the back. I done got the synopsis. What was that? Spark notes. Yeah. I done did all. I ain't reading the book no more, fam. We ain't doing that shit. No.
Okay, let me see this. Public dating. I had Amber Rose on here, and she said, man, me and Iman are good friends. People thought we were dating. Where are you on public dating? Would you ever be, because you were in a very high-profile marriage. Everybody knew who you were. Yeah. They knew who she were. She was, is. Would you do public dating again? Public marriage again?
I mean, I think it naturally becomes public these days, because it's like, if y'all seen me with a woman, like, but I'm not. I used to think like that though, like where it's like, oh man, I don't want to be seen. Ooh. It's like, nah, just be like, yeah, nah. If I feel like going to lunch and y'all have cameras there, y'all just got cameras there. Yeah. Like, if y'all say, is that your girl? I'm not gonna answer y'all. Like, I don't care. You ain't going to tell somebody, hey, Iman, how you doing? If you see me, if I get photoed with the lady 30 times, y'all could kind of fill in the blank. Like, yeah, that's his girl. Yeah, that's his girl. Or she worked with him. Right. But it's like, why am I finna check my phone on an app? I gotta go through here, read through this, and woo, just because y'all trying to figure out who I just went to lunch with. Yeah, that's too much, dog. Like, even with me and Am, me and Am hung out. And don't get me wrong, I ain't blind. Right. Shorty look good. I ain't blind. I ain't say that. Real talk. I ain't say I was blind. I'm with you when you're right. I ain't say that. When you right. I said we went to College Hill together. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, I see what y'all see. For it's sure. Just I'm more used to Am's. Like, Am woke me up every day. Like, I ain't use my alarm clock. That's her thing. Like, she's just a mom. Right. She's used to waking up the boys. Right. Like, so she come up there, tell us, hey, the food ready, come down. But it was like she had a sweet voice. Right. She could wake me up. Don't none of y'all else, don't nobody knock on the Good friends. People thought we were dating. Where are you on public dating? Would you ever be, because you were in a very high-profile marriage. Everybody knew who you were. Yeah. They knew who she were.
Where y'all at about that? Where y'all at with public dating these days? Do y'all show y'all significant others? Do y'all post y'all significant others? Are y'all outside like that? Where y'all at with that, chat? Do y'all think it's necessary? Is it a secure or insecure thing? Let's peel back the layers on that while Shump break that down one more time on his position on public dating. I think it's interesting. Let's go.
Is. Would you do public dating again? Public marriage again?
I mean, I think it naturally becomes public these days, because it's like, if y'all seen me with a woman, like, but I'm not. I used to think like that though, like where it's like, oh man, I don't want to be seen. Ooh. It's like, nah, just be like, yeah, nah. If I feel like going to lunch and y'all have cameras there, y'all just got cameras there. Yeah. Like, if y'all say, is that your girl? I'm not gonna answer y'all. Like, I don't care. You ain't going to tell somebody, hey, Iman, how you doing?
So if he don't answer, is he disrespecting the woman? He just said, so he just gave an example, right? He said he used to be like, I don't want to be seen, this, that, and the third. Now it's like, if he want to go out with his lady, he want to go out to lunch, he go out to lunch. If somebody see him and take a picture, they see him and take a picture. He said if somebody ask him, is that your girl? He's not going to answer. Is he disrespecting the woman, chat? Is he disrespecting the woman? He didn't say no. but he didn't say yes. Is he disrespectful? Souls of Thought said bet. Souls of Thought said Classic McBride sent money. Where? I don't see it. Let me see. Where? I see it. Money. Okay, there it go. Correct me if I'm wrong. Podcast, $5 super chat. Respect, Sonny. Oh yeah, Sonny coming through with that perspective every time, man. You know it's money on the line. Let's do it right quick on some right quick shit. So, because I want to hear what y'all got to say about this.
Are you making another beat, daddy? And Genius is my dad.
Classic. Oh, we talk about money? Get money. Let's talk about it. My money look different now. When I talk about 50, used to be $50. I'm talking about 50,000. Gotta move a little different. Yeah. My maneuvers is in and out. Ain't trying to get spotted at all. Too introvert to be in the crowd.
Classic.
But what do y'all think about that? You know what I'm saying? He said if they ask him, he's gonna say nothing. So he won't claim or not claim the woman. Souls of Thought said, Class said, yeah, I got you. Time said, you can't even count how many times on your fingers you're saying Savannah James. Great point. Sonny said, nope and nope. Secure. Okay, Sonny. Sonny got all her brain cells. Correct me if I'm wrong, podcast. It's something that just happens. Am not purposely trying to post anymore. We've been together too long and don't want y'all in our business no more. So was there fallout? Was there pros and cons to the publicity? Let's peel back the layers on that. Talk about it, B.
Classic.
Matter of fact, I'm going to drop the link in the chat, too, because y'all talkative today, man. Anybody in the chat want to come up and chime in on the matter, y'all more than welcome to do so. The link is right there, man. Y'all pop in and give y'all takes on this if y'all so choose. The chat is perfectly fine. The chat is wide open today, and I'm happy about that. Yesterday was an indication of something to make me feel more grateful. I'm always grateful for my chat, but yesterday really showed, you know what I mean, how much the chat is a part of this live stream, because we couldn't talk to each other. Y'all was sending messages and I wasn't getting them. You know, I had people feeling ignored, all type of stuff. So yeah, man, I appreciate y'all chat. Time said, yes, he's definitely disrespecting a woman because he can say this in my friend is my friend such and such, and we out here having lunch. Right. But let's say he's with the woman. Let's say she's not his friend. Time. Let's say it's his woman and somebody ask him and he just don't want to answer at all because it's none of their business. Right. But is he disrespecting the woman by not answering? That person who's walking up and asking is putting him in a jam. Right. That's hater energy. Right.
Classic.
But the jam that he's in, he does need to handle. And, you know, is his lack of response a problem? Time said, Classic, this is my jam right here. They talking about money. Yeah, money. What's going on? Time? Yeah. We're going to play it one more time. I'm sure somebody got some more donations to send. Let's see. Rigid Vibrations. I don't care, but I use public dating to see how much power does outsiders have on her. Explain, Rigid. Expound on that. Kira said, that's all personal preference in today's age. Being open or private is a conversation that the couple should have while dating. Very balanced answer. So different from couple to couple. So so Kira, you being someone who's raising children, what would be your streamlined advice? We know the balanced answer, right? Couple to couple, you know, it's all about preference, but what would be your advice if like one of your kids came and asked for advice on it? Do you think me and my significant other need to be outside, you know, holding hands or letting it be known and all that? What would be your advice? Or even your advice to one of your homies? And if it's not the children, right? One of your homies getting into a new relationship and they asking, you know, do you feel like we should be posting each other? They saying, oh, I kind of want to do something different this time. What's the advice y'all would give? You know what I'm saying? I think that's, or if y'all was in a room full of grown folks that's single and dating and you wanted to give them general advice, what would be the general advice? I want to see where y'all at with that. You know what I'm saying? What's the best practice out here? In too deep. I'm old school. I don't get on the internet popping up pictures of a female. Now, if she wants to do it, cool. But I will tell you this, if she trips on me for not doing it, peace. Damn. In too deep said, don't require me to do nothing. It's not disrespectful because he's tried the other way. Can't fault his not want to be a fool twice. I already know. I got you, Souls. Can't fault him not wanting to be a fool twice. Ray said, I prefer privacy and stealth when it comes to family. Well, I will say this, y'all, while I wait on the responses about like what would be y'all's general advice. I'll say this. How do somebody attack a family they don't know you have? You seeing somebody right now get attacked. We've been covering that stuff. You seeing multiple people get attacked. You see people on this YouTube space get doxxed all the time. You've seen people's family members get insulted. How do somebody attack a family they don't know you have? Simple question. How? And does letting your family be known have more pros or cons? What would be the purpose of you wanting to be outside about it? These are just questions, right? Let's have the conversation, because I think it all comes down to a scale, because y'all hear me say all the time, every decision has pros and cons. It's never all bad or all good. There's pros and cons always. But when you get to weighing them shits up sometimes, you see what I'm saying? You get to weighing them up sometimes, and it's a little funny. So we have to really examine this concept. I really, hey chat, let's figure this one out for real. What would be our general advice?
I know you see me trying to crack the code.
Kira said, I would tell them, if y'all not on the same page, maybe y'all should reconsider y'all situation. Social media is a big deal in 2026, and problems will come, unfortunately. So she's saying that her general advice would be, deal with somebody who has the same preferences around the publicity of y'all's relationship. If you a PDA, public, we outside, I'm posting my girl, I'm posting my guy, I'm letting my relationship status be known and updated in real time, because we've all seen it, right? We all follow somebody on Facebook that, they post in a relationship with so-and-so, such and such, and then time goes on, and that joint, the pictures of them come down, the relationship status switch over to single. You know what I'm saying? I see you, Sonny. The relationship status switch over to single. And then after that, you know what I mean, the new person, and then they hit you with the update. Now in a relationship with so-and-so, because so when you publicly outside, you got to publicly break up. You got to publicly, you know what I'm saying? Everything's public. So talk to me, y'all. Sonny, I got Sonny and I got In Too Deep here. What's going on, y'all? How y'all feeling? Mic check.
Doing good.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got both of y'all. Yeah, so let's go ladies first. Sonny, what you think about this?
So hi again. Of course, as always, thank you for allowing me to come on your platform and speak. I kind of wanted to go back and just say that I was agreeing with Souls of Thought on his comment about he was stating something about being in the mental health field for like 15 years and having that conversation with men over that time. I can't remember exactly what he said, but that's what the statement I was agreeing with. With regards to where we are right now in the conversation, and agreeing with Kira on this, it is up to the couple, the couple's choice whether they want to keep their relationship off of the internet or put it out there. But I think like you were saying, you just have to weigh the pros and the cons of that. I personally think to protect that relationship, I would keep mine off, just simply because, I don't know. I just feel like I don't know. I just feel like if you put it out there, it just kind of puts blood in the water sometimes, and the sharks will come. So that's just my perspective.
I appreciate your perspective. That's what's up. That's what In Too Deep. What you think about this?
I agree with Sonny. I remember before the internet, and you didn't really do too much. I mean, you take a Polaroid or something like that back in the day, or take some pictures and you put them in a scrapbook. I watched it all unfold, and for me, watching celebrities, if I'm not a celebrity, so I don't have that issue. So I wouldn't, as a person who's private, I wouldn't put my business out there. And I don't speak very much on the internet as it is when it comes to relationships either. So I agree with Sonny. I wouldn't necessarily put myself out there. But if you're a public figure and you are out in the public and you are dating, I would have the PC answer, if that makes sense. I would hire a publicist to tell me exactly how I should handle it. So.
Why is that? Do y'all both feel like the pros and cons don't weigh up? Do you feel like there's more cons than pros to being public online? Either one of y'all.
Go ahead, Sonny. I'll let you go first.
Oh, I appreciate that. I think, yeah, I don't think the pros and cons weigh up. I think if you look at those relationships that people didn't even know were happening, they are far more successful than those that are more public. You know, you look at the Cardi B's and Offset, and you look at the Savannah James and LeBron James, right? We know that he's married. We knew he brought him in, but you don't see these huge displays of public affection in their relationship and all of that. So it keeps, you know, we know she's there, but he also keeps their relationship very private, right? Whereas when you see it publicly displayed, it's like I don't know how to put this, how to state this. I'm just going to say it how my brain is thinking it. I think when you put it out there for public scrutiny, it allows I think it impacts your relationship, whether you don't think it will or not. I think it has this subconscious, and the people in that relationship, it subconsciously, I think it has an impact on how they feel and what they do for that person. There always is a standard that they're being held to, that they consistently have to be held to. And once they falter, right, we're human, we're going to have that moment. It just, now the world, if you will, is scrutinizing them for having a human moment. So.
I'll let you respond to In Too Deep, and then we got a couple really good comments.
Okay, so as far as in the public eye, as a person who watches a lot of things, my biggest thing is the spectacle it makes as being people of color. Especially, we get labeled a certain way, and if you carry yourself a certain way, like let's say a Cardi B or Offset or Stephon Diggs, we get looked at and categorized differently. And that's what I was raised on, is to show the appearance on the outside world, because you're bringing that home to roost. And that's how my dad explained it to me. He goes, don't bring something home that you can't handle, and don't bring nothing to my house that I have to deal with your ish in that regard. So personally, I don't think, if you're going to be out in the public eye doing all the God knows what's and whoever's, if you're doing it for the publicity, fine. If you're doing it because you're trying to stay private and doing it yourself, you won't put yourself in a position to make yourself look like a spectacle in the first place. I think you would respect yourself more if you're dating with intention versus dating for the public eye.
I like y'all takes. I really do. I think this is one of those conversations where we could probably sit around and have a panel about this that extends for hours, honestly, because the pros and cons are very nuanced, and careers, like there's so many things that matter, right? From couple to couple. What are both of you guys' jobs? What is the clout level? What level of professionalism does one person need to maintain in public versus the other person for what they do in life, and et cetera, you know what I mean? It goes on and on. But Souls of Thought said, it's crazy to even have to think about this. Everyone is only answering from what others think, though. No one can break your relationship but the two in it. We have lost touch with reality due to content. These are celebrities. We just normal people, not celebrities. We could push back on that. Normal people are now some form of a celebrity. If you're a content creator and you get up to 500K subs, you a regular person that is also a celebrity. You're a regular celebrity. You know what I mean? Right. It's like a new category. You know what I'm saying? Like you can go to Walmart and get your groceries, but maybe nobody stops you to ask for a picture, but do you go unrecognized at that point? Probably not, right? You the dude from YouTube, or you the chick from, you know what I mean? People start calling you by the name of your page, you know what I mean, in public. So yeah, Kira said, if you're a content creator, hiding it makes the exposing so much salacious. You can share without oversharing. What do y'all think about that?
That's true. We control our content, right?
Mm-hmm.
We control what we put out into the interwebs, as I like to call it sometimes. So you're right in that sentiment. Kira's right in that sentiment. And Souls is right too. The people in a relationship are the ones who determine the success or the failure of it. I think the influence sometimes of social media and the levels of expectancy sometimes that is put out there through social media, unfortunately, does have an impact. So, is it in too deep?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So he even brought up it's so multi-layered, like he was saying, Classic, that this is such a nuanced thing that it's so multi-layered and there's so many factors to factor into this. But I think, that's why I say the privacy to me is the protecting of the relationship, because everything is close to the chest. It's not everybody's business. I have a saying, everybody don't need to know, but we live in a world where everybody needs to know in some people's books. So.
Well, I think a lot of people do things for rage baiting, with the whole Anton Daniels and what's going on with that and relationships and whatnot. Watching it all unfold, I'm sitting back here with popcorn like, my dad would put Bill to ass from the grave. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing? I don't understand why you would even act that way. And I remember those fond moments with holding the pine while I get swats, and if I move my feet, you got to stand strong. So I don't get the new generation. It's not something I'm displeased by, but what I can definitely say is I'm glad you have your forum, and I can't wait for you to get to the 500,000 to see how you act. Actually, I don't think you'll change. I think you'll change the minds of others, and that's why we support your guys' movement, because this is like mental gymnastics, and I'm learning new things like the newer culture and the younger generation, and passing the torch on to the younger generation like yourself. Like, you're going to be moving up, and when you move up to the next level, I can sit back and be like, you know what, I did my business. I said my piece. I helped a young brother out, or I helped a sister out with some kind of mentals, and then we're moving on as a people. And then we, instead of looking at the world in black people don't get this and minorities do this, well, why aren't we not doing it ourselves? And that's the reason why I appreciate you guys' coalition. I'm trying to sponsor. As you can see, I got it in the back behind me. I'm trying to promote and rep what's going on here.
Yeah.
So when people look to get to the next level, I'm actually trying to do content creation. I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm behind the scenes. But look at me now. I'm trying to since Classic's doing it, I can't let this young dog get me like that. So at the end of the day, to get it to the point, relationships are going to be what they are. As a man or woman, play your position. I'm going to try to be the breadwinner, or am I going to try to be the protector, or whatever the case may be. And you might want to flip the roles around if that's you. But for me, I'm old school. I provide, I protect, and I preach, because that's what we're here to do. So at the end of the day, all the fellas in the chat, let's tone it down on the ladies, because if we don't set the standard for ourselves, we can't ask for those ladies to hold up to a standard that we can't even hold up to. So at the end of the day, I get where you are. I'm a former simp in recovery, I like to say. And I can tell you right now, nice guys finish last.
Classic.
And that's just a fact. I'm talking about, I ain't found nothing they don't finish last at. They finish last at everything. Ray says, Souls, how many of those patients were analyzed by potential mind control interference? See, you're not the only one who has experienced mental.
Ray's heavy hitting.
Yeah, or those in altered states. Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to Nosy by Nature. Nosy, you good? We got time. You said you late. No, I got a couple more segments. You good? You good? Welcome to the chat. Welcome in. Let's see. Soul said, "No, we take that on. They can't break your relationship though." Soul said, "Agree. We are still factoring in people who are not a accurate variable. You are. Let me see where he finished at. I can't find it. Oh, he didn't finish. Okay. Drill said, "What's good? What up, Drill?" Nosy by Nature. We have the world has gotten so out of touch with what's real and fake, and the world can mask it and put lipstick on a pig. That talent is just a word now. I like that. You know what it is too? I think a lot of people who have mastered, there's a lot of people who have mastered consistency, and they're beating out the people who are talented and inconsistent. I think the microwave generation killed the talented people because they're like, "Oh, I'm good. I should catapult to the top," and that microwave mentality is hurting them. Whereas somebody who was made to be more modest and humble was like, "Well, I'm not the best, but I'm gonna show up every single day," and you seeing them be at the forefront of things. I think that's where the shift is because you're right. It's a lot of people who got a lot of recognition for just being consistent, not necessarily being super talented. Let's see, 54 days sober. Hey, congratulations.
Congrats.
Congratulations. Screen name crazy though. Yeah, screen name is crazy though. STDs burn like hell. Racehead. we cannot control the feedback, perception, or the court of public opinion. Proceed with caution and insight. Let's see. STD said Black people are not victims. Yeah, we agree with that over here. So, I mean, we have been victimized, but today, it's up to you. So I think the foot bent off our neck. You just got to know it. So you can, like nobody telling us, "Hey, you can get up." Souls of thought. Racehead. I'm not battling you. If you have experience, you are overthinking it. Mental health is very simple. All the new DX, etc., is big pharma, not reality. All alleged for content creation purposes and entertainment. Let's see. Is that
get it?
Yeah, is that CeeLo Green's cousin? Oh, you funny. You funny. Kira said, "I so agree. In my opinion, the pandemic ruined the dating world. It gave a lot of fools a mic and people listened. No one wants to hear that BS anymore. Keep being a voice of reason." Oh, we here. Appreciate you, Kira. Let's see. That guy gets no cat. You don't have no idea what that. You see what I'm saying? Why? Hey, snipers, get ready. He good for now. You tiptoeing on ice, buddy. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, he on the vertical. All my wrenches, get ready. He good for now, but we gonna see. We gonna see if he get out of hand. Let's see. Racehead, never a battle, my brother. Just clarification. I agree. Pharma is witchcraft and sorcery. All alleged for content creation purposes and entertainment. They listen. I got to do my disclaimer with my chat, man, because. I'm gonna let y'all swing. I just got to do the paperwork. Let's say Kira Cherie, restoring relationships one convo at a time. Absolutely. Tez Down said handsome men will always get women at Kira, but it's the staying power the women don't have in their lives anymore. Why is that, Tez? I think it's because of their past decisions. Yeah, that's my opinion. Nosy by Nature, it makes me think of my favorite movie, one of my faves, A Bronx Tale. My guy told C, talent means nothing when you make bad choices. So much truth in that in life, period. Yeah, talent means nothing when you make bad choices. My bad. I know the autocorrect got on you. Let's see. Tez Down. Talent isn't paying like it used to. Consistency and volume is running up the tab. Yeah. If you got talent on top of that, though, you can. Let's see. Souls of thought. Again, I'm no expert. They just let me DX and provide treatment. Nothing big. I sense sarcasm. Cruz YC. Hello. What's happening with it? Nosy by Nature. So true, Kira. Yeah. So we caught up on the chats. But yeah, we good on the Club Shay Show. I got what I needed from the Club Shay Shay. If y'all want to stick around for the question of the day, it does tie in though. So shout out to Shannon, Sharpe. Shout out to Iman Shumpert. Y'all make sure y'all go check out that full interview.
I'm down to stay. I'm glad to be seen.
For sure.
I'm old, remember.
Nah, you good, man. You young, you old as you take care of yourself. That's the truth. I know some 25-year-olds that's 76. So let's see. Question of the day. Question of the day. Do men speak two different languages just like women? I introduced this question early on in the conversation when Iman Shumpert was talking about no longer wanting to adjust, saying that he's done adjusting. Essentially, we could translate that to being somebody who's uncompromising, that will afford you respect, but does it afford you longevity with today's woman? So I'm kind of gathering, y'all know my theory for people that's, familiar with my content. I always say women speak two different languages. I just dropped a video on it. There's the language of women who will be wives or are fit to be wives or are wives. And then there's the language of women who will be chronically dating and struggle, out here with longevity and sustainability in relationships. So I think today, listening to Iman talk and being objective about the things he was saying, I'm like, yeah, that will make sure that a woman respects you, but do they stick around long term? Because I don't think having to respect a man's authority in the way he's talking about presenting it is, I think it's off-putting to today's woman. I don't think being checked makes her wet anymore. Yeah. What do y'all think about that? Sonny, I'll let you go first.
Do men speak two different languages? I personally don't think men speak, or what I call, because I kind of responded to this earlier, I don't think men do double speak, right? I think men pull back. I think what I saw a lot of the guys in the audience saying was like, men would do the thing to avoid the argument instead of engage with it, right? So I don't think men say enough. I think men just pull back because they want to avoid the conflict, right? They don't want to go into the mental jujitsu of arguing with a woman, and it becomes a thing of, okay, well, now I have to change around what point she's going to throw at me next. If she can't win this argument, then it's going to turn into this, and then it's going to turn into that. And I'm probably giving up a little girl code here, but I think most men who've ever had an argument with a woman understands that it starts at A and goes to M and ends up at C, and you're back down at Z, and then you back at A again, and you still are trying to catch up and figure out how did we get all the way around this mulberry bush to still not come to a resolution to the problem. So I think men just pull back to avoid the conflict, right? I don't think they speak two languages. I just think men just don't speak. They just stop speaking.
So you think we speak one language or silence? Like I think we talk or we're quiet.
I think for the vast majority of it, men are just quiet. And I think that comes from the last Queen Coles, when I had made that statement about women being in this position of always, the position has always been that women are always right, right? The statement of happy wife, happy life says a lot. A woman gets to have carte blanche over an argument. She gets to have carte blanche over who she chooses to like and not like. And then she can determine if it's sexual harassment or if she's really going to engage with him in a way because she likes him. Are you following me on that? So I say, that's why I said that statement, because women have the space to be always right. And I'm air quoting because today I was not camera ready, y'all. So I wasn't even going to try. I was just going to jump on and make it, just do what I speak my little 2 cents to go on. But that's where, to me, that's where that sentiment comes from, right? Because men are instantly silenced. Because if I engage with her, then I'm being toxic. Then I'm being, abusive. And then I'm all these other negative adjectives to describe me just pushing back against something that I don't agree with. It's not that I'm being abusive. It's not that I'm being toxic. It's just that I don't agree with that perspective, that woman's perspective or her positioning, or I'm trying to literally protect her from a thing that she doesn't necessarily see coming. And she's going to argue with my body, my choice, and I'm independent and I don't need no man and all this other kind of stuff. And it's like, Well, what is a man is supposed to do? I posed that question to the men in the chat. What is a man supposed to do? Will he continue to speak and run the risk of his reputation, his life being put in danger? Or does he protect himself?
I want to respond to a chat real quick before I let you go in too deep. Let me see.
Okay.
Ronald Davis said, "Bro, you got life confused. Young book bottom line. Young. I think it meant to say young brother bottom line. He's in a bracket that you are not in, homie. He's a millionaire. He don't have to worry about nothing. The women coming to him and they know who he is." Okay, so well, there's a lot here. So we're discussing it so we can figure it out. Secondly, I haven't said how much money I do or don't have. I don't know if anybody else up here has. And then third, as far as him not having to worry about women, we're not really talking about his access to starting over with women over and over. I think we're talking about the exact opposite, Ronald. So maybe you got to the conversation a little late. What we're talking about is that thought process that he has. Does it work for longevity and sustainability with today's woman? So by him saying that he no longer wants to make adjustments or no longer make concessions, should he desire lifelong companionship, is that mentality conducive to such? That's really where we're at, Ronald. So I just want to bring you up to speed because I haven't seen him in the chat before this. So I know he came in swinging hard, but I think he's just not sure what we're talking about. So yeah, as far as Iman Shumpert, having, again, people who, I think that's part of the issue, and we've uncovered this with the Anton stuff, y'all. Like, people who just bring everything back around to resources, I think is part of the problem. I think it has a lot to do with the divorce rate being where it's at. I think it has a lot to do with the lack of marriage participation today. I really do. Nobody's, I don't really see very many people that are like, hey, I'm looking for somebody to just lock in with and do life with, whatever that consists of. The ups, the downs, the ebbs and the flows of it. I don't see a lot of people doing that anymore, as far as like even just talking like that anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's all about their assurances, their reassurances, the stability that they have to have before they even want to partake. You know what I'm saying? It's all about this incident prevention mentality. And if I can't see a perfect line, then I don't want to participate. And I think that's a problem. I think we've escaped reality in that way. Yeah. But in too deep, what's your thought on the question, man? Do you think that, because I know you're familiar with my concept of the two different languages, do you think that applies to men?
I'm gonna say it from my own perspective, so that way you understand where I'm coming from. So I think a lot of people that experience, let's say, the dating sites, when I first started dating on the dating sites, I called it the candy shop. I'm going to pick up what kind of candy I want. And then you have all these different variations of the candy, right? So you're looking at all this different candy, and then you have, for men, we're simple. We need something straight down the pipe. But then when you give us a whole bunch of options, we're like, oh, I haven't had that before. Hadn't had that before. And I was sucker to it. And I'll be honest with you, with a little bit of simp complex. I think we all simp when we're younger. And you know, I was feeling myself, driving a nice car, having all the nice stuff, having expensive watches and stuff like that. Next thing you know, you got women all over you like, hey, why are you at the bar by yourself? And then I'm like, I'm enjoying my cognac and my cigar, and I don't need, I don't need any problems. And next thing you know, you get a gold digger in your pocket, and you're like, hey, get out my pockets. Get out my pockets. And then you realize you get bitter, you get angry, and then you don't heal. And then you talk to people, and then you listen to your uncle who sets you astray because he's been chasing tail his whole life. And then you watch your dad, who's been married 46 years, saying, hey, why are you chasing? Why are you in the streets? Then you realize you need to fix yourself, and you fix yourself at an older age, and you've been rebounding and recoiling and rebounding with women. Then you have to take time out to yourself. And then once you do that and you figure out, it was me the whole time, then you start to reflect, and then you start to rebuild your mindset. And you have to come from hating women to respecting women. And then once you get to that perfect level, then you go out again, and then you redo it all over again because that next chick does something to you, and then you realize it wasn't me from the beginning, or was it me? So I think with the social media age has hindered us. It's put us into a place of distrust, and I don't trust too many people. And even if I did trust them, they're no longer breathing. So at the end of the day, I can't tell a man or woman what to do, but this is the rule I always live by. You can never argue with a woman in public or private because you lose either way if you have all your logical sense in order. The best way to deal with a certain situation is to be real and pick a woman that understands you're letting her win with your silence, and she doesn't take it for granted.
Ooh,
and when she doesn't take it for granted, then you know you got a real one, because she'll leave you alone. She'll give you peace.
Go back. Say that again. She got to realize
that was heavy.
You said she got to realize that you're letting her win with your silence.
Classic.
Yeah.
So now I understand the two different languages. Men is either they're going to speak or they're not. The silence is a part of the language. I understand this.
I'm only going to do this once.
Men suffer in silence. There's a reason why we do. And if you don't suffer in silence and you argue and complain, you're going to have two types of men come at you. You're going to have the ones that are going to be red pilled, like, yeah, brother. And then behind your back, they're trying to oil you up. You know what I'm saying? And then, or you got that man who's going to confront you like, hey, you don't talk to women that way. I grew up with that type of men growing up. So they check you. They say, hey, don't talk to a woman like that. My dad never argued with my mom. Ever. I've never seen them argue for 46 years. Never seen my dad raise his voice. He might get pissed. He'll leave out. He'll go for a walk, take a drive somewhere, come back. Same old G. So I didn't learn that, apparently. I'm an only child. My mom raised me a little bit differently than I got a little bit of over nurturing. So it took me a while to get that understanding. So I think with a lot of men who are not raised with men, and they, no offense to anybody who's, raised by just their mothers or whatever, but we take and use the vehicles which we're next to. So if you're raised by women and you have nothing but women, you're going to pick up those traits. Period. You don't learn that until I got into the military. That's what bucked me from that situation where, hey man, we're men over here. We don't handle that stuff. And then I was in an all male unit where, hey, there's no bitching. You get the work done. The bitch with your work being silent, keep your mouth shut and get to work. Because I can't trust a guy next to me if he's bitching, because I'm going to be in the foxhole and you're giving our position away. I'm going to take care of you myself because I don't want to die because of your ignorance. So I think that's where a lot of people don't realize that.
But don't you feel like those men that were in your unit, don't they need a place to vent?
Hey, I don't want to start no mess, but I'm just telling you. Hey, there was this thing called what do they call it? Hazing, right? There was healthy hazing when I was going through the military, and then they got rid of the hazing, and then they just try to control you with the verbiage, and you got to watch what you say. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna look at it like this: I don't subscribe to this gender. There was only two for I'm always going to see two. Now, if you want to be the different colors of the rainbow, be my guest. Knock yourself out. Have fun with it. But for me, don't come over here with that, because I'm going to be the first one to tell you. I'm Gen X. We drank out of the water hose and stayed until the lights came on outside, man. So you come at me with that. We
say that.
We didn't talk no mess. We got him up. I'm 50. But let's test this grown man's strength out. If that doesn't work, I got 17 friends
I wanted to enter
friends over here too. Sorry. We can get busy with it. That's how it was growing up. And a lot of dudes want to talk, bump them gums, But I don't argue with niggas. I already told you I don't fight with anybody. I'm gonna be cool with you. I'm trying to have fun, have nice. But as soon as you start getting lippy, I'm out. You follow me, it's a problem. I have 4 steps to Jesus. Do you want to see them?
What was you gonna say, Sonny, before we get to the super chat?
I'm sorry.
No, you good?
Yeah, I just wanted to say this really quickly to Into Deep's point. Kind of correlates back to what Souls of Thought was saying earlier with his years of experience. Is that socioeconomic has nothing to do with any of this, right? It doesn't matter where you are within your financials, right? Mm-hmm. What Into Deep just said goes for a man at any level of any level on that socioeconomic scale, whether he's poor or whether he's wealthy. Those things are, that's a commonality that's going to happen, within that economic scale, within that financial scale for a man. So I just wanted to just point that out as well.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you pointing that out. I think it's important too. We need to shift our minds back to the best things in life are free. I think it does society a lot better. You know what I mean? And I think it does mental health practice a lot better in general. Well, it may actually lose the therapist some money. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I think we'd be better as a people. 2K came through money. What's the word? Keep up the grind for sure. What up, 2K? The lovely Chanel. What's going on, Chanel? She said, hey, RSC, yo, we here. What's going on? Chat 333 coming through with that bread. Let's go ahead and play something named they said, is that song new? Nah, we got a deep bag. Let's do something. Let's go like that.
You need to start playing that new stuff.
He said, stop playing it or start?
You need to start because Soul's is over here playing your new stuff. I like that push. Come on.
Oh,
man.
yeah. I'm trying to, hey, look, y'all got to go over there to get that. I'm trying not to,
that's my song, though. That push is my song.
Yeah, I'm trying to let my dog.
I've been missing out.
Yeah. I'm trying to let my dog diversify the portfolio at night. You know what I'm saying? For sure. Let's get it.
I ain't really trying to do no hooks or none of that. I just want to get on that water, float one time. I'm only going to do this once.
Classic! Panoramic roof for a decade straight. Mama mentality since back in the day. I was in college hooping in crazy 8. 0-6, beat class gon' spray. I had a switch on the blick and it sound like a switch every time I let go of the gate. You go with the flick of the wrist. You ask for the time and I show you my wage. 3-3-3, I'm the captain of the team. Take it to the bank, you can follow my lead. I got the codes, I got the keys. Win, lose, or draw, you can put it on me. Full blown shepherd turn from a black sheep. Everybody take heed every time that I speak. Plays up the line, I'ma make a good read. Cut from that creed, follow the seeds. I die on my sword before the day ever come where I cower and plead. I cry to the Lord before I call a human being for a sigh of relief. I've been working and stacking and learning and growing. Ain't really got time to compete. Man, I couldn't even walk just a couple months back. I'm just happy to be back on my feet. Man, they called me to see if I won't do a theater. I told them my dog gotta eat. After all, I just got back from Greece, dancing on cliffs at the side of the sea. Living the present, I'm happy to be. Thanksgiving every time that I eat. Amen. Winning every time I breathe. Might as well work cause I can't even sleep. Might as well work till the game been beat. Discovered or not, still moving elite. Discovered or not, still moving prestigious. Treating myself how I wanna be treated. Had to step away so they know that they need me. Preserving the dope, had to put it in the freezer. Return to the surface, they think I'm a sleeper. Whole time I'm a favorite, I know the procedure. Plot get thicker and thicker. The farther we go in, the waters get deeper and deeper. The harder your times, the farther the distance. These people will leave it to beaver. Nobody wanna be a cover corner, everybody wanna be a receiver. Think we got problems with choosing our leaders, that's why we got problems with moving the needle. I don't speak truth to the powers already know the truth. I'm speaking truth to the people. Sebastian Tate was already hard enough. Let's shoot him a sequel, leave no doubt. Let them know that I'm regal. God ain't make us equal. Walking to work, woman looked me in my face, told me I look like Jesus. I think she see my anointing, I think she know I'm appointed. I think she see that I'm glowing, or if I'm 100-pointer. Be moving around in these regular spots, these people be knowing I ain't normal. Be modest for real, if I wanted to, shooting percentage be looking like Jordan. Gotta keep the main thing, man on a mission, I know what's important. They told me don't stop, I was already knowing. They told me don't quit, that just show they ain't know me. Long as it's breath in my lungs, I got a habit of going and going and going. Whether I shot it or not, you gotta know that it's on me and know that it's loaded. Wait. Classic.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the
We're
thought
gonna need
said,
an EP soon. We're gonna need an EP soon.
real.
I got y'all. Talvis, shout out to Talvis. She not in the chat today, but shout out to Talvis. He actually sent me some instrumentals. We got producers in chat 333. He got some heat, so he might be the first producer in chat 333 to make some music with me. So we're gonna put something together. But Souls of Thought said we don't avoid, we buy time to have a respectful conversation and not rush into the assumptions. So I think he was saying like our silence is temporary in a lot of cases. Private Pookie said arguing with most women. Yeah, you said what? Uncle Plug here?
Yeah, you in there.
He just popped in. Okay, I'm gonna catch up. I'm scrolled up a little bit. Private Pookie said, "What up, Unc?" Private Pookie said, "Arguing with most women is honestly pointless and exhausting." I don't argue with women. So arguing with anybody, honestly. B Brand TV. If a talk turns into an argument, it just shows that the couple doesn't. Yeah, he said if the talk turns into an argument, it just shows that the couple doesn't align and they are in a trauma bond. Souls of Thought. Men keep track. Interesting. Kira said men are big nonverbal communicators. It's up to the women to actually listen. Hope I didn't go over anyone's head. B Brand said, yeah. So she's saying like pay attention, listen with your eyes. B Brand, why would you want the man who is your protector to be indecisive and hesitant?
You don't.
Drill, right? Drill C said, I say what I say. You can agree or disagree. I'm not gonna be going back and forth. Say that. Private Pookie said she on point. Nosy by nature. It's time for the real men of God. Please stand up because God said it all and what men should be doing and say to the woman and the children and the world. And I haven't seen that yet. Vice versa. Okay. Nosy by nature said if that made sense. Now we with you. I get what you're saying. I'll say this though, Nosy by nature. I think that the concept of if the man is the right man, I'll be feminine is ruining a lot of what you're talking about. Like every single man is a leader as long as a woman decides to follow. Simple and plain. If he got to earn your followship, he has to earn your subscription. He has to earn all of this for you. Some men don't want to go through the rite of passage.
Facts.
Yeah, they want to pull up at the first date and you following him from the first date. I'm gonna let you hold this door. I'm gonna go into the door that you held for me. I'm gonna wait on the inside of this door for you to come lead me to this table. I'm following from the pull up. Not you don't have to earn me to follow. I accepted the date. I'm following you until I see fit to walk away altogether. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that if women take that posture on, I think they'll see their success rate go up with the men that they want to secure.
Okay. I was going to say I didn't agree, but then you said you capitalized, bolded, and underlined. They want to. I get it. I get it.
B Brand, it's not that we don't want to talk. A woman should never correct a man in public and vice versa.
I agree.
Racehead, a real man leads. Can even as real of a man as you are, I'm talking about you could be the realest man on the planet Earth. If you meet a woman that's unwilling to follow, then what? Private Pookie, disengage. Rigid, best to have a different language because we speak different to our moms and kids. Nosy by nature said men need to get back to the Ephesians man and the women to the Proverbs 31. She coming out that word. So she can pull up on Sunday service. Souls of Thought said Peter 3:1. Likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your own husbands, that if any obey not the word, they also may without the word be won by conversation of the wives. So be quiet and listen, essentially. Let's see.
I have a question when you get a chance.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna try to run through a couple of these. You're not gonna forget, are you? Oh, okay. Racehead said facts. The question for me is what type of woman is coming? Gold diggers need not apply. Souls of Thought said nosy that verse tells you that women at some point must be the speaker into the man. Into, not unto, huh? Words matter, y'all. Rigid, think about it. your whole life you never had power. Divorce or child support looks tempting for women. Damn. You know, rigid. Yeah, rigid. Yeah. I seen some of the toughest dudes break down in that courtroom. Let's see. B Brand, you lead with materialistic values, though. Who you talking about, B? I know the comment from a while ago, so we late. Nosy by nature. The men and women nowadays are just very unserious and confused. Nobody is trustworthy to lead and submit because it's like the blind leading the blind. I can agree to a degree. Mia, what's up, Mia? Then we had our super chats. Let's see, B Brand, what are your boundaries and non-negotiables, bro? I'm not sure if he was talking about me or you though, in too deep. Based on when the comment came in, I think he talking about you. But me personally, I got plenty of boundaries and non-negotiables. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not gonna list them. You know what I'm saying? But what you got in too deep? I think he was talking about you.
You talking about me?
Yeah, you were talking at the time this message came in. He said, "What are your boundaries and non-negotiables?"
My boundaries are simple. What's that?
No, I ain't saying that. You said that's it. That's all you got for him. My boundaries are simple. Gotcha.
As soon as I let it be known, like, you know, I'm an action-based type of person. So I learned this a long time ago. Men are about action. And if you're not purposeful and you're not walking in your purpose, or if you're trying to do something that's outside of your purpose, you're going to talk. Like I told you, I'm going to do exactly what I say I'm going to do. When I do it, don't get mad if you don't like what I'm going to do anyway, because that's just who I am as a person. So my boundaries is not limiting myself to doing what I want to do. Now, is that going to affect certain situations with women? Sure, of course. Some things you do, because I've been single pretty much my whole entire life. Now, I've dated and been in long-term relationships, but never been married because I'm selfish. And I had to learn I'm selfish. And, you know, once you get to a certain level of life and you get to an age like when you hit 50, you start to realize, I'm going to be alone if I don't change something. And that's what I think where a lot of people sacrifice their personal assessments. But my boundaries is simple. Do what you say you're going to do and act accordingly. And if she does what she's going to do, like she says she's going to do it, then I have no problem with it. It's when you start becoming inconsistent, and we know how some people can be, and when they become when they mess up, I'm too old, man. I say peace. You know, I ain't got time for it. I'm in fourth quarter, so I am my worst enemy. I know this, but I have to work on that too as well. So at the end of the day, my boundaries are simple. The less boundaries you have, as long as it's not disrespectful, I'm cool with it. If you disrespect me in public or you disrespect me in general, where you don't show me respect based off of your actions and your words, I'm done. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to block and then no more conversation. I'm done. I don't rehash anything.
Yeah, man. Good luck out here with those boundaries, dog. I'm gonna tell you right now. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we got a super chat come through. Shout out to Conversations with Soft Rain for the super chat. Money on the phone, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, for the Cash App. They said YouTube not letting her send the super chat through. If anybody having any issues, I will start putting my Cash App up. Normally at the end of my episodes, but I don't be posting on a live stream. I guess I'm gonna have to. I was trying to let YouTube eat with me. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is.
Are you making another beat, daddy? And Genius is my dad.
Classic. Oh, we talk about money? Get money. Let's talk about it. My money look different now. When I talk about 50, used to be $50. I'm talking about 50,000. Gotta move a little different. Yeah. My maneuvers is in and out. Ain't trying to get spotted at all. Too introvert to be in the crowd.
What?
We had a few comments though. Let me see. I was trying to tap into some of the ones that was more potent. So 2K says, "Shit, I'll argue with a woman until I'm blue in the face." Laughing my ass off. Yeah. 2K said, "Don't listen to him, fellas. Those type of women he dated are discontinued. He said I don't even make them no more. Souls of Thought said 2K LOL. Then he told 2K to get out of our chat too. I don't know. I think they're supposed to be having a conversation soon. I hope they set that up. Souls of Thought said classic. Not your little 12K views. Right. Yeah. He said send the link. I need send the link. I need to vet this nigga. Wait. Oh, you want me to send the link 2K? I dropped it earlier. Here you go. I don't know if he's still in here, but there go the link. Anybody trying to come up? The link right there.
Hey, I can back out so you can get in.
No, you got space. He want to talk to you. You don't want to talk to him? Yeah,
who wants to talk to who?
2K.
To me?
Yeah. He was responding to you in the chat. Yeah. He said, if you don't want to talk to him, it's cool.
Hey, I'm fine. He can talk to me. I ain't tripping. I'm not an arguer.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I doubt you.
I'm not a debate. I don't do debating. I don't do, I'm gonna be like, I see your point. Okay, cool, whatever. It is what it is. I don't need stress on my heart for you. I'm not hating.
Yeah, I think that's what we about here at Chat 333, just throwing perspectives around.
He could go and try to rage me. I'm a troll in the comments, so if he really wants to do it, he could do it.
if you alone, even okay. Soul's got a question. Let me see. He said, "What if you alone, even in the presence of her?"
Ooh. Say that again. I didn't.
Nice.
What if you are alone, even in the presence of her?
That's deep.
Is that to me or is that to Sonny?
It's for any of us. I'm thinking about it right now. I'm pondering.
Feeling alone in someone's presence is heavy.
Are you really alone though? I meditate a lot.
If you feel alone, yes.
I meditate a lot. So I don't know.
But you got to think about it. He's saying like in the context of a relationship. Meditative state, I get it, right? If I'm in my house with my children and I'm in my room and I'm not alone, but in that moment I'm having that alone time. But if you're with someone and you feel alone, my question is are you really with them? I mean, how is that? I would feel very disconnected from a person. I'm in your presence, but I also feel alone. I don't like that. Me personally, but
I have a different perspective, and sometimes I don't want to put it out on the internet, but I'll say it like this: we're gonna go by ourselves. So being alone is something that I'm used to, because being solitary person myself as it is, I don't like a lot of people. I dislike just disingenuous people. So I'd rather be alone than be with somebody for comfort.
I didn't understand it from that perspective, but I guess if Souls wants to expound, that's not how I understood the question, but I get that. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying from your perspective. Like, you have a peace and a comfort with being alone. People is not like you want to be around people all the time. And I get that sentiment because I'm like that too. I tell people I don't people very well sometimes, right? In these spaces when I kind of connected with RSC, I like being in these spaces, but this is an anomaly for me. I don't have these connections with people typically.
I agree with you, Sonny. I agree with you there. I don't really do these. I don't like panels at all. I don't like the conversation of just sitting on a panel talking about subjects that really don't matter, that doesn't move the needle, that doesn't change my environment. But I like the soul thought process that Souls is trying to bring out. He's trying to bring out the psychological, trying to figure out who you are as a person. So when you see what's going on with the internet now, a lot of it's fake. A lot of it's rage bait, or it's click view kind of scenarios. That's why I tune in to the RSC and with Classic and Ted's, because they have figured out, okay, let's talk about real matters. Let's talk about something that will move the needle, move what you do as a person to change your outlook. And I watched a Queen's panel once with you guys, and I was like, I like how Classic is moderating, because he's sitting back and okay, he's letting us get game. If you sit back and watch, I don't know if anybody has time, but if you sit back and watch and go and look at his Queen's panels, right? Or I don't know if I'm saying it right, but if you go and watch and
the
just
Queen Code,
just Queen Code, excuse me, yes.
Yep.
Once you start paying attention, you'll start seeing these women open up, and I'm like, I never. Most women don't say that. Why is that? And then you'll see all these other places where they're these women are all like, oh yeah, and I do this, and I would never do that. Oh my goodness, and now you're just sitting back and you're listening to this like Kira, like we not fundamentally disagree with her, but I see her point now. Before I was like, whatever, no offense to her, but I now I look at the points differently. I look at things differently because of the shows that we have right now. And now that shift has made me go, let's not bash them so much, right? Because if I'm over here bashing them, who wants to come and get bashed on 24/7? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Versus, okay, now we're listening, now we're understanding, now we can sit back and say, hey, you know what? I never thought of it that way. And as men, we sit back in silence and we pay attention and we observe and we see your point. Now I'm enlightened, I'm entertained, I'm engaged, and now we have that sociology point that Classic tries to put in, and then you have all the members in the chat now from the RSC talking and weighing in. Now you're getting the full effect of, and I feel like family. I'm not alone. I found my tribe, and that's why people are in here. The real people are in here.
Well, I think that's kind of why I said earlier on in the chat that maybe this isn't a space really for me as a woman to speak. Maybe it's more of a space for me as a woman to listen. And I think it's important for us to understand that, because we have enough spaces in the social media world that will just have one lived perspective or the other. There is no space where people are actually sitting to listen, which is not hearing. There's a difference in the two. And listening to what each person is saying. It is important to listen to what men are saying, because there's a similarity in a lot of things that are being stated in men in a lot of these spaces if you just sat and listened. And there's also a similarity to a lot of things that women are saying in these spaces if you just sat and listened. They're kind of saying the same things in a lot of different ways. It's just from different lived perspectives. So when I come into spaces, regardless of where I'm listening to or who I'm engaging with, I always try to make it a point to come into the space to learn, but also try to share my knowledge, my wisdom. I'm not going to say I know everything. I'm not going to say I have it right. And, I'm not going to say that I haven't fallen off and done, and I'm not flawed individual and I haven't done these things that I've talked about. And I think I speak from a place where I understood that. And I always like to say history teaches you to understand your present. So if you don't understand even yourself historically, you're going to have a lot of things that you don't understand about who you are presently. And I'll land with that.
I agree with you. And I think when you have a younger generation like Classic, and like I said, I remember the 90s. I remember the 80s. I was 10 years old in 85. I remember the changes of how everything has gone as a people, and getting around like-minded souls that have outside of an urban environment where we would be labeled as nerds back then. Geeks, dweebs, because we are intelligent and we use our mind in a different way. Now it's opened up to where you have the internet, you can find your tribe, you can find your people. And so I agree with you wholeheartedly about the way our minds are different. But if we connect in a way where we're all able to discuss things openly, honestly, we move forward as a people. And you lighten up your heart, my bitter, bitter old heart. And you're welcome to Souls too as well. I thank you. I got to say one thing. I got to promote his Wednesday night. I missed it last night because I was doing something, but I was going to get on your guys' live about who y'all playing. Y'all missed some. Y'all missed. I don't know why you didn't play a little bit of Luda. I'm upset about that. I'm still upset. Souls, I'm upset about you not playing Luda. I'm upset with it. Just saying. I'm hurt.
It was a bop. It was a bop. It was a night. I actually listened to it while I was working.
The bows, bro, them bows. Come on, man. I can't get no Luda.
Yeah.
I'm mad.
Listen, they did spend about an hour on Trick Daddy. You right. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie.
It was heavy. There was. I don't think that was. There needed to be some. There needed to be some jockeying. You know, there had to be some jockeying.
It was good. It was fire, but no, I'm with you though. I think they did play a little bit of Luda though. If I'm not mistaken, I swear I heard one song, but I might be wrong though.
That was funny.
Yeah, it was good though. Yeah, we got too turned up. YouTube had to shut it down, man. It was going down.
Catch the replay though. Catch the replay.
Sure.
It's
Absolutely.
worth it.
Great music. The Life soundtrack last night on Souls of Thought platform was amazing. Yeah, he said he played Luda. Yeah, I thought I heard one song. Yeah, but you're right though. He should have had a little set. He should have had. Yeah, Luda deserved.
Luda has some hits now. Come on now.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Look at him. He advocating for his artist, Souls. Get him right, man. Next Wednesday,
Luda
get him
had
right.
some hits.
Get him right, man.
Luda had some hits. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. There's some hate there going on.
But yeah, that's it on the.
I'm just giving mess.
Oh, you all good. You all good. That's it on the question of the day. 2 different languages. I like y'all perspectives on that though. I'm gonna have to do some more thinking on it myself. I like to really ponder on things for a while and try to let it settle in, because a lot of times there's the double standards, you know what I mean, and it really should be discussed as a one-way street. But then sometimes you have to look at it like, nah, this go both ways. I'm not sure though with us, because the things that women find attractive in us is so different from what we're looking for. And so I think the and then like we all discussed, men's forms of communication aren't necessarily always verbal. So I don't know if the 2 different languages apply to us yet. I'm gonna mull it over though. We'll figure it out. But I do have one more segment from I Am Athlete. You know, y'all can go at any time. I don't want to hold anybody hostage. Y'all good. But y'all welcome to stay.
I'm here to the end, as you know. Okay. I watch to the end if I stay in.
Bet. Y'all welcome to stay. Let's see. I got Michael Beasley, Brandon Marshall, and Michael Irvin actually sat down and had a conversation, a very emotional conversation, I might add. And we're going to focus on the part that Michael Irvin leaned in on the most. So let's see what these gentlemen were discussing. Hold on. All right, here we go.
I got tears in my eyes right now, bro. Like,
yeah, I've been fighting them back for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, like why?
Because I'm hurt and unhealed, and that shit hurts to speak about. Yeah. Right, but then I don't want to be sad because I have a will to teach. Don't ask me who told me, but it just right. So what? Fuck the salt and fuck the until I die. It just has to happen.
But keep teaching. It'll help you heal. That's what you. Wait. We got to say. You keep showing up, and you keep teaching. That's the healing process. And you're speaking with realness, and you can feel this. That's the teaching process. I'm telling you, man. Bro. Just keep showing up and keep sharing, bro. And you'll see the difference. And then it'll give some sense to why you have the pain when you see what you're doing.
No, but this is the part. Time out. I feel like the man with tears in his eyes should have the right to talk.
You guys.
I just feel like you soft right now. I feel like you soft. I feel like I didn't know.
But let me tell you why, because of what you said.
Older, though, dog.
Yeah, we do. But when you talk about teaching, let me tell you why I got tears in my eyes, though, right? Because you talk about teaching, how you were just talking to Mike Bees, right? And Bees telling this story, and for me, it's like what you said is 100% right. But will Ja Morant and his father T Morant receive this the right way?
Oh, I think if Pat Riley gets
you understand what I'm saying, but you understand what I'm saying. I'm feeling this because they don't understand. I don't care about the clicks. I don't care about the views. What we care about is, yo, I've been in this situation. I'm telling you, will you receive it? I got.
So very interesting. So healing through teaching, right? First off, let's address it in sections. Y'all know I'm not necessarily in agreement with a camera being turned on and a group of grown men crying in a circle. I'm not with that. Y'all know I'm consistent on that. So we can address that real fast. How did y'all feel about the circle of tears? Let's start with
circle of tears.
Yeah, that's what it was. I'm go to Sneaker P. Let me get a sound check on you. Sneaker P, what up?
How's everybody doing? I'm here.
All is well. All is
Good,
well.
good. How are you?
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you for chiming in. Let's start with you. Since you just showed up, we've all had plenty to say. What did you think about the clip from I Am Athlete? Just the first piece of it, all of them sitting around being extra vulnerable with each other with cameras running.
I didn't really get a chance to see it because I just popped in. So I didn't want to.
It's only a minute. I'll play it again for you because I want you to be caught up so you can properly contribute to the conversation. I got you. Let's go.
Tears in my eyes. I got tears in my eyes right now, bro. Like,
yeah, I've been fighting them back for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, like why?
Because I'm hurt and unhealed, and that shit hurts to speak about, right? But then I don't want to be sad because I have a will to teach. Don't ask me who told me, but it just right. So what? Fuck the salt and fuck the until I die. It just has to happen.
But keep teaching. It'll help you heal. That's what you. Wait. We got to say it. You keep showing up, and you keep teaching. That's the healing process, and you're speaking with realness, and you can feel this. That's the teaching process. I'm telling you, man. Bro. Just keep showing up and keep sharing, bro. And you'll see the difference. And then it'll give some sense to why you have the pain when you see what you're doing.
No, but this is the part I don't. We all got to go through. Time out. I feel like the man with tears in his eyes should have the right to talk.
For right now, we'll stop right there. Well, I think that actually shows the gist of the conversation, to be honest with you. But honestly, I think I'll start off by saying I've seen Brandon Marshall cry on camera on his podcast a plethora of times. And I think just from my little bit of understanding of psychology and sociology, I honestly think that's his attention-seeking mechanism. I think it's worked for him since childhood, and it never stopped working into adulthood. And he kind of told on himself subconsciously by expressing that he feels like the person with tears in their eyes should have the right of way to talk. Crying in a room full of men, I don't think gets you the right of way to talk. I think you should do the most listening. If you're in a room full of men and you're just sitting there crying, I think you should probably do the most listening. But what do y'all feel about that? Sneaker Pete, now that you've seen the were you able to hear the clip?
Yeah, I was able to hear it.
What you think about that?
I kind of feel double-sided about it because I feel like in the celebrity space, they go through so much that they should have a space for each other to really take each other in and basically navigate the waves of life, so to speak. But from a normal person, everyday person perspective, I think is normal, and I think it leaves you in a vulnerable place because we all should be humble at heart. I feel like there's a lot of egos amongst people where we don't really share what's in our hearts and on our mind as we should, so everybody could be transparent. I feel like everybody just tries to put up this ego and wear this Superman cape all the time when we should all just be vulnerable. And if what you got going on in your life makes you cry, then so be it. I'm all for it.
What's the just and not to, I'm not debating with you. I just want to to get into the nuances or peel back some layers on your thought process. What you think the pros and cons are of that level of vulnerability? Let's just say on average, what do you think that produces, from a societal standpoint? If we just got, a bunch of men walking around that could be induced to tears, at random.
I think the pros is less violence, more communication. And I think the cons is if you got like a Uncle Tom type of guy or a backstabbing type of guy who's trying to come up, he's going to use it to his advantage and take advantage of you and just put you in an even worse space than you started from the beginning.
Okay, so you and you don't have to tell none of your personal business. That's up to you. But if you were giving advice to a young boy that's, you know, walking into, you know, young manhood, would you recommend to him to be a wolf or to be vulnerable? Because we know that, like you just acknowledged, that wolves exist and they'll prey on the vulnerable, right? So would you recommend to him to be a wolf or vulnerable? Be a member of the flock, be a sheep?
So I do a lot of mentoring, and I kind of feel like people should act within their nature according to your upbringing and your experiences that you've experienced on your personal walk in life. That determines your nature. So if you are a sheep, you should be a sheep. If you're a wolf, you should be a wolf, because that's in your nature. And we basically mimic animals, and we just are human and we have a conscience, but at the same time we have that animal instinct within all of us. Some people are hybrid, some people are sheep, some people are wolves. So if you're a hybrid, you kind of got the best of both worlds. If you're a wolf, you got to act within your nature. You can't be trying to play like grandma and Little Red Riding Hood, so to speak. Like, just be a wolf. Don't be hiding under, don't pretend. So that's how I feel.
I like your perspective. I like it a lot. Let's move to Sonny. Sonny, what you think about that first piece as far as like the level of vulnerability being exhibited by that circle of men?
I think what's his name, Brandon Marshall with the locks. I think he was being very performative. I've watched a couple of his show over the years. He's a bit dramatic, and respectfully, that's what I guess he thinks he needs to do in order to continue to engage with his audience. I like Michael Irvin's position, and I think that's just because I am also a young old lady, and I come from that generation of older men who are a bit more like, tell your story. You know, Michael Irvin was just a bit more stoic for me, right? I don't think it's necessarily about the emotion. I think it's about the story. And the other gentleman, I apologize, I don't remember his name, but I know he played basketball, and I know he suffered. He was a great basketball player, and he suffered from a lot of mental health issues.
Michael Beasley.
Michael Beasley. Okay. So I like where he was coming from. The question I have is should he heal? And I think healing is constant, right? I think you heal from a thing, and then you learn how to identify when you're being triggered, and then you act accordingly. That's why I say, for me, it's never you're healed with an ED, but you're healing. I think maybe I think if teaching is his way of healing himself, I think I promote that. I just think, is he going to teach what hurt? Is he going to be teaching from a place of hurt? And is he going to pass that on? Because, they say hurt people, and they may just do it simply by teaching. So that's the only thing. But I think the genuineness was coming from more of the Mike Beasley and Mike Irvin versus I forgot the man name again.
Brandon Marshall.
Yeah, Brandon Marshall. So I think there was a genuineness there with them, and the way they communicate, I think, is what to me. And of course I'm a woman. I'm not trying to step in no man's space, but I just think that's a very productive way of men communicating and healing and talking about things versus just sitting there boo-hooing all the time. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but that's not really going to solve a problem. So, yeah.
Okay. I like that. And then I'm a pivot for you, for In Too Deep. I'm a pivot.
Oh, go ahead.
In regards to yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's all I already know. So in regards to like healing through teaching, do you feel like being in the process of healing makes you a better or worse teacher if you're trying to teach through, managing rage, so to speak, or managing, your transgressions? Thinking?
Who, me?
Yeah. I was asking you, do you think it makes you a better or a worse teacher if you're teaching through the pain, so to speak, if you're teaching through the turmoil, you're trying to heal through, the process of coaching or teaching or training? Do you think it makes you a better version of yourself or worse? Not you in particular, but a person, say a person.
Perception is key.
Mm-hmm.
And stoicism is very different amongst the newer generation than my generation. So I came up with, I remember when they ushered in It Was All Right to Cry. I was in that generation. And my dad used to say, I'm going to give you something to cry about with a belt. So I don't have sympathy for certain situations that I had to learn how to grow into over time, so I don't be labeled archaic. So maybe for the newer generation, yes, it could work. But for older generations like myself and beyond, nah. Perception is reality. What you see is what you get. The proof is in the pudding. Those terminologies are always going to be that way. Now, we all know Brandon Marshall was a diva on the field. He cried if he didn't get certain things, if he didn't get his way. So this is his personality, and I don't know him personally, but from the outside looking in, it was more of a distraction. And my dad would have pulled out a belt on the football field at me, and even if I was in the NFL, that's how my dad was, and that's just, I'm looking at it in that lens. But as a father, or as a son, or any of that, to say what another man does is what it is. I'm just not going to say anything. I'm going to be silent because he's a big guy. I don't want to get in an argument. I'm not going to fight with him. I'm not going to, hey, you want to cry? Go ahead, cry. But me looking at it, I'm not going to tell you nothing. I ain't going to say nothing to you. I'm just going to, it's all right, dog, pat you on the back, and let's move on. Everybody has their own personal sensibilities. But me personally, I can attest to what Michael Irvin was saying. As you get older, I start to tear up when I start watching certain movies. I watched The Old Yeller the other day when the dude had to go out there and kill his dog. I was like, damn. And a tear rolled down my eye. I was like, damn. And I started tearing up. But am I going to cry about it, like blow out and be like, oh, you got to listen to me because I'm crying? I can't get with that. I'm sorry. It's a personal thing with me. I can't get with it. No offense to him. I'm not trying to trip on him. I'm not one to tell him what to do, but I remember those belt whoopings I got. Yeah. And that comes to my mind as soon as I start to act a certain way. I'm like, that belt. Because my dad instilled stoicism into me. He said, appearances is everything. If you look strong, people will not mess with you.
It's definitely a deterrent. I agree. Kira said, been together for 17 years and never seen him cry, and I dread the day that I do. Some women feel like they don't even know you unless they seen you cry a little
Classic.
bit. They feel like you're not being your whole self. If like that concept. I'm with you though. I remember when they rolled out the It's All Right to Cry campaign too. You know what I'm saying? And they never hit the off switch on it. You know what I mean? And I think it does more harm than good for sure. Like I said, everything got pros and cons. And I think that's one of those things that definitely has more cons than pros. Even as a nation, it makes us appear to be a weak nation, a vulnerable nation. just too much estrogen, you know what I mean, in the men. You know what I'm saying? Like I think that it's a situation where there's two ways that we could go about it, and the way that we've been choosing is trash. Like you have the concept of yeah, Sneaker P, I see you back. But you have the concept of okay, life is hard, and so boy, I'm gonna prepare you for life because it's hard. So I'm gonna get you ready. I'm gonna harden you. I'm gonna toughen you up and get you ready for the life, because life is going to be what it is. So you just have to get prepared. That's the old way of teaching. That's the way that got us men, that got us right. You know what I'm saying? This new way of teaching is it shouldn't be that way, and it ought to. It ought to be this way, and it ought. So you're no longer teaching or raising the kids up into reality. You're raising them up into a fantasy in your brain. If people don't act like that, they don't act like that. So you need to toughen up, Chief. You know what I'm saying? This concept of like, I'm gonna just say it, bitching up. That concept is just I can't get with it. You know what I'm saying? I can't. I just put it like this. Did we ever see Jerry Rice crying? Not for real. Nope. You ever see? You know what I'm saying? All the people that we will put ahead of Brandon Marshall, they ain't crybabies. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I always say. Like it really.
T.O. was the epitome of a crier, though.
Yeah, but I would still put everybody ahead of T.O. that I would put ahead of Brandon Marshall. You know what I'm saying? Like T.O. not in my top 5. Like you can't be crying. Like that's what I'm saying. Like nice guys, soft guys, they all end up in the same place. Like life is a competition, and if you're induced to tears faster than me, I'm gonna beat you, dog. I'm gonna let you know that now. I'm gonna beat you.
Right. And for me as a woman, and I have to say this like this, and I mean no disrespect. I don't want anybody to take this out of context. But I'm looking at it that if this is the person who's supposed to be leading me, and we both over here ugly face crying because we can't figure our way out of a wet paper bag, then we are in trouble. Does that,
Say that again, please?
I said, me as a woman, if I am looking to you to lead me, I'm not saying you cannot have an emotional moment. I am saying if you are so emotional to the point you are now unable to function, what am I supposed to do as the person who's supposed to be following you? I'm supposed to be following your lead. And if we both over here ugly face crying, what am I going to do? What are we going to do? Because we both can't seem to figure our way out, and we both just sitting here, we're going to cry together. You know, no, I don't believe in that. I've raised my children by myself. And one of the things I told them literally from the time they could understand is that you were born with your 3 strikes. Nobody cares what you didn't have. Nobody cares what you're going through. And I know that sounds harsh, and I know people are like, oh my God, but it was a reality. That was my reality. I was born into an environment where they don't care whether my father was there or not, whether my mother was there or not. They don't care. The question is how are you gonna function? Because we're in a world that doesn't care. So sitting there and crying about it, that's fine. Get it out your system, wipe your face, and let's get back to it. I'm not saying you shouldn't have that moment. I'm not saying you shouldn't experience the emotion, right? My children had a space to experience that, right? But we're not gonna dwell in it, right? We're gonna pick ourselves up and we're gonna keep it moving. Right? We're going to take responsibility for the things that we did. We're going to accept the consequence to the actions that happen, and we're going to keep it moving. I mean,
what's up, Sneaker P? Sneaker P want a rebuttal? Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of make an assessment to a point. So I agree with her. Actually, I don't believe men should cry in a leadership role. I believe if it's not a funeral or some sort of traumatic experience where it's not necessarily a leadership role where everybody's just in a vulnerable space, I believe it's okay. Like in the privacy of your home with your wife or your woman, it's okay to be transparent with your wife and your woman. But when it comes to a leadership role, like, oh, how are we going to pay the bills next month? Or the car is about to get repossessed, or we got to figure out how to get the kids to college and stuff like that. like when life basically starts lifing, I don't think men should cry within that leadership role. But at the same time, every family got to figure out who the leader is. Like every relationship doesn't necessarily have to have the man be the leader. The woman may have more courage than the man in certain things in life, and they kind of like offset and complement each other. That's what it should be about.
So have you seen a successful relationship dynamic where it was like it was known that the woman is the leader and the man was kind of like more of the submissive figure? Have you seen that work out in like I'm saying like in a real world scenario?
And in the family aspect, I've seen it like when it comes to my mom and my dad, and I grew up in a 2-parent household. My mom pretty much went to work. She took care of the home as well. She didn't really rely on my dad because my dad had certain vices. Like he went to work and he retired. He had a good career, but he wanted to drink and be out with his friends. And so he kind of abandoned his husband duties, so to speak. Not necessarily his father duties, but he abandoned his husband duties. But my mom had to take a leadership role because sometimes he would go hang out, but things still had to get done in the house. And she had to make sure the bills get paid so stuff don't go, like, so we don't get put out basically and things like that. So she was more the leader when it came to that aspect of the family. My dad was more the leader. He was able to go make money and be able to provide for the whole family. But my dad lost his mom at an early age, and then his sister abandoned him. So he had triggers within him that he necessarily couldn't really bypass. He was always stuck in that mode. So my mom had the mental to kind of keep everything going.
Okay.
That's interesting.
It is. That's rare too.
It is.
Generally speaking, that relationship will implode due to the normally there's going to be some ego tripping that starts to take place. But maybe your dad was did he have a lot of humility about himself?
No, he just felt like he could only depend on himself. So he had a hard time of letting people in. He had this shell and he wouldn't let people in. He wouldn't just speak about what's bothering him at the time until he got over it. So he just hold it all in and he would use the alcohol as a vice.
Non-verbal communication still. Yeah, Sonny, you was on to something. We don't like to talk, do we? Yeah, we ain't gonna say nothing. We ain't gonna say nothing.
I ain't gonna say nothing, right? This is an interesting perspective for me because I've always been under the belief that a relationship, there's always an understanding that the man is going to lead. From my perspective, there's always that understanding that the man is going to lead. Now, if he gets sick, if he falls short, it happens. I understand that while I may fill in those gaps and take care of him while he's incapacitated, to me, that's my responsibility as his woman. That's what I'm supposed to do, right? But when he's back, he's back. I'm not going to hold on to that leadership position. Now, from what Sneaker P has stated about his family dynamic with his mother essentially taking on that leadership role because his father, for whatever his reasoning wasn't, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is just what I understood what you just said, is that your mother took on the predominance of that leadership role. She managed the house. She got a job. She paid bills. You know, your father was there, but he was just present. He didn't really exude leadership roles. He showed himself to be more incapacitated in the sense for whatever he was, his traumas and his triggers didn't allow him to function fully in that leadership capacity. Am I right in my understanding of that?
That's correct.
Now, my question to you is how you growing up in that environment, what is now your perspective of relationships? Because your roles were essentially reversed in that sense.
That's why I believe people should act within their nature. My mom was also adopted, so she grew up in a foster care family, and she's pretty much had a job since she was 14. So she was able, through her walks in life, able to get the necessary essentials that prepared her for her marriage. Whereas most women, like Classic said, would have bailed out on that situation because they may not have wanted to step into a leadership role. But at the same time, from a biblical standpoint, you have Adam and Eve. When Adam took a nap, just like any man has to rest so he could recover and get his strength and everything. What's a woman supposed to do when that man is asleep now? You got to take on certain leadership roles while he's resting.
Okay. Can I ask one more question? In Classic, I'm going to give you your panel back, but this is such an interesting topic to me.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you think your mother chose your father and vice versa because of her upbringing? This is why I say history is important. You said your mother was in foster care. She had to do a lot of things where she was put in a position to survive, right? So she was never going, and she had to survive in that. Women, when they have to lead and head a household, most of the time, 99% of the time, they are functioning in the capacity of survival because our nature is to nurture, right? Women are there to take care, nurture, provide a different type of provision for her household, not lead and head a household. So I'm asking this question: do you think your mother and father chose one another because your mother will continue, because she's had to kind of have this leadership position her entire life? So therefore, when she saw your father and they connected, she understood that his vices were probably very prevalent to her while they were dating prior to them getting married, and that he will kind of allow her indirectly to continue to function in that role of survival and leadership, air quote, if you will, for her as a woman.
Yes, to answer your question, I believe they chose each other because they aligned. Like my mom was reserved and my dad was a outgoing, fun party type of person. So they kind of complemented each other. And my dad, he was a good dad. Like I said, he provided and he did what he needed to do within his role in the marriage. He just had childhood trauma that he brought into his adulthood because he didn't unpack it in his teenage years like he should have, and brought it into his adult years. And it just so happened that he never wanted to unpack it at any point in his life, and he just used that excuse pretty much to chase the alcohol. So I mean, he's aware of what he needed to do, and he didn't do it. And to this day, my mom and my dad are divorced because of it, and he regrets every day that he didn't unpack it. And he always said that's the best woman that I ever had, and he would get back with my mom if he could, but he doesn't want to do the work. So it's not in his nature, once again, to he's a wolf as a grown up, but inside in his heart, he's a sheep because he has a good heart. So he's kind of like fighting the two battles, like as to which path he should take from a nature standpoint.
Okay, I wanted to end up, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm a hush. I'm gonna put my mic back on mute. I asked that question because Sneaker P's mom, stay with me, audience. Sneaker P's mom exhibits what a lot of women exhibit today in what we call this modern woman, right? I'm not gonna say we, but I am gonna say we. Women have been in this place of survival for so long, right? Men being out the house for whatever reason, the crack epidemic in the 80s and child support divorces, whatever, the dynamics of feminism, all of these things that have impacted households have now turned women into these, and the wonderful word equality, don't get me started, have impacted women's perspective of submissiveness and have skewed the identity of leadership. So we think being submissive is bad, shame, and we prop up being leaders and independent and all of these things. But then Sneaker P made a very good point after a while of playing that role, because that's not what we truly want to be as leaders in our relationships, in our households. We want to be the submissive. We get tired, we get frustrated, and then we say enough is enough. Now I want to rest in my soft girl era, air quote, and now I want to move into this different space. And yeah, and I'm hushing, I'm being quiet.
I think that was a beautiful exchange and a great analysis by you in regards to how we get here, because I think the why is more important than the what in this regard. We got to reverse engineer what's going on out here some way, somehow, because walking back into realistic thought processes, I think, is going to be the first step for us to get back into realistic situations. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of people's thought processes are out of alignment with what reality is. When I listen to a lot of women describe the men they want, they're describing a fantasy, you know, not necessarily a make and model that exists, you know, that's on the lot. And for men, I think that our lens, the veil's been lifted for us, right? Like we now more than ever are understanding the true nature of women. And so because of that, on average, we don't value, you know, your average woman like we once did. You have to show that you are different, right? It's almost like women have to show that they are willing to fight against the nature that we now are aware of. Like, I know your estrogen and your chemical imbalance want you to do some snaky shit. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes. And are you the type of woman who gonna fight against that and be solid? You know, and if so, then I can consider you. But if not, you know what I'm saying, I'm cool. You know what I'm saying? I think men are less naive these days. And I think a lot of the outrage we see online comes from the women who are not benefiting from the jig being up. Like, it's up. The lick is over. The play has been run. Whatever finessing you was doing, you know what I mean? I mean, lucky for them, you know, it's gonna be a simp born every day, but you used to be able to get a simp that looked like me, or a simp that, you know what I'm saying, you used to be able to get whatever type of simp you want. Now you're gonna have to get a simp that's presenting like a simp presenting man. He looked the whole part. You feel me? Because the rest of us that got even a dose of just an ounce of cool in us, we not going for it no more. So it's just like everybody got to tighten up. You know what I'm saying? I think men got to get more confident in being dominant again. And not really caring about the fallout. If you dealing with a woman and you put your foot down and you putting your foot down, run her off, so be it. Rejection is protection. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta, like, I don't think that's the case. I think a lot of men ain't willing to take what they perceive as a loss. You really winning, but we perceive it as a loss. Like, oh, I put my foot down, I lost my girl. You know what I'm saying? Bro, you won. She wasn't best for you. You need to be able to put your foot down with the woman you gonna be with. And if you can't, and she can't handle that, then God helping you out, brother. And trust me. So it's just, I think these types of conversations and these types of nights and these types of panels gonna help more people than we know. You know what I'm saying? These videos go out, they spread around to the masses. You got so many people that watch and don't comment at all. You know what I'm saying? It'll help more people than we know. And I think that we just gotta drive. We both gotta hit U-turns and start driving back towards each other again. You know what I mean? I think we're gonna be straight. Yeah.
So. And can I just say one more thing?
Yeah, for sure.
So what women don't understand is, like, they have the most powerful power ever, whereas they're able to create family, and that doesn't necessarily mean kids. Like, for example, if a woman gets in a relationship with a man, that should be considered family. Like, if you're a boyfriend and girlfriend, that now should be your family, and they don't look at it like that. Like, women don't necessarily look at their legacy as being defined by family. They starting to look at their legacy as being defined by money. And I always said, like, a Warren Buffett will always have a better legacy than an Oprah when it comes to money. But if Oprah was to create a family, her legacy would be that much more on top of the money. But when you got a guy like, for example, the basketball player who just wrote his kids off, nobody's not going to remember the fact or talk about the fact that he wrote his kids off and he doesn't want anything to do with his kids. They're going to look at it, oh, He had a great career. He was one of the best basketball players ever, made a lot of money, and that's how it's going to go. Just like with these celebrities where they have these secret children and they're men. They're never going to be defined. A man is never really going to be defined by a family per se. He's going to be defined by his purpose and the legacy he left on the world through his purpose, how many people he affected. Whereas a woman is going to be defined by her family, meaning man or kids or both.
2K, what's up, dog? Talk to me.
Hey, what's the word, man? Hey, how y'all doing? How y'all mama now?
Everybody
What's going on?
I'm sorry about not showing my face, man. I'm on flu game right now, bro.
It's all good, man. Feel better.
Nah, I will be, bro. But yeah, I was just enjoying the show that y'all was having, man. It was dope conversation, dope dialogue.
Appreciate that. You said you wanted to tighten something up, though. What did you hear that didn't sound right, man?
Oh, K-Boss was talking to man. I don't know K-Boss. What's up with it? How you doing, sir?
I'm good. I watch you. I follow you. So I don't disagree with your commentary at most points. We're both military individuals, so we get it.
Absolutely. The only thing I was really agreeing with you was like how you don't argue, and I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, but I don't know how you mastered that in this day and age.
Mastered what? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Not arguing with a woman, because like you got to think we us as men right now, we kind of have been what's this word I'm looking for? Jesus. We've been domesticated. Okay, we used to be lions, and now we house cats, right? And rightfully so. We don't need that much aggression as men in this modern age. But also we have lost like the ability to like discipline women, and we can't really strong on stuff no more. So if you don't verbally argue with women, like there's nothing left for us to do to even try to man up the conversation or try to be a man in this situation. So if you're not arguing with your girl, bro, you might be closer to losing everything than you know.
I mean, I understand your point. I'm just at an age I'm 50, right? And I understand stress, my cortisol level. I understand certain things that I watch other people. So I watched my father for 46 years be married to a woman that was never happy. Ever. He could do no right.
Right.
And I watched the dichotomy over time, where when he started to get sick, he started yapping a little bit more. And I looked at my dad, I was like, what's going on here? That's when I know he was sick, because he would never fall on his morals. Then I watch other people, through relationships. And a lot of my buddies, they argued with their wife all the time. And, next thing you know, he's in jail. And I got to bail him out. Then he's sleeping on my couch crying and drinking all my liquor. And then, I realized arguing with women is going to get you a couple things. One, broker, because you're going to have to do makeup. So you're going to have to buy her something. You're going to have to give you more of your time, your energy. And I'm not saying I'm perfect and I don't argue with women. I get up to a certain point where we're going to agree to disagree. And if she's not my chick, if she's not with me and I can't get no buns afterwards, I don't see the point of arguing with that woman, because she's trying to steal your energy. So go ahead.
So my brother, it sounds like you kind of don't know the power in you. Like if the reason why I'm gonna not argue is because it don't come with buns, in the aftermath of that, that's a horrible hat to lay your that's a horrible house to put your hat in, put it like that. All right, because you got to think about it like sex is a privilege. If you ever notice, like who doing the most moaning during sex is them. They getting the best of it. So you got like, if we are arguing, my penis not moving for you. Like I want to be in a place where everything is okay if we having sex. I'm not for the fuck the attitude away or none of the above. That's a reward, bro. So if the buzz is the reward for you to act right, man, your position might be compromised, my guy.
I'm gonna just interject here. What I mean mentally, what I'm thinking is totally different than what I'm looking for the reward. Arguing with a person in general, you're giving up your energy. That's what I'm really trying to protect. I'm trying to protect my chi, my inner glow, because people argue with positive people all the time. So what's the point of me putting myself in a position because you want my energy, because you want my time, you want my attention, you want all these different things. Me knowing women to a certain extent, they're always going to have some type of problem that as men we're here to solve because we're action oriented to solve these problems. Me going back and forth with somebody with a emotional tennis, I'm just not one for it. I ain't got time. I got other things I could do. I have other projects to do. So it's a waste of my time to argue with somebody, especially if they're not even my protection. They're not under what we say covering. They're not part of my situation. So why should I care about what another woman thinks? Go get your man, and I hope he does well with you. That's what I'm going to tell you. And then I'm going to leave you alone. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm going to end the conversation because what's the point of getting upset? I see what happens with certain men. They get a DV charge, or they'll get called sassy, or they'll get called toxic, toxic masculinity and all these extra stuff. But I'm out the door. I'm not even in the room anymore. I'm out.
Everything. See, listen, bro. The easiest thing you can do is quit. All right, like that's she arguing, and you know, and she already know. Once you get so deep into the argument, you gonna clock out. She has literally won, and if your best solution is to walk away, then she has won the entire prize. She got to waste your time, your resources, and now she get to put her buns out there for another nigga to eat.
And he can have it.
No, he can't.
We're just different. We're just different, and I can understand what you're saying.
Like, and we're gonna get some understanding because I can't backhand you no more. We gonna have to get some understanding, and I don't care if it takes us 3 days for you to get it. Because see, let's go back to that covering you were talking about.
Right.
This what we don't get enough credit for. See, the man is there to protect the woman, and do you know who we protect her from? Majority of the time.
Other men like us?
No, herself.
Yeah.
Herself. Mm-hmm. So that's the thing. So, bro, sometimes you might have to argue with her for 3 days just to get her to understand that she's going to self-destruct and hurt herself.
2K, what does a one argument sound like? How do you win an argument with a woman? I've never witnessed this.
Never.
It usually sounds like switching lanes. All right. Once a woman gets to another topic, consider that last topic y'all was arguing about a win. Because now she's pivoting.
Mm-hmm.
So you might have to play the game with her. She might switch lane like 3 more times and just give her a win. But like on something that's not super principle. Like I told you, I asked you to put your sock in the dirty clothes basket. Okay, man, I give you that one. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You pick and choose your battles. I get it.
Absolutely. But that big stuff, we got to stand on no matter if it take you 72 straight hours for her to realize the danger she's putting herself in.
Shit.
I don't disagree with you there. Like I'm talking about big stuff. We're talking about big, huge arguments with certain situations. I get to a certain threshold to where if I know my energy is going to be taken from it, I'm going to regress and say, you know what? I'll let you have that one because really in battle,
can I give
you said, hold on, let me just hold on. I'll land. I'll make it quick. what I'm saying is you can get to a certain situation to a certain point to where it gets heated. And if we're talking about somebody who's not of my esteem, not of my ilk, not of my tribe, I give a fuck what you think. I don't care to argue with you. I don't want to give you my energy because I know that's what you want. So why play the game with you when I don't want to play? Now, if you like to argue with somebody, fine, be my guest. You can argue with them all day, and I'll sit back and watch popcorn and watch you guys go viral.
Oh no, of course. This energy is, of course, reserved for the loved ones.
Oh yeah, I don't argue. I don't argue with my female about anything. It's good. I'll say what I mean. This is what I'm going to do. Here's my actions. My actions are going to speak for me. That's how my dad was. That's how I am. If I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it because I said I'm going to do it. Now, if I don't do it and you want to bitch at me, fine. I'll be like, you're right. I'll do better. But if you're bitching at me because you don't like how I do something, I'm just gonna dismiss you anyway. Oops, sorry. I'm gonna dismiss you anyway. I'm not gonna listen to what you got to say because I'm on my purpose and I just won't do anything with you. I will not touch that subject ever again. It will be covered over like a Band-Aid, and as soon as you try to unpeel it back, I'm just gonna cover it down. But you're right. You had that one, and move on to the next.
So this is why I mentioned boundaries earlier. So my question to you would be, how quick are you moving in with these women? Like, what's your boundary?
I'm not moving in with nobody.
So how are these arguments happening? These arguments sound
the
like
arguments don't happen. Together. Is what I'm trying to tell you. I avoid them at all costs. I'm just not an arguer.
See, okay. So when it comes to these boundaries, I know women. I have had a plethora, and I got a lot of experience with them. Just as soon as you set a boundary, that's just the line that she want to cross the fastest.
Exactly. I get you. That's why I don't keep a boundary with a woman. That's why I say, you know what, you got it. Because if you let them know that it gets under your skin, they're going to keep picking at it.
No, because there's boundaries and then there's non-negotiable. Like your non-negotiable is your emergency button where she cannot cross because you definitely will walk away.
But you don't. Let me give you the flip side to this, right? If we're talking about females and the relationship you're with a female, right? If you're dating a woman that has somewhat of her marbles together and thought processes together, right? Where you can actually hold a conversation, it's fluid, then you won't argue as much. It's only when you deal with people that do not have that same mentality as you. They're not on the same level as you. You don't have that corresponding level ground where, hey, you know what? I'm not gonna let somebody just walk all over me because I'm gonna let them walk all over me. I'm just gonna be like, you got that one, and then I won't bring it up. And if you want to keep doing it, I'm out. Deuces. I ain't got time for this. I got work to do. I'm on my purpose. That's it.
We got
so
lovely.
I don't argue with nobody.
No, I got you. We got lovely 8 in the chat. She said, when men don't argue with us, it makes us mad. The best thing a man can do is not argue with us if you want to prove a point. What you think, 2K?
It sounds good in theory, okay? So the man who she's speaking about, they advocated away from. They call him toxic, right? So now the man that y'all are getting from us now are the men with nothing else left to do but talk back. And now y'all calling him sassy.
Exactly.
So it's like, hey, damn if we do, damn if we don't. Either we gonna go back smacking y'all, or we gonna have these sassy conversations.
So is arguing the new backhand?
It's not. It's verbal abuse, but
classic.
Hey, at least he said it. Hey, that's what. Hey, you know what? Out of all the people that I watch and listen to, especially coming from that other side, is what I call it, the other side now. But on that other side, I respect what you say because at least you own it.
Yeah, it's the truth.
You own it. That's all I can say for that.
You got certain women that don't go back and forth with their own father or their grandfather, and I've come to find out that when you date women that have high regards for their father or their grandfather, there's really not that much back and forth and disrespect within a relationship. They're able to think logical in certain situations.
Classic.
That's a fact, but it's only 7 of them in the world, and you got like, of course, we heard about unicorns.
Oh, that's clipping. That's clipped. We clipping that one. That's a clip right there. That's a clip.
That's hilarious.
That's a clip. That's a clip.
Yeah, for sure. Roxy said, within relationships, when should boundaries be discussed? In the beginning, or when it's being pushed against?
In the beginning.
You know what? I got a witty woman, right? And I kind of need her to push me sometimes. I kind of need her to tiptoe on my boundaries. You know what I'm saying? It keeps me sharp as a man. It keeps me okay, hey, because I don't want to get too comfortable. I don't want her getting too comfortable. So I kind of like the back and forth sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But she know the hard boundaries. That's, hey, don't you even look at the line.
Can I ask what your sign is? I'm not trying to hit on you or anything like that. Can I? I just need to know your sign.
My sign?
Yeah.
A dollar sign, bro.
Classic.
I don't do astrology, man.
I understand you don't, but I do, and that's why I'm just asking.
It'll be a Sagittarius.
Okay, I figured as much.
Kira asked a question earlier that we just now getting to, but since we got a full panel, I wanted to know what y'all thought, because I thought it was a good question. She said, when a man cries, do women really know what to do?
When a man
I actually wanted to answer this question. I'm sorry to interject, but I kind of wanted to speak on a kind of answer a couple of things and kind of respond to some of the things being said. But Kira's question, this question was one thing I wanted to answer. And to be honest with you, Kira, and the gentleman, I don't know if women really do know what to do when a man cries, because that is such an unusual position for women to see men in. We don't know how to, and I'm speaking for a collective, not for myself personally, but for women specific. But I don't think women really would know what to do with that. We don't. And I think it comes from the fact that we don't know what he would need in that moment. Does he want us to rub his back? Does he want us to just let him cry? Does he want us to, kind of sit there with him? I just think because we don't usually see that from our men like that, most women don't usually see that from a lot of men, we wouldn't really know what to do in that point. And I think, now I will say this, I think if we have some level of understanding about the man we are with, we would understand a bit more how to respond. But I think just in general, I don't think most women would really know what to do with that emotion. To see him physically cry, I don't think we would know.
I think women do a certain thing when men cry, and rightfully so. Y'all leave them. Y'all leave men. Yes, absolutely.
No, yeah. I'm not disagreeing with that. And I think we leave because we don't know what to do with that emotion. We really don't know how to sit with a man as he's experiencing such a heavy emotion. Women are used to crying, right? Yeah. Y'all see us cry all the time. We cry when we happy, we cry when we sad, we cry, oh my God, I just got my nails done. I'm crying because he just did such a fabulous job. I got this, I had a baby, I got married. We crying all the time. So that's just commonplace, right? Men have this emotional experience even in the heaviest times, death, babies, these very happy moments. We don't know how to accept that. And a lot of women reject that because we don't know how to accept it. What are we going to do with a man who's crying?
Y'all shouldn't have to accept it. A man should only be able to cry 2 times. At a funeral, or when he get caught cheating and he trying to lure you back in. That's it. Okay, listen. No leader should be showing that sign of weakness and expecting respect from his platoon when he turn around. Hey, I'm looking at you for guidance, and I look over and you crying.
That's a fact.
As a man, you have to be that rock. If you need to go cry, take your ass to the backyard, hug the tree. Don't let nobody hit you.
So depending on the nature of the man again, when a man cries and he's with his woman, I think it should be like that song. How does that song go? When you cry, I cry, we cry together. I think it should be like that, depending on the nature of the man and the relationship. Like
you sick like that.
That's the response I would want from my woman. Like we could cry together. We cry together.
How long has she been gone, bro?
You should do a poll in the chat saying how many times a woman see a dude cry and their innards dry up.
It depends on the nature of a man. You either a wolf or you a sheep.
I'm in a different league in a different generation.
Everybody can't be a
Sneaker
wolf.
P, I just respectfully disagree. No woman wants it. I'm all for a man doing what he needs to do. But like I said previous to this, if we both sitting here, we cry, I cry, you cry, we all crying together, you know, we're not gonna we have a problem, because if life is still lifing and we both are still crying about something.
Though.
No, it's not no different levels.
Though.
Listen, no, it's not.
I didn't sign a contract. I done signed contracts. My mom is right there, and I cry. We cry like that's my mom, my girlfriend.
That's your mama.
We cry. We gonna cry. That's a level up in life.
Let me tell you something. That's your mama.
It's different levels.
That's your mama. My child done cried in front of me, but fully grown. I have fully realized adult children. My child has cried in front of me. My man crying in front of me is a different thing, because he signed a contract. You crying? What are you crying for?
So
and I'm not trying to be funny. I'm going to be happy for you, but I'm going to be like, okay, we crying? Okay. I mean, all right, if that's what you want to do. But I don't think a woman is going to, every time you have this thing, oh, I signed a contract. Oh, I had a baby. Oh, my boy got married. You over here crying. I'm going to be like, come on, bro. For real, we need to come to a consent. Like we need to find some other ways of expressing that. I'm a woman. I don't cry about everything. For crying out loud, I don't. You know, but let's be realistic. Theoretically, what you're saying, yes. In theory, this sounds great. In reality, that's not what's happening. A woman will absolutely look at this man and go, he can't take a piss without crying about something. She's not going to have any level of respect for you. She's just not. You're
talking about a cry. You're talking about a crybaby versus a man who basically is on his walk in life and he's showing emotion based on the milestones in his life. It's two different type of men that you're talking about. And if you're a woman that's gonna leave based on a man that's on his walk and he hitting certain milestones, then you're not the one for him. You don't align with him. If you're talking about
that's not what I said. You described two different things. You said, "Oh my gosh, you know, I cried. I signed this contract. My mama was there. We crying together." Okay, that's fine, right? That's not to say that I'm not going to celebrate. If something grand and glorious like that happened to my child, and I was there to witness it, as his mother, I would expect to cry back. He is not going to do that. I know that about my adult son is not going to do that, right? Even if he did, I may hold back my tears, because that's a thing for him to celebrate. But is he gonna cry about everything? No. You're saying like,
if he purchased a house for you and hand you the keys, you don't expect your son to cry if y'all came from a certain
my sons are not gonna cry.
Life?
No.
I'm gonna tell you right, my son is not gonna cry.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you how serious the psychology is. When I see women cry when they get proposed to, they make me think that they never thought that somebody was gonna propose to them. I damn near want to get up, because why you crying? You don't think you deserve it?
Never thought about it like that.
Do to the point where you thought nobody would never do this for you? I want my ring back. I'm taking
but
define your. I need to know what Sneaker P's cry means though. Like, are you crying like a tear roll down your eyes cry, or are you like snotting and you know, like that kind of cry? Because those are different. If that's what you're talking about, I can understand you have a tear roll down your eye. Michael Jordan cried when he got inducted to the Hall of Fame, so I get it. There's a tear rolling down, but he still manned up and went through it. So we're talking about snot locker crying and I can't believe I did this and da 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 versus, you know, we made it, mom, and the tear rolled down your eyes. Two different types of cry.
Hold on. Conversation with Soft Rain said, Sonny, what about the groom standing at the altar waiting for the bride, tears rolling like a river? That's the funeral cry. Them funeral tears. Yeah. He know this shit over with.
My boy, you say that. I say pure theatrics.
Yeah. What you mean? You think you faking it?
Absolutely. I don't know. Give me one reason why I'm looking at this woman who I done already took up through there, who I done already did everything with. I done seen her, and we know what the wedding makeup look like. Wedding makeup is the worst thing since birthday makeup.
Absolutely.
So she's not beautiful than what she is on her regular day. What is you crying for, bro? Them theatrics, and it's usually light-skinned niggas, if we gonna be honest.
I don't.
It's theatrical.
I'm sorry to cut you off, 2K, and the rest of the guys, and I appreciate y'all letting me be up here with y'all. But I feel like this. I just think that for a woman, it's limits, right? And I think there are things we understand. Like if like when Soft Rain was asking about like walking down and seeing my man crying, I mean, I'm gonna be like, okay, we're having this is, you know, it's the love and the butterflies and all of that stuff. Okay, right? Like I'm just gonna kind of be like, oh, but just random, like I don't know. I think they're just caveats. I think there needs to be, in the words of 2K, he probably need to take some of that stuff and go hug the tree and cry it out with the tree and come back. Because I don't think women need to see that, because I think the more we see men emote that type of emotion, we lose levels of respect for him. I'm not saying that we don't want him to have an emotional experience, right? But I just think innately women go into like this, oh crap, he's crying, and we don't know what to do, and we start to kind of go, I don't know how to function in this space, right? I don't know what to do, so therefore I kind of start to distance myself because I don't know how to handle this man at this heightened emotional state. Does that make sense?
It makes too much.
It makes sense, but you're basically saying that any man you date has to cut off that emotional part.
I didn't.
That's basically what you're saying.
He not saying
no,
she
it's
don't
not.
Cut it off. She said she don't want to see it. It's not conducive to the relationship.
Exactly.
Just like her farting. You know she fart, but you don't want her to be around you doing it. Crying is the same way. I would be turned off if a woman pooted around me. She'd be turned off crying around her. She not saying don't cry. Don't do it around her.
I just don't think a woman, if a woman is looking to follow you, I'm just going to state it this way. If I'm looking to follow you and you crying and I'm crying and we all crying together, I kind of said this before, then I'm trying to figure out who going to lead who. Because I feel like I'm going to have to stop. If you're crying, I'm going to have to cut my emotions off because now I'm here to console you, right? I now need to get you to a place where you can now either get back to the business of leading or we're going to sit here and we're going to cry. What are we doing?
That's not
you
fair,
know, my son.
Because what if y'all go through a traumatic experience? Say, God forbid, y'all lose a child together.
You're throwing out very. If we go through something traumatic together, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I've seen men go through traumatic things, and I've never seen them cry. Right? Never seen them cry, and they've never cried in front of me. From my father before he passed away, I had my son has gone through traumatic things. I've watched him internalize that and have that emotional experience outside. I'm his mama. You would think I'm the most safest place for him to be. And my son had to come back and tell me, listen, I didn't want to have you in that space with me because I know that was something I needed to reconcile. But have I seen my son in a vulnerable moment when he has cried? Absolutely. I have seen my son completely break down. He is a full 5'10", almost 6 foot, and was 200 pounds at the time. And I saw him in this moment, and he didn't expect me to see him. And I now have to go over and console him because, one, he was in this space. He was in a very ugly space in his life, and I saw him. So that hurt him more than the space that he was in. And his whole thing, this whole conversation was, I never wanted you to see me like this. This is my son, not my boyfriend, not my husband, not my daddy. This is my son. So understand what I'm saying to you. I understand traumatic situations happening and your man is there and he's having that moment. What I'm saying to you is that we understand certain things, but we don't understand everything, right? We just don't. And that's just something that a man is just going to have to accept, that a woman is just not going to be able to accept him in emotional states, even if there's some level of understanding to it, because for us, it tells us that our leader is weak. He's at a weak point. We're not used to seeing that, especially if he holds that affront for us all the time. That's a very shocking thing for a lot of women to see. I'm just saying, I'm not saying, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I want to add something to what you're saying. I will say this. I don't give women too much credit for being naive because I think they play naive 99% of the time. But I will say in regards to the crying subject, I think most women, when they initially be telling a man, it's okay, you can be vulnerable in front of me, I don't think they know yet. The first time they do it, I don't think they know yet how it's going to make them dry up. Yeah. I think women learn that after experiencing it the first time, having a dude that they like or see a certain way or feel a certain way about being weak in front of them. They learn in real time from that first experience, like, damn, this shit make me look at Buddy all the way different. You know what I mean? So I think women have to, and this is my opinion. I'm not a female, so you could tell me better than what this is just my theory. But I think women that first time when they give that advice, oh, you could be soft. I don't think they know it's gonna turn them off. Is that true? Would you say that's true, son?
I agree. I think women want men to be that, but women also, the hypocrisy and the oxymoronishness to that statement is that when a woman sees a man like that, right? Mm-hmm. The argument that happens 6 months down the road or a year later, that same emotional moment comes back, and then he a punk and a bitch and a sissy and all the other choice adjectives that a woman wants to use to now take that very same vulnerable moment that man had in front of her and weaponize it against him to attack his character and his manhood. So when I say to you, men are not, I get what you're saying, Sneaker Pete, and then, like I said, in theory, that sounds great, but women are going to put that in their subconscious, and that's going to sit with them, and they're going to be like, this nigga just, pardon me, I'm sorry. This dude just sat here and cried, and I know he just lost his daddy, but she's running a whole scenario in her brain. That's like, what happens when something else happened? Not necessarily his daddy, but, we come up this and we come up that. Doubt creeps in. Unfortunately, I'm just being honest with you from a woman's perspective.
I completely,
you know what I'm saying? I'm just being honest with you.
I completely agree with you. And when I speak, I'm not speaking from necessarily a personal perspective. I've never cried in front of my girlfriend or anything. I've never been married, engaged. I've been engaged even, actually, and I've never cried. What I'm saying is women choose who they date and men choose who they marry. So I get the whole auditioning period for a man and woman and all that stuff, because they're choosing the person that's going to lead them the rest of their life. So I understand it from that aspect. So that's where I was coming from. So I understand. Right. You're right.
I got a super chat. Shout out to Kira for the 1999. Took a minute to get to it because
money.
I wanted to let the conversation flow. But Kira said, so we both just argue. She back to the arguing topic. So this for the whole panel. So we both just arguing. There's no way my husband is going back and forth with me. He is a man of very few words. His aura speaks volumes. In fact, with his unwillingness to argue over the years, now we don't argue at all. So in a way, this is a woman's way of saying that her husband successfully groomed her.
Classic.
And that's not a bad thing. See, you look, Sonny already triggered by the word.
No, I wasn't tripping. No, the reason I was going to say this. No, I'm not disagreeing with you, right? I wouldn't use the term grooming. It's a bit off-putting, but let me finish it by saying this. A woman who has been around her man long enough and she is in her position as a woman in that relationship, the feminine, the nurturer, she is going to understand like I told people, when a woman have a baby, we don't understand. The baby can't talk. So how do we know when the baby's hungry, the baby's hurting, the baby want to be picked up, the baby just being a brat, right? It's the same, it's similar. I'm not going to say the same, but it's the similar thing we use with our man. If I am with my man and we are having a discussion and I hear a change in his voice, a frown on his face, a twinge in his muscles, I know then it's probably time for me to shut my mouth and listen, right? Yes. Because I understand that if I continue on in this conversation, it's not going to go the way I planned it. Maybe, probably from learned experience, but I also know that as a woman, I have to be aware of those contextual clues and situationally aware of what my man is going through physically as well as verbally, because I might need to hush.
But see,
you get what I'm saying? So maybe it is grooming. I don't know the word.
So Kira has a man. He have shook her up before. Well, I don't. You can use all the words like aura, whatever you want to, but none of that means nothing if there's no conflict.
I ain't gonna 2K. I ain't gonna hold you. I met Kira's husband at the tour date in Chicago. He ain't got a shaker, folks. It's a big nigga, G. No.
I'm telling you.
He raised his voice. I think she gonna chill, folks.
Yes. But let me tell you why, because there's a threat of violence. Like his stature alone commands the discipline. Because she know if I get out of line one time, this dude can handle me. Just think of you an inch or two away from your girl. She probably thinks she can whoop you in her little ass head. There's gonna have to be some action behind your words. You just can't do what the 6'6" nigga do.
What's understood doesn't have to be spoken. It doesn't have to be said.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said what's understood doesn't have to be said.
Wait, is that a real thing? So okay. I'm 6'2". I ain't finna tell too much about her guy, but I'm 6'2", about 205. So I'm not. I'm bigger than the average guy.
Right.
Dog made me feel small. So what I'm saying is that a real thing for women? Like the more physically presenting or imposing you are. Oh, here go Kira right here. Look, she gonna speak on her own behalf. Kira, what's up?
Yes.
Oh.
Hey y'all, what's going on?
Hey Kira.
What's going on, Miss Lady?
Hey.
Right in the box.
Listen, I had to come up real quick. 2K, what you want, brother? Listen. What exactly is it that you want? Do you want a woman who is going to submit to you without having to feel threatened? Or like, what is it that you want? I'm trying. I'm really
I think we saying the same thing. I'm just acknowledging that there has to be that threat and that presence for you. For if we not going to argue, you have to know that threat is on the table.
No, I just respect him. I respect him. I respect his position. I respect where he's leading our family.
Okay.
And all of the things that you say that Black women don't do. I do that, and I'm a true example of what it looks like to be. I'm living the life that everybody speaks against, and it's very successful. And it's no. Go ahead.
Now, what is this life? And I did say Black women, so let's just go ahead and outline that.
All right, y'all.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Oh boy.
Wait, say that again.
I was trying to think, what is this life that you are living that you say?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I'm really conflicted with the stuff that I'm seeing online and social media because it's a direct contradiction of what's happening in real life, right?
Okay.
And so that's my biggest gripe. Like anytime I open my mouth, I'm gonna speak positive about relationships, positive about marriages, positive about the Black man finding the Black woman. And if there is some type of confusion, we need to identify what it is, address it, and then we can grow from there. You know, it's these platforms are reaching millions of people.
Right.
Millions of people. And we have to be mindful of the things that we are saying because we are so far behind. So far behind.
Yeah, about
And
300 years.
I don't know. I think it might be longer than that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, we
But
have
hey,
facts in between that.
yeah, and so whenever there, I'm not afraid of my husband. He's never raised his hand. He may have raised his voice, of course. I have too. But there's no fear. I just respect him.
Now,
I respect him. Mm-hmm.
It's not a fear to where you shivering and you absolutely afraid.
No. Well, that's what you insinuated.
No. What I'm insinuating is what comes next. You just
there is no comes next.
To even take it there.
No. There is no what comes next.
Okay,
it just is what it is. I respect him.
If that's all he had to do, why did he even have to raise his voice?
I mean, come on. This is human nature. We're dealing. Listen,
he had to raise his voice.
Yeah, but people disagree. People disagree.
And you yelled at him?
No, but whenever there's emotion behind, so for an example right now, right? If you were in my presence, you would think that I'm yelling, but I am raising my voice because I'm passionate about what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
And so this is and I said something about this before in another panel. It's okay to have hard conversations. It's okay to be passionate about what you're talking about.
This not even a hard conversation, kid, and I appreciate the passion.
But you're talking about whenever you're arguing, right, or raising a voice, So that's what I'm addressing.
Listen, you such a unicorn. You probably had your dad in your life, right?
Actually, let me give you a little bit of backstory about who I am.
Okay.
I was born and raised in North Jersey, maybe about 10 minutes from Newark, New Jersey. My father died when I was 3 turning 4 years old from crack.
Right.
My mother was so stressed out, and they were married. They had 4 kids together. My mother passed away a year after him from an aneurysm, and they believe it was because she was so heartbroken because of all of the work that she tried to invest in my father. Right. I was actually raised by my grandparents. I was born and I was raised by my grandparents, and they taught me a lot. I've seen what it looks like to be a virtuous woman. And the things that men today are saying about what a woman is supposed to be, women back then were the same as they are now. I talk to my grandmother all the time. She talks about all of the things that she had to do in the house to make sure everything was put together. My grandfather was outside, but he still made sure that he took care of the house. You know what I mean? He made sure he brought the bacon to my grandmother. My grandmother made sure dinner was, made, and, the kids we was in bed every day by 8 o'clock. We had a nice family structure. You get what I'm saying? So even in the midst of all of the chaos and the trauma, people, I don't know. The internet, it's a lot of bullshit being spread on the internet, man. It really is.
That's what I'm married to. I get what you're saying. But I also can acknowledge that that's the rarity. Can you?
Wait, say that again?
Can you acknowledge that you are a rarity?
I don't want to say I'm rare. I just feel like wait. What I will say is I feel like the people with the loudest voices are the ones who's saying a bunch of bullshit.
No, the people it's the one.
And that's just where listen, I own a salon, right? And I see I mean today I had a doctor who specializes in like substance abuse. I had a realtor, and these are young women, and none of them married. None of them. And I'm like, yo, what is going on? Like, I don't understand. I had the superintendent of a technical school in our area I service. I mean, these women, they're amazing women, and they are not married. And it's like, I say this all the time. It's like the men is saying one thing, the women is saying one thing, and they missing each other.
No,
It's like,
I'm gonna listen, man. I don't want to do no gender bank, but men have been the same since men have been here. Only somebody, y'all just not getting y'all little rise up now. I'm gonna tell you that your grandma didn't have niggas putting shit in her mailbox. When your grandma was looking good, a nigga that come next door and tap on her forehead until a damn heart popped up. There's a difference. There's a difference.
I don't know.
I agree with 2K on this one, Kira, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but I think you're making. I think the point he's trying to make, just simply by the fact that you say you were raised by your grandparents, speaks volumes. It explains the why. It explains why you understand that it's about respecting your man and not pushing against his leadership. It's about respecting it, right? Because you've seen that dynamic, right? Regardless of what, like you said, regardless of all the chaos around it, there was that continuity in how your grandmother and grandfather interacted. That's why I always say history is important. So you are a unicorn in this day and age, because a lot of women are not, and a lot of men and women are not seeing that dynamic anymore, right? They're just not. And I somewhat blame my generation and the generation prior to, because we got away from that, right? We got away from that. No one sees that dynamic anymore. So I have a lot of respect for you sharing that, and I appreciate you sharing that with us, because that explains a lot about the why, how you got to where you are, and why you made it 17 years in this day and age.
Yeah, I hear that, but I'm gonna have to wait. Let me just say this. I'm gonna have to wait. Let me just say this. I promise I'll land with this. I would agree with you, but there are people. One of my sisters, I try to talk to her all the time. It may be something based off of what I've seen, but every day you wake up, you got a choice. You have a choice to either feed into the bullshit or, so me and my sister was raised in the same house and we have two completely different lives. So I hear what you're saying in terms of like me being raised by my grandparents and all that other stuff. But if you look at me and you look at my other siblings, you would be like, what the hell? It's all about accountability and what you see for your life and where you want to take it.
My girl, you can't change your view until you change your view. Listen, even with your grandparents, you was able to soak it all in. And what your sister probably was saying, she like, man, I don't want to do this shit. She want to be liberated. She's saying that the girls outside, bro. So you got a doctor, you got a superintendent. They gave their best years to the streets. That's why they having a hard time giving it me to trying to find a man that they want. You're not gonna give me you 30 plus now, and I'm entering my prime, and you want me to settle down with you after you gave your best years to the streets and education. I'm not gonna do it.
No, but what she's saying too, like she said a key word. She said she respects her man. So as a woman, she's able to have a conversation and listen to understand and not listen to respond. A lot of women are listening to respond and not listening to understand. So it becomes an argument because they just want to have the last word. So once a woman actually respects the man and the man respects the woman, they can now have a conversation. So I don't think she's a unicorn. I just think that
I was just getting ready to say, because I wasn't always this way. I wasn't always this way. Me and Buddy been together since I was 19. I didn't come to this realization until he told me divorce wasn't an option. And I was like, you know what? I agree. And we both got this, we both want the same thing for each other. I get it. Yeah, maybe it was because I saw my grandparents, but I wasn't thinking about my grandparents whenever I made the decision to stand 10 toes. I wasn't thinking about my grandparents.
You got it right.
Yeah. So I mean, listen, at the end of the day, it's a lot of my whole position and my whole stance is it's a lot of bullshit. And at the end of the day, we are a product of the decisions that we make every single day. Okay. And that's all. I'm gonna land right there. So, grandma, grandpa, yeah, thank you. I thank you for all the things that you instilled in me. But I still make my own decisions every day I wake up.
So
I just want to say one thing. I just want to say one thing, and it spears back to the grandparents. When you're an older parent, you're going to raise your children different than the younger you. Like if I had a child now at 50, let's say, I'm not going to be the way that I was when I was 28. We're totally different people. Now that you have that in play and you have the old values and traditions of old school before the internet, and then you're raised in this internet world, your grandparents probably didn't even know of technology at that point. So technology's changed the outlook and the ability to reason. And you're listening to all these sprinkle, and you're listening to the men that says, what's the counterpart to the men? And it's like I said, it's emotional volleyball or emotional tennis online. And I'm just sitting back eating popcorn like, I can't believe you guys are rage baiting each other just to get views. And that's what it's come down to for me. I don't believe people are really being real, especially if you're a content creator on a larger scale than someone like someone who doesn't do the internet. So people that look at the internet differently, that don't play the internet game, come into the space and look at it like, is that how people are? And then they experience it from somebody else, from reality TV. They get it from the girl down the street. They get it from the guy down the block. And then we start to internalize it. And then when you get hurt, what happened to me, I get online, start watching some red pill stuff. And I'm like, yeah. And I see myself like, what the hell's going on with me? I've never been like that before. So I just like to say most men that are simps, that learn how not to be a simp by trial and error, will fall for some red pill stuff. Just like there's some women that get hurt by men that will fall for the sprinkle. So you gravitate to how you're feeling, and the internet plays just like the algorithm, and it feeds what you're paying attention to.
Your audio changed. Your audio changed. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. You might have to go out and come back in. Sound like your
Like
computer
you take a nigga order.
Yeah, you get no.
Real quick to interject, I kind of disagree with what he just said, because from a sociology standpoint, it starts with you being able to respect yourself. Like once you are able to respect yourself, then you can respect somebody else. So if you don't have self-love and self-respect for yourself, you can't then have somebody else reflect that. Because how you think and how you are in the world is the type of person you're going to meet. So that's where arguments happen instead of conversations. Because you don't respect yourself, you don't have self-love for yourself, then how can you go into a relationship with somebody and respect them and have love for them if you don't have
Speaker, I'm sorry, my nigga, but you sound like every talking point ever.
It's from a social standpoint though.
It's bullshit. All that shit, all that the knowledge that you have is great, but until you are able to put that in the field in real time, is when you really can come back and digest it. And I guarantee you, it won't be how you saying it is.
How so? When you go into a business meeting, for example, you're representing your brand or even yourself. You have respect for yourself and for your brand, and you go and address that accordingly. So why isn't it the same when you go address to people? Like, I'm on this panel for the first time. I don't know anybody, and we all been respectful of each other because it seems like we all have self-respect and self-love. So we're able to listen to people talk and understand and agree or disagree without any confrontation or argument.
Honestly, bro, I'm respecting you because it's classic. I would have violated you a long time ago.
And I would have respectfully just left the room because I have self-respect. I wouldn't even entertain you.
Because that's the weak thing to do.
It does play a part.
But I don't have the energy to entertain any negativity.
Wait, we No, I respect it. We got a good question though, and I respect everybody being respectful of the platform because you know how I get down. We just say I don't make the war rooms. We got platforms for that, but I don't do the war rooms. We just toss them perspectives around. But Soul's got a question for Kira. He said, "Kira, when did it shift?" And also,
your audio is muted, Classic. I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Yeah,
everybody else?
He can't hear.
I can hear you.
Bro.
I can hear you.
Okay. I'm not sure. Sneaker.
He might have to come in and out.
Go out
like
and come
I
back.
did.
Yeah, go out and come back in, bro. Souls of Thought said, Kira, when did it shift? And also, who was affected by the old you? Kira, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I can hear you. I couldn't hear him.
I honestly, I can't necessarily say it was one thing that actually caused like an actual change. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I was a runner because I knew who I knew. Listen, I know who I am. I know what I have to offer. So I was a runner. Like it didn't matter what it was. If something pissed me off, I'm out of there. And so it was just
Kira, you sound
constant.
like a woman with a lot of options. Not a runner.
No, I don't. I wouldn't say that. I just know what I have to offer, and it's not even. That's why when people have money conversations, it doesn't mean anything to me. It has nothing to do with me being like, I don't know, wanted by other men. No, it's not that. I just know what I have to offer in terms of like what I bring to the table. But
and I mean, to kind of piggyback on what. Well, I'm gonna say this. I have to say, Kira, for you to have made that kind of decision at 19, okay, and to still be going strong, a lot of women are not making that decision at 19 anymore, right? A lot of women are saying we're going to weigh out our options, and then they waste but understand what I'm saying. You made a serious commitment, and you still decided to respect your man and respect the fact that he said divorce is not an option at 19. You got women out here at 30 and 40 and 50 that are like, I ain't gonna respect none of that. What do you mean? So for you to think that I don't know. From my perspective, your grandparents had far more influence probably than you maybe realize, because a lot of younger women are not thinking like that. A lot of older women aren't thinking like that now. So
wait. So wait, let me. I was getting ready to say no. Let me say this. To be fair, we started dating when I was 19. So we didn't get married until I was how old was I? Like 26. We got engaged when I was 25, 26. So it was a lot of like back and forth. And then whenever we decided to have children, all right, have a good one. Whenever we decided to have children, we had my daughter first. And I don't want this whole panel to be about my situation, but I do have some insight. I got a little bit of insight. But when we decided to have children, we brought my daughter into this world first before we were married, and then we got married, and then we had our son. But it was prior to having my daughter, it was a lot of back and forth. We were young, you know what I mean? We were young.
Right.
He was doing whatever.
Right.
So that's why when people say, oh, you guys have been together for so long, you don't know what you're talking about. The shit, it ain't, we've experienced life too, So, but to answer Soul's question, I don't know what it was exactly.
It was him.
It could have been him, but my husband is also.
Yeah.
It could have been. And listen, I'm cool with giving him. I'm cool with giving him that credit. But at least he displayed a type of man that you don't really see anymore.
Right. The man
I think it was you. I think it was you. I still think it was you.
No, it wasn't. What are you talking about?
Because without you is no family. Like I said earlier,
I say this all the time.
Women make family. Women are
a relationship.
Family
is going to go only as far as the man is willing to sacrifice.
How? When the women have to choose, women choose who they date. You don't choose who you're going to date.
No. It's definitely the man.
It's definitely the man.
Yeah, it's definitely the man for
it's
sure.
Definitely the man.
Yeah.
To choose who they're going to date.
A woman can choose who she dates, but a man chooses who he marries. That's why the Bible say a man who findeth a wife findeth a good thing. It is not a woman who finds a husband find a good thing. That's why I said, I'm gonna give you your flowers, Kira, because to be honest with you, you are the archetype that needs to be seen more. Your voice does need to be heard, because
that's a fact.
Younger women are not going to ride out with a man for 7 years and then have his baby and then be like, oh, okay. A lot of women are not going to do that. A lot of women would have been like, oh, I'm in my prime. This thing is popping, girl. I'm about all these men is on my job. They're gonna weigh their options, not understanding that they really don't. Their options are running out quicker than a man.
Sonny, hear me out.
Yes.
Kira made the
That is a
choice.
fact.
That dude decided to wait that out. When Kira, listen, because we all go through this, boys and women. When we feel like we bigger than the program and we just need somebody to hold us down until we get back to our motherfucking senses. At one time, Kira knew she was popular to the point where she could have had a better man than him. It was him that held it down until she got back to her senses.
I see where you're coming from with that, but I think we always going to see something better.
As far as he is willing to sacrifice and struggle. Fact, I'm a man with a family. If my wife have an attitude, I might have to wait till she grow up a little bit, or I could just leave the fucking family. But it's directly my choice.
I mean, he never lost his purpose though during that whole time. He had discernment. He stayed within his purpose. If he would have, fell off track and lost his purpose, they probably wouldn't be together and wouldn't have got married.
You got to watch Kevin Samuels season 3. You on season 1?
Can I ask one question, Sneaker P? Can I ask one question? If you guys can hear me now.
If a man loses his purpose, he loses his sense of direction. No woman is going to follow a man that doesn't have purpose.
You cry. They still ain't gonna follow you. You cry, dog.
I don't cry. So when I speak on things, I'm not speaking from a personal standpoint. I never said I cried. I never cried in front of a woman.
You sung the whole song. When I cried, she cried. We cried together.
No, I'm saying.
Sneaker, can I ask you one question?
So ask Kara. So you and your husband, y'all ever cry together? Y'all ever?
Oh boy.
All right.
Let's
So
put the question on the table.
Cry together.
Oh man, let me. And this is, I don't want. I'm not. Let me just no.
She put this in the comments. I did see when you stated that. That you said if you saw your husband, you wouldn't know, like, that would be an anomaly for you.
Bro don't look like he cried, G. I ain't gonna hold you. Hey, I seen him. What up, big dog? Don't look like he cried.
I believe a man.
A very, 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 very close family member of us passed like a couple years ago. I seen like one little itty bitty drop out the corner of his eye, almost passed out. I didn't know what to do because he's just not that kind of guy.
He was just tired. He was sleeping.
Maybe that too. I don't know.
That was that sleeping pill.
But I don't. For him, if I was to see him cry, I don't think I would look. I wouldn't look at him as if he's weak or less than. I know what type of guy I got. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But no, we not. Yeah, he done got all. He done got all types of promotions and career upgrades and unions and all kind of like amazing stuff. I ain't never seen anybody shed a tear. Never.
Right.
Never. He's just not that kind of guy. But so when I say I wouldn't know what to do, because I genuinely wouldn't know what to do.
But would you say he's a wolf or a sheep?
What? Mine?
Yeah.
That's a wolf over there, gang.
I
wolf.
That's why I have a question.
Are you considering him a hybrid?
Sneaker, let me ask you a question. In your lifetime, when you are sitting by yourself, in your thoughts, are you thinking to yourself, woe is me, or what am I going to have to do to change the scenario? Because that's the difference between crying crying, and then there's a difference between tearing up because you accomplished your goals.
Hold on.
That's what we're trying to decipher.
He said he can't
He's saying
hear you.
He can't hear you, Sneaker Pig.
I can hear you. Hey, Sneaker Pig, can you hear me, bro? Can you hear me? Sneaker Pig, can you hear me?
No.
Somebody who he could hit. Sneaker P got to go out and come back in.
Hey, Sneaker P, Classic said go out.
Come back in. Go out and come back.
Yeah, he just said go out. Don't come back.
Yeah, come back. Come back.
Oh,
come
word?
back. No, come back.
He said come back too.
That's what we doing.
No. No. Go out. Come back. Come back.
He
So
said
we can
right now, man. He said go out and come back in.
Come on, 2K, dog.
Okay. You been around there.
Hey, I watched you for about 1.5 years straight, right? And I said to myself, as if I ever got a chance to talk to this dude, I know not to say certain things because I ain't trying to get in a little tit for tat for that particular reason. So that's the reason why I said I'm not going to argue with you because you're going to have your point, and I understand you like that conversation piece back and forth. So I respect it. But
it ain't that. It's just not. What he's saying isn't his genuine thoughts.
I figure.
He's saying what he have heard. He talking about self-love and on purpose, bro. We not even talking about that. Nigga sound like a red pill Bible right now, bro.
Yeah. Hey, I think there's a little youth that's involved with that. He's just young.
Absolutely.
You don't know better yet.
Yeah, I think it worked both ways. Like when women be telling men to be emotional and whatnot, they don't know how it's gonna make them feel until they go through it. And I think for men, when they take the advice, they don't understand the returns they gonna get on that. It's almost one of those situations. Yeah, you gotta touch that stove. You gotta go touch it.
You do it once, and you realize you'll never do it again.
Sneaker P remind me of when I was taking relationship advice from my mama.
Yeah. That'll have you in the worst way.
She had me.
Yeah, never listen to your mom about relationships.
Never listen to your mama, bro.
Wow.
She's gonna want the opposite of your dad every time.
Yeah, bro, that's a no-go. Please don't.
Wow.
Yeah, look, Sonny, definitely not.
you get played so quickly.
Cool.
Wait.
Hey,
So
you get played.
y'all wouldn't want me to give my son relationship advice? I'm confused here.
No, we're not saying we don't want you to give advice. We're saying you could give all the advice you want. We're talking to your son. Don't listen to her.
Damn.
We're saying don't listen because
that's what I'm saying.
You'll get used and abused. You will get worked because then. How does it say? As soon as a woman gets to a certain point in age, they don't want a certain women, not all, but certain women do not want a man they have to combat, and they will lessen that man every single time. So they look for a simp.
Yeah.
They look for a simp they can control, and you're doing what your mom taught you, being a gentleman, I'm not saying not being a gentleman, but there's a certain decorum that you have to work with. And that very first woman that you think you're in love with and you got your head over heels for, that you'll run through a brick wall. I'm a crash out type of dude. Yeah. And so if you get with that type of woman, she'll have you doing left and right things. I'm lucky to be alive.
Yeah. My mama had me ready for a 30-year-old woman when I was 13.
Exactly.
Think about that.
Exactly.
She raised me to be the nigga she wanted. and
that's different though. I will say this as a single woman who raised children. I think that is problematic. I have sons, right? Mm-hmm. I think that is problematic. I think when young men do not see a male presence in a household, it creates a lot of conflict. And I speak from my own lived experience, right? Mm-hmm. It creates a lot of conflict in that young man because he is like, here is a woman heading a household that atypically goes to what I have been taught and told, but have not seen should be a man. So when I get to an age, right, when they get to that age, they smelling themselves and they don't. Y'all know what's happening. That between that 10, 12 on up into your early 20s, you just smelling. You don't know the wind blow. You know what I'm saying, Philip?
Yeah, we get it.
A lot of men do not. What I saw my own son. I'm speaking from my experience, right? As a mom, there was a lot of contradictions. He was like, this is hypocritical and oxymoron. Is you telling me to be a man, but you're not a man. So how can you tell me to be a man?
Exactly.
It doesn't compute. So when he got to that age and he's now fighting within himself because he's like, my mom is telling me this is what a man looks like, what it should look like anyway, right? This is what I should be doing, these things, but you're a woman. And my son and I, we've had these very candid conversations, and we actually fell out for about a good year because he said, I felt like I had to fight for my position to be a man because you wouldn't let me be that. And I was like, I didn't see it that way, right? I gave him enough rope. I let him have his actions and consequences. I thought I was not a helicopter parent by any stretch of the imagination. But it didn't matter what I did. It's how he felt. It's what he saw, what he experienced, and what he had to deal with. So when I say to you, I understand that sentiment when they say women are in a lot of ways, especially in a single parent household that's headed by women, you are really chumping your sons in a lot of different ways because a lot of these women, especially when they have a disdain for men, they are going to raise their sons to be the man that they quote unquote want, right? And I say want, not need, want, right? So they're gonna say, oh, well, you should do this and you should do that and blah, 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 right? They spew that into them and then turn around and talk shit about his daddy. I'm gonna speak candidly, so I'm gonna cuss a little bit now. You talk shit about the boy's dad, then tell him how to be the man that you allege his father wasn't. But yet you couldn't keep his father, but now you're going to tell him how to be the man that another woman wants? Doesn't make any sense. Oh, y'all tell me, does that make any sense?
It doesn't. And that's the reason why I don't coach anymore. I used to coach football and I would deal with a lot of kids that you could tell that they didn't have a lot of male guidance. And there's only so much you can do. I was raised around men. So I didn't have that situation. My dad was a quiet kind of person, and he led with a belt. And so I knew at a very young age, there's repercussions for not doing what you're supposed to do. So he kept me in line. He kept what he says, I'm not your friend. I'm not your father. My job is to keep your black ass out of jail. Exactly. So all these people that are friends with their children is the problem that you're going to have. They're going to be in and out of prison. They're going to be in and out of the streets. They're going to be in and out of drugs. They're going to be in and out of these certain things because there was no boundaries at home. So I'm not saying not to listen to your mother, because I listen to my mother to a certain extent, but I don't heed what she says. Like, I don't put it as gospel, let's say. So if my mom gave me advice about a woman once and I took her advice, it landed me the girl, but then $30,000 later, I'm like, what the hell went to my savings?
Right.
And then I realized I'm getting juiced and I didn't understand.
But your mom, that's crazy. Your mom raised you to be a sucker. She didn't raise you to be a man. When my son started dating, the first thing I told him is you don't never let a woman tell you where you're going to go to do anything, right? She ain't paying for it. And if she going to pay for it, let her make all the decisions in the world. But when you're paying for it, you tell her where you're going. And I'm not saying that to be, ladies in the chat, don't come for me. I'm saying that because a woman is going to respect your leadership if you state things to her and not give her the options. Because once you give a woman the keys to the car, she is not going to give them back. She's just not. I'm telling you, as a woman.
I have to respectfully disagree. I have to disagree.
That's fine.
I have to disagree. I get what you're saying to an extent, but I feel like the reason why we have been so successful is because within my marriage, I feel heard. Like, my opinion and my thought. Now, it may not be the final answer or the final thought, but at least I feel heard. I feel seen. I feel that.
Okay.
So when if there is something that is happening and I say, I don't know. Can we just talk about this or whatever? Like, I'm a very jovial person. Okay, go ahead.
I don't want you to misunderstand, right? I'm not saying as your relationship evolves. I'm saying at the beginning, right?
Okay.
I think the problem, I'm not saying I'm saying at the very beginning when you're dating. and I'm not saying it should be malicious. I'm saying I told my sons, you set the date, right? You tell her where you're going to eat. You tell her the only option you give her is she's going to drive, if you're going to send a car, or if you're picking her up. Those are the only options she's get. But if you're spending your money on a date, the restaurant is your decision, right? She doesn't get to make that. She doesn't get to make that choice. If she says, well, oh, I'm vegan, okay, they got salad. Because what a lot of women don't understand is,
oh,
yeah,
man.
no, I'm just saying it like this. What I'm saying is that what I'm saying is a woman has to understand this thing, right? Is that a man is not coming into your world. You're going into his, right? You have to learn how to be interdependent, but your man is the head of that household. Like you said, you respect your husband. You get that respect by establishing who is the HNIC at the beginning of that relationship. Yeah, close it. At the beginning of your relationship. You can't establish it after the fact. If you letting her tell you, oh, we going to go get steak and we doing this, and she's not going to respect your leadership. I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense in what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you don't get a say, you don't get any of that. You get to interject, but you don't get the final say. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. But I don't know. I will just say this, and this is one of the things where I kind of like tap out because it's been so long since I've been on a first date. Like our first date I was 19 years old. Our first date was Sonic. So when they talk about taking girls on these 5-star restaurants, spending $200 and $300, it's insane to me, because in the beginning you're just trying to get to know people. Like to me, Starbucks is like a perfect first date. Like something chill, laid back. But I don't know. I haven't done a first date in a long time. But I don't think in the beginning, I don't think a man is trying to, I wouldn't necessarily like if a man is trying to assert dominance on the first date. Like, nigga, we chilling. Like, what are we doing here?
But it's not a certain dominance. If you said, listen, it's about an understanding. You remember when 2K said it's the thought that something will happen. It's being understood, right? A man has to set his dominance at the beginning. And I have to say it like that because women don't understand it any other way. You understand it. You may not think it. You understand it, right? You said you respect your husband. These women out here do not respect men and their position as leaders. They don't. And I'm just going to speak this way from what I've seen, right? In this spectrum and in this dating field as of now, right? Women do not respect men as leaders anymore. They don't. So now men have to be they have to exert themselves in a way that comes off as dominant. And when I say you have to stop giving the option and make the statement, listen, I tell people I state things, I don't question them, right? I don't ask questions. I'm stating the thing because this is what you shall do, not what you want to do. Right. And that's what I think men need to establish at the beginning. And it doesn't have to come up as dominance, establishing dominance or teabagging, or y'all think that this thing of submissiveness, all of a sudden y'all you ain't gonna be able to do nothing. And oh my God, as a woman. And I think women need to understand what interdependence is, right? I don't need my man, right? But I need him, right? I don't need him there for every little thing, but I need him for the things that I need him for, right? Does that make sense? I just want to make sure I'm tracking. It's not wants and needs, right? I need him, but I need him, right? I need him for certain things. I don't need him for everything, right? So my man needs to understand that if he has to go to work 5,000 miles away from where I am, that I am not going to not be able to function with him not being there. He needs to understand that I can handle that. This is called interdependence. I can function with him here. I can function with him out here, right? If he gives me a directive and he's 5,000 miles away, he understands that if he gives me that directive, I'm going to follow it because I respect his leadership. I understand why the directive is being given. These women say, he ain't gonna tell me what to do. I do what I want. I don't need no man. And what you're telling the man is that I make my own money. I could do it myself. I could buy my own car. You know that Jill Scott song? I can kill a spider over my bed, blah, 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 blah. I said, no, I can't. I can't kill a spider. Yeah, I can make my own money, but I still need a man. Because if you take all of those things away from a man, you say, I don't need him. I don't need him to pay my bill. I don't need him to do this. I don't need him to do that. And then when he just use you as the bust down, you want to get mad and say he toxic and he ain't shit and he a dog. But you told him you ain't need him from nothing but some dick. Pardon my French, but that's what you told him. I'm sorry I'm going off on a tangent, but I'm going to round it back. I digress. I apologize. I'm going to bring this back. Men need to establish they are the leader up front. You don't get to tell me where to spend my money. I spend my money where I think deem fit. So if I take you to McDonald's, get the broken Sheen McFlurry and be quiet. And if you don't want that, it was a pleasure meeting you. I will move on to the next one who will. Because I assure you, it is a woman out there who will sit with this man at a sticky table at McDonald's versus pay $500 for some mediocre puss at the end of a date. Am I wrong?
What's Mark? So what's going on?
I apologize, y'all. I didn't mean to.
You good?
But
No, I want you to
about
land.
mothers? No, which one are we on?
Yeah, she went. Yeah, we took a little drive. We took a little drive. It's okay.
I apologize, y'all.
That's good.
No, you good.
I just wanted to make sure I was in the right spot. You know, I didn't want to attest to that, but I can understand. Once again, this is going to come down to age. This is going to come down to where you're at. Like, besides, the 30,000 was to help a girl go through college, thinking I was going to be with this woman for the rest of my life, and then I helped her upgrade, and then she upgraded with somebody higher than me. So,
well, let me ask you this: were you married to her?
Listen, I'm not. I said I was a simp. Okay, it still hurts.
No, that's not. I don't care about the simp part. I'm asking you. Okay, well, let me ask you this. I'm taking the simp thing out of the thing, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Why did you think she was worth that investment? What did she do to make you think that she was worth a $30,000 investment? No. We're not gonna put this on your mama.
No.
I'm asking you.
I'll answer your question. I'm gonna tell you just like this. My mother told me that I need to be supportive of a woman and how she thinks and listen to her and listen or hearken her feelings, right? And I did that. So I'm listening to this woman talk about how she want to make a difference and a change. And I was in a position, I was in the military and I was always gone. So I didn't really worry about it too much. It was just money. And I don't have the same outlook with money. And my dad and I are similar when it comes to, we're going to help you progress. Now, what ended up happening, I was away a lot and she got lonely and then Jody got your girl. That's what ends up happening. So all I'm saying is that listening to her advice, I should have listened to my dad. And my dad says, if you're never going to put your name on it, don't invest in it. It don't make sense. And so that's one of the things I'm trying to say. Not saying I'm blaming my mother for my actions. I listened to what she said, trying to help someone that I thought I loved and cared about. And then she took advantage of that situation and then moved on. So if I would have listened to my dad, that 30,000 would be in my pocket to this day. But I didn't. So I heed what my men are telling me when you say, hey, you know what? If you're not going to put a ring on it, if you're not going to marry it, and if you're not going to protect it, don't put any money in it.
So I asked that question for a reason. And this is the thing that I've always taught my son.
Mm-hmm.
She has to earn her keep. There is no way in the world that I would ever tell my son to go out here and invest in a woman he had absolutely no interest in marrying. Absolutely.
You're absolutely correct. But you don't understand what it feels like to be a man.
Let me finish.
You don't understand what it feels like to be a man getting some.
No, I don't. But I understand what it is to be a woman, and this is what I will say to you, and this is what I said to my sons: when you start dating, compartmentalize your woman. Filet mignon is, let's say, the finest cut of meat. That's your long term, right? Corn nuggets is on the menu. It's one of them items you be like, I don't know what a corn nugget is, and I just want to try it. Okay, corn nuggets are not the main dish. The filet mignon is. So when you meet a woman, your qualifier should be set up off of, is she filet mignon or is she 859? Hey, big head, what you doing? That's how you.
They all, hey, big head, what you doing?
But
That's
if
all
you
I'm
look
trying
at
to
a
tell
woman,
you. I'm not
but
paying
what I'm
for an
saying to
expensive
you
cut.
is that what I'm saying to you is that filet mignon would get invested into, right? Because filet mignon shows qualities of being someone there for the long term. And you can qualify her by a big butt and a smile. BBD been telling men for 30 years not to trust a big butt and a smile.
That
But y'all
girl's a
keep running out
poison.
here
Yeah,
after
yeah.
it.
Mhm.
So when I told my sons, the one you ain't serious about, 759 Dusk, the girl you call that Dusk is your back scratcher. You got an itch that need to be scratched. She is nothing else. I don't need to know her name. I don't want to know her name.
Right.
Listen, we had very candid conversations. There were conversations with thing 1, thing 2, thing 3, thing 4. Those are the corn nuggets. Those are the back scratchers. Those are the ones you don't tell me her name because they are irrelevant, right? Because the investment into them is only to scratch your back. The filet mignon is the one you do spend the time with. She gets the flowers. She gets Valentine's. She gets all of that stuff, right? Because
I'm trying to tell you, I'd
the
rather have a
investment.
ribeye than the filet mignon. Is all I'm saying.
Well, whatever kind of beat you choose.
No,
I'm just saying
I get
to
the
you.
reference. I get the reference of the cut. But I'm just saying,
Because
ask your sons this question: if they ever got hurt by a woman
of
or
course
used
they
by a
have.
woman, exactly.
Of
So
course they have.
your advice basically is going to be looked at differently once we get hurt. Once a man gets hurt, it's like you were saying. Once we put our finger in the electrical socket, we ain't gonna do it again.
Right. And don't get me wrong.
So
My sons,
I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying we're gonna listen out of respect for my mother. I'll listen to you. Okay, mom, sure. Yep. Mm-hmm. And then go about my business. And I'm not gonna
you know what I
put
always
it in the
told my
back of my
sons, and I
head.
tell anybody. Trust but verify.
I'm listening to you. I think what you're saying in theory is right. I'm just saying when a man deals with a woman, he ain't typically, most men, not all. As you get older, you start to get wiser. Classic's a little bit different because he has stronger convictions, but some of us men are weak to the flesh. Some of us don't have that ability, and you get some gush and that girl's telling you what it is, and she making you go left and right, and then I realize, how did she learn this?
Let me tell you something. Let me tell y'all. Let me share.
That's all I'm saying.
Wait.
Okay.
Real quick, y'all. Though. Real
sorry.
quick,
Go
y'all.
ahead.
Real fast. We had Marcel. Marcel, you there? Am I saying it right?
Yeah, I'm here, bro. Marks are suffering.
Yeah, Marks are suffering. You welcome to the chat. Appreciate you joining in. I wanted to get your perspective on it since you're new to the room. Talk to me.
Well, the way I see it, this day and age, the most of the women, they don't have a understanding they don't understand men. Men have a more understanding of women this day and age, but whenever they come into the relation, they come into the we go out to eat or whatever, and what they don't think about, they only think about their own benefit in the situation in most cases. And so they never think about how they're gonna qualify for a man. All they thinking about is getting to that goal or meeting a man at the finish line. Once so I just don't go ahead.
May I say this?
Go ahead.
Why would I need to think about how I qualify for you when you're willing to pay for it without qualifying me at all? If I just have to show up and be pretty and you're going to pay for that time, why should I qualify? Why am I walking to the table to qualify? You're asking too much for someone that you're willing to invest in. I'm not going to do that as a woman. Does that make sense?
But why, as a woman, would you waste your time knowing that?
Who's down? If I'm getting paid for it, I'm fed and I'm paid for it. Why am I going to waste my time? I'm speaking as the contrarian right now. If I'm getting my belly full and my pockets with a little coin in it, how am I wasting my time? I'm asking you as a man.
Well, you're
that's
actually wasting his time, and you're wasting his resources.
I'm not wasting his
that.
resources. He wasting his resources. That ain't my money.
Because you're taking advantage of a man who's like off his purpose, off his walk.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
But I think the key to it is, though, it's kind of telling what the answer to this question really is. Should men take women advice from their mothers? Because Sonny, is as good of a defense as you're putting up for like why you would have some decent advice. I think it just don't translate, right? Like I don't think any mother that's giving her son woman advice is doing it with bad intentions. I think she's doing the best she can. I think she's giving him advice that she really think gonna work, but it doesn't work. You know what I'm saying?
So here's what I did. And fellas on the panel, please understand, I was being a contrarian in that moment to make a point, right? So when I advised my sons, right, I didn't advise them to tell them how, I guess the thing I don't think I did this right. I didn't advise them on what to do. Like, I advised them on certain things, but I said, you have to determine those qualifiers, right? You have to determine where your bar is, but you also have to understand that you set that standard. You have to define what that is. I didn't tell them you should be out here taking these women out. There was a very different conversation I had with my son. I said, you date at your socioeconomic level, not at the one she is telling you need to be at. There's a very different conversation happening here. If that woman doesn't want to be respectful, she doesn't want to do these things that you say are qualifiers and that are absolute necessities for you, not for me, not for her, for him, right? Because he has to live with that. He has to make sure that she fits within and that she is not going to come in and derail his purpose, right? And I led with that. You have to have a purpose. So when I advised my sons, it wasn't on telling them the type of man their father wasn't. It wasn't on telling them that they should go out and just appease to a woman and her wants. It wasn't that. I absolutely told them, you need to understand what it is you need versus what you want. You want a cookie, you don't need it. Right?
But this
you need water. So that was a very different conversation than I think most mothers would have with their sons. And I gave them the ugly of women. So there's that.
So this topic actually came up on It Is What It Is with Cam and Mace. And Mace had a real good take on this actual question. He said that children should have the same boundaries and guidelines as the parent until they find out who they are and who they want to be in life. So therefore, the parents' boundaries and guidelines should basically apply to the children for them to enforce that on their own lives with the people and everything that they meet until they find themselves, and then they can relate to what their boundaries and guidelines is for people coming into their lives.
Well, your parents set that foundation regardless, because your parents are the first relationship you ever have. The relationship you have with your mother is going to mimic a lot of the relationships you have with the women in your life. So same thing with the father, right? Your parents set the foundation. That's why the home, that's why the family is so important. That's why marriage and all of those things are very important. But you also need to be very intentional in that, because I always told my son that just because she's pretty don't mean she can read, write, add, subtract, multiply, and divide. Can she boil water? Are you asking these questions? Politically, where is she? Religiously, where is she? These are questions people don't ask, and people are very unintentional. And when they're dating, they date to get laid instead of to actually find someone. So the intent is short term and not long term. You're looking to get your back scratched, but then you turn around and like, well, I actually want to be with someone longer than just 3 months.
But this is the problem too. The parents should actually go meet the other parents of the girl and vice versa. Parents don't really do that today. You should want to go meet the parents of who your son or your daughter's dating and build a rapport. Because it takes a community and a village to raise the children, but that's not being done.
I don't agree
That's
with
a
that.
very old school way of thinking. I mean, my parents did that. My parents courted and met each other's parents. I don't know about that, but I understand where you're coming from in that sentiment.
So, quick question though.
Mm-hmm.
So, because you live the woman's experience, how can you advise? How can you advise your son on what he should be looking for as a man?
I didn't advise my son on what to look for as a man. I advise my son to understand what he needs versus what he wants. You want a big butt and a smile, but do you need it?
Are you really asking that question?
What do you mean? Am I really asking that question?
I'm being. Don't mind me. I'm eating. I'm sorry. I'm eating with my mouth full.
Oh man.
You know,
Yeah,
can I say this? Can I say this really quick about the parenting aspect? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you good?
No, you're fine.
A lot of people aren't being taught. Yeah, kids can see
Agreed.
what they see. Thank you. A lot of kids can see what happens in a household, but they're not actually being taught. So if kids are growing up even with two-parent households and they're not being taught, then what does that look like? I'll give you a prime example. My daughter, she's there you go. Exactly. So my daughter, she's 11, and I'm only sharing because I feel like I just have a different insight than a lot of people have. She's 11, and she asked me one day, why do I need daddy's protection? You're an adult. You can kind of like, protect yourself. You can stand up for yourself. You can blah, 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 blah. But I had to let her know that it, like, as a man, if you have a man in your life and you're basically out here by yourself, what is the point? And so if a child, even though she sees things in the house and he or she sees things in the house and she's not being intentionally poured into, you're going to get a lot of what people would one call simps, or number two, disgruntled women. So, even whenever, they was making reference to me being raised by my grandparents and things like that. Yes, maybe that is true, but I did a lot of self-work on my own, and so that's why I always say, we are the product of the decisions that we make. We have to make a decision about what we want and what we see for our lives and where we see in the next couple of years and move accordingly.
Right. I absolutely agree with you. And I'm going to overshare, right? So my parents were together for 20 plus years. They divorced when I was about 8. My father was a ridiculous alcoholic, and he was physically, among other things, abusive in the relationship. However, my mother was also abusive in this relationship, right? There was abuse done on both ends, okay? So when I grew up in that environment, right, to Kira's point, I may not have been taught a thing, like my mother didn't say, do this, do this, do this. But when I got into a relationship, the only way I understood conflict resolution was by cussing somebody out and fighting, right? So when I am in this relationship, and mind you, when my father was gone, I then become the subject of my mother's, right? Because the primary abuser is now gone. This is 20 years of her life. So who do you think gets subjected to the abuse now, right?
You.
So now we have a different dynamic. So now she's become the abuser, I'm the abusee. And now I get out into this world. Now, mind you, my mother taught me to cook, clean. We gonna get up on a Saturday, we cut grass, we do all of that. These things I was directly taught, but indirectly, right? I was also taught I don't need no man. Screw him. Let him deal with all his stuff and all his things on his own. My mother abandoned my father in his alcoholism, right? There's a lot of things I had to learn after the fact. But one of those big things I did learn is that my mother abandoned him in his alcoholism. What I saw and thought was this horrible abuse was actually my father's only way of knowing how to communicate his feelings, right? I can't say it because she ain't listening to me. So, so I'm a shaker. All right. So when I got out into the world, I have now been subjected to this. I didn't necessarily pull an abusive man, but I became the abuser in a sense. And that's why I asked Sneaker P, the traumas that your mother went through when she was in that state, right? In foster care, having to survive, having to do that. Do you not think that she took on that role when she got into that relationship with your father? Because she's always been in a state of survival, right? I was raised in a state of survival. So I fought against that man. I didn't understand respecting a man. I didn't understand that. My mother didn't teach me that. What I was taught was indirectly, right? I was taught to talk back. I was taught to fight back. I was taught to do all of these things. So when you're in a lived experience like that and you grow up like that, you don't understand anything else until you get into an environment of saying, I don't have to be. Going to Kira's point, when you're now making a choice to do opposite of that. But understand you've been conditioned this way all your life. That's 18, 19 years until I got out and got with my fiance at the time and got pregnant, right? Now I brought a kid into the world. So I'm saying all of that to say is that we are indirectly and directly taught, right? Whether our parents actually showed us and taught us a thing or whether they indirectly did it just simply by their actions, we're still learning. We're still engaging with this environment we're being raised in. And you're going to learn from that until you choose. And here's what I learned, and that a lot of people don't learn, is when I stopped being a victim and started being accountable and started realizing that while I went through that, and that is a part of my history, that is a part of my story, that isn't who I have to be in present day. I can be a different person. I can do a different thing. Now, did I learn it sooner than later? Who knows, right? But all I know is that when I came to that level of understanding, it changed how I parented my children. It changed how I engaged with the men in my life. Because I understood that where I was operating from was from a place of actually feminine toxicity, because that's all I knew. So my overshare is done, y'all. But
what does it take? What does it take for a man to deal with a woman? Because and I appreciate you sharing. What does it take for a man? What characteristics, I guess, or attributes would a man have to, I guess, well, I know you don't like the term groom, but help his woman to understand what he needs her to become, even though you have all these behaviors that you didn't get to learn from, your environment?
Well, you're putting a lot of the burden of the man teaching a woman something, right? And I get that. So a man has to be able to, for me, if you ask me from a woman who has been on that side, a man has to have a level of patience, and he has to see that there's a willingness to change in that woman. If she's unwilling to change, if she's unwilling to and not do it for him, she has to do it for herself. If she is unwilling to change, if she's going to push back, if she's going to just reject your leadership and him at all costs, then I wouldn't say stay. Why would you stay? Especially if you're in a position and in a place where you are healing and you understand your purpose, to bring a woman in who is not self-aware, who's unaccountable, is going to be a detriment to your growth and your evolution and your purpose. So my question really is to the man is, are you willing to put in the work to deal with that? Is she willing to possibly put your purpose and your on hold in order to get her there? And how much time are you going to give her? I don't think you should do it. Me personally, if that woman is not at that place, she's ready to receive you like that, I don't think she's worth it. Because I think you're going to end up putting yourself at a detriment and at a deficit, and it's not worth it. That may seem a little harsh, but it's just not.
So you're saying, I mean, whether it's harsh or not, that's not really the thing that's concerning for me. It's more so about how common it is for women to have grown up without these examples. And so by you saying that these women are essentially undateable, what does that do to the marketplace? What does that do to society? Where does that leave us?
Well, here's what I say. The moment, and I think it's happening, I think when women start to understand that men are not going to make themselves available to their toxicity. We're quickly to call a man's masculine toxicity. When a woman understands that a man is no longer going to make himself available to that toxicity, right? He understands that he has options, right? And he starts to say no, and he starts to pull his resources and his time away from that. And he is going to pour into a woman who is willing and consistently doing the work. And they're left out here in this market by themselves, alone, with baby daddies or whatever the case may be, then they're going to learn, because women are now realizing that. Women, the Brittany Renners and the Amber Roses and all of these women who thought that the pretty was going to carry them and get them all kind of husbands and everything else. And now they're out here with a baby or babies, unmarried, and in a market where they used to be desirable. And no matter how pretty they are at the age they are no longer that. So men need to understand. I personally think that women are going to learn that lesson sooner than later, right? If we want to be married and in relationships, we're going to understand that we're going to have to start changing our behaviors and start accepting accountability. We can no longer live in this state of proverbial victimhood, right? And continue to think that, I'm in this space where everything I do and say is right, and a man's gonna do, because this thing is good, honey. I throw it back and I do the thing, and I gotta whatever, right? And just understand that while that's not necessarily a value anymore. You have to do things outside of just a physical component to now qualify for a man's time, attention, and resources. I hope that answers your question. Did it?
Yeah, I mean, kind of. Okay. I don't think there's a real concrete answer. You know what I mean? So I mean, it gives me perspective. I think it's uncharted territory more so than anything. The state.
I just think it's going to change the dynamic. That sex is no longer going to be the selling component anymore, right? It's not about how good a vagina is or whatever the case may be. Men are going to have to set the standard and say, you're going to have to give me more than that. I can throw a rock and get pussy from anywhere. Honestly, there are plenty of women out here that will do it for free. There is no cost to it, right? You might have to throw a paper bag over her head to cut the lights down, but hey, it's available. What I'm saying is men are going to have to really say, listen, this is me literally on a regular, consistent basis, probably more than I need to admit to. But in all honesty, women is going to have to realize that while we're propping ourselves up as the prize, we're going to have to now find something else to value ourselves with, because vagina isn't it anymore. Booties and boobs is not it anymore. A man, to me, men are starting to set this standard and say, okay, I need this woman to be this, and this. And that's why I say it's important for men and women alike to understand what you need from your partner versus what you want. The wants are nice, but the needs are important, because those needs are going to take you further. They're going to build that foundation for that relationship to be longer term. She's going to understand, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to put my hands on you, but I'm not going to argue with you either. If you want to sit here and scream, yell, and do all of that stuff, fine, do it. But understand that you got 1 or 2 more times before that happens, and then there's going to be a consequence to your disrespect. I'm making these examples, but I'm just saying, women are going to have to start pulling back. The power has never been in our vagina. The power has always been in our femininity and our beauty.
Yes.
And not our beauty, but it's in our femininity, which is where our beauty exuded. I'm going to tell you something that my mother did teach me. She says, there are plenty of beautiful women. Be the intellectual one in the room. You don't have to be the prettiest girl. You have to offer a man more than pretty, right? And I think that's what women are going to start to understand. Pull your skirt down, cover up your boobs, and give a man more than just your physical beauty. And I think that is what's going to happen, what is happening right now in real time, because child support ain't going to be what it used to be. They cutting out all this divorce stuff. You ain't going to walk away with half of a man's money no more. Men are wise enough. I will tell you this, the 2 things I told my sons you need to do: prenup and DNA test. I don't care what she say. Let her gnash her teeth, flail her hands, or whatever. Prenup, DNA test. She ain't gotta like it. Right? So I think if that is a standard that men say, listen, you shall, and not you could, we'll talk. No, we ain't talking about it. You shall do this. And if you don't, then so be it. What was that basketball player that said he left his girl at the altar because she didn't sign the prenup in enough time, and he wanted to?
Yeah, Steven
Point
Jackson.
made.
Yeah.
Now guess who?
Yeah,
now
but
guess
that wasn't held in court because he did it the day of the wedding. He should have done it 6 months prior. I wouldn't even got that far, but that's just beyond.
She dragged her feet on that on purpose because she thought he was going to.
I wouldn't even got that far.
Yeah.
Yeah, she thought that he was just going to go ahead on and marry her, and then they do a post-nup, right? BS.
No.
And I'm telling you,
Nah, she ain't signing that.
I know. But what I'm saying to you is
that ain't working.
Right. But that is what a lot of men need to start doing. You ain't signed it. We ain't getting me. I don't care. I just spent all this money for this. Y'all have a great party. I'm going to go ahead to the cigar club and do what I do. Right? Because unfortunately, and I hate to say it this way, but what one woman won't do, another one will. And men are just going to have to put in the work. It's unfortunate. You're going to have to pull back and learn. That too, but you're going to have to pull back your discipline. Learn a little dick discipline. Because y'all, listen. I had 3 sons. Listen, I have 3 sons, and I assure you, I had to have a coconut cake talk far too many times. And I'm like, listen, every woman got coconut cake. The recipe is a little bit different. Some put a little rum in it, some toast the coconut. Coconut cake is available from all women, and it's all can be great. My question to you is this coconut cake that's gonna slash your tires and bust the windows out your car worth the one that'll sit here and rub your back and give you red beans and rice and some Kool-Aid? Which one is worth it? They both good.
Yeah.
Which one is worth it?
I actually have well, not an unpopular in a bad way, but just uncommon take that I haven't heard from many people. I actually think the shift is going to work in everybody's favor on an individual level. I think it's getting to a space where everybody gonna end up getting exactly what they as individuals are looking for. Like the women that want to play in the field and want to be hyper independent, the diminishing returns they're going to receive from that, if they ever decide to change their mind at some point in life, is they're going to see that the pickings are very slim for them. You know what I'm saying? But I think everybody going to end up getting what they want. The people that want to play, they'll have a pool to play in. And I think the people that are being intentional, lucky for the men, the women are, because of the scarcity of numbers, the women who actually want to be somebody's wife one day, regardless of how they feel, they're going to realize that they have to get in line or to some degree get with the program. You know what I'm saying? Or they're just not going to have what they want, because the numbers are terrible for women right now. Like as far as heterosexual women to heterosexual men, in reality, in a lot of the major cities and stuff like that, it's like 13-1, 15-1. I think Atlanta's like close to 20-1 in real time. If you start subtracting all the men that's DL, the men that's overt, like it's literally like that. So women are in competition with each other like they never have been before, and that's going to breed a lot more cooperation than they talk about on the internet. I'm talking about in real life.
But it's to a woman's benefit. I'm gonna tell you this right now. I raised all of my children by myself. That is not a figurative statement. That is a literal statement. And I could tell you, I would never suggest that to anyone. You're not winning, right? I didn't get child support like that. When I needed something, I had to get it. This is not a win. I was tired. I was stressed out. I was depressed. I had anxiety. I had all of this stuff going on. You and your children lose too. You lose, your children lose, and then the father loses. Everybody is losing in the dynamic, right? But you don't look at it that way because you mad. Oh, he did this, he did. Oh, sorry, sap sucker. Oh, he did it. Okay, whatever. You need a nap, but you can't go to sleep because now you got to go work double shifts because you're the head of the household. And now you got to leave your children at home unsupervised to take care of themselves. How is that a win? How is it a win? Classic. And if you got a man that said, listen, I will supply you the house, I will pay the mortgage, the rent, the lights, all I need you to do is keep it clean, cook me some food, and have my babies. Or do you feel like the compromise is better for you to get this great career? And I'm not saying anything wrong with that. And go out here and then spend the next 5 to 10 years of your life chasing this career to now find yourself in your late 20s, early 30s. Now you are kind of aging out of the game, and not only aging out of the game, but aging out of motherhood on top of that, right? And now you're saying, okay, I'm ready. This man who's now hit his peak in earning says, oh, I'm 30, 35. I make good money. Now his dating options have widened because he can go young. He can go get the 19-year-old, or he can go old and get him a 50-year-old, or he can go same age if he wanted. His options are vast. Your options have now gone from vast to shrunk. And I'm not saying that to be facetious. I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm saying that as a reality. Your marketability, your value in the dating market changes exponentially once you get out of your 20s.
Yeah,
you
I
become
agree.
more hardened.
I definitely agree.
When you're young, women, listen, white men like younger women, they're malleable. They're a little bit gullible and naive. I'll give you that. But they're more malleable, right? She gonna get along with the program because she gonna be like, I'm gonna push back a little bit. But then I'm gonna go ahead, right? Because she gonna see the win in that. Why is he gonna argue with a 30-year-old woman who done had 2-3 babies and who's been crapped on by all these men versus going to get him a 20-something-year-old who is still supple and young and can do all the things a man, the other one can't do? And she's gonna be willing to go with the program and not give him no more pushback.
Yeah, but I think, I agree with you. I just think everybody gonna ultimately get what they want. Because I'm gonna be real with you. I think a lot of women, the way they talk like online versus the way they move in their life, I think they lying about what they want. One thing about women I know is that they like for things to sound good. Even y'all, like Kira's a whole wife out here, Sonny. You're super, super knowledgeable, super full of wisdom. But even when I used the word earlier, grooming, because of how it sounded, it didn't hit right with you. You know what I'm saying? Women like for things to sound good, and so a lot of women
cultivate.
Online, cultivate instead of grow. Right. They like things to sound a certain way, and so with that being said, we have a lot of women online, and not y'all, right? My chat different, but like when we scour through the internet, we have a lot of women online that's just saying stuff that sound good. They're not actually looking for a husband. They're not interested in being a wife. They're not like when you describe the first lifestyle, right? This guy gonna take care of the mortgage. All you gotta do is keep the house clean, give him some babies. But that also comes with cooperation, and cooperation has been substituted with the word bondage, slavery, oppression, right?
Yeah.
Just because a man wants you to cooperate, right? Be agreeable. That's now slavery. So with the propaganda juice, you know what I'm saying, seeping in real good, the saute, the marinade seeping in real good. You got a whole bunch of women that's just woofing for real. So I think all the women who actually want to be wives, they're gonna end up with husbands. They're gonna speak the right language. They're gonna be cooperative. They're gonna rub them shoulders. And they're gonna be popping their stuff like the one chick who was like, they told me what she say. They told me don't pay for his lunch. They told me don't pack his lunch. They told me don't do this. And she was showing her wedding ring, like pack his lunch. You know what I'm saying? Whoa. Like that's what it, yeah. Like I think everybody out here getting what they really want, regardless of what they talking about. I think they getting what they want because your actions gonna be in alignment with what you're trying to achieve. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we gotta start like that's why we do the review the tape. That's why we break this stuff down. That's y'all know me. I'll put the language in slow motion. What she say? Because we gonna listen. You know what I'm saying? We gonna listen. Yeah, what she say?
Slow it down.
Yeah, we
That's
heard
right.
you. You know what I'm saying? So I think everybody getting what they want, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I think that you know for too long you had women who had promiscuous hearts trying to convince themselves that they want to be wives and messing over a lot of good men in the process. You know what I'm saying? And I think the women who need to be sparing the intentional men of the experience of them should do it. Like go play with the dudes that's playing and the dudes that's intentional. You know, we gonna take our lumps, right? Everybody gonna take their lumps, but not a lot of dudes got some unnecessary battle scars out here messing with these chicks. You know what I'm saying? And
shell shocked.
Yeah, for sure. So it's like I think that's the shift that we seeing. I think everything's shifting back to real. You know what I'm saying? With AI coming up and us not being able to tell what's really going on in the phones no more, a lot of people moving back outside with it. So everything about to get back real. Everybody gonna start clamoring for real conversations, real people, real connections, real events, you know, in person. All of that's gonna shift back in the next 5 years. And I'm excited for it, to be honest.
Yeah, I see that happening as well. And I think it's going to, so I'm an old lady. I'm a young old lady. I'm in my 40s. I'm in my late 40s. So
you're young yet.
I came up in that dynamic of, you know, we were at the malls and the skating rinks and, you know, on the public transportation, cell phones. We watched the evolution. I'm kind of up there with In Too Deep. We watched the evolution of, you know, of technology. I went to school. We was learning how to use a typewriter. By the time I got out, I had a pager. And then by the time I had my second kid, I was like, ooh, a cell phone with a sliding keyboard. We thought we was pinkies up and fancy. So when I met, and that's why I said I was raised differently, because my mom was like, you're going to be out in public. Yes, make yourself presentable. That's how she would say, make yourself presentable. I was never a heavy makeup girl. I always had a natural. I mean, come on, I had a whole fade in high school. I was 16 and I used to have the taper on the sides and in the back, and they would laugh and stuff, but that's who I was, right? But I did that understanding that beauty is subjective and beauty is only, how can I say it? Beauty is not necessarily skin deep, but it's a little more deeper. Beauty is a lot more deeper than people. So it's not something that exudes just from your physical attributes, right? It is also something that is exuded by the way you present yourself, how you speak, what you say, how you say it. All of these things play a factor. So I understood that from a very young age, you know, that I just wasn't a physically pretty girl, but I was deeply intelligent and deeply beautiful on a deeper meaning. You know, if you talk to he'll tell you that I wasn't the atypical girl he dated, right? Because we connected on a different level. We connected more in this intellectualism versus this physical. He was like, oh, she cute, she got a big old butt, whatever. But there was this intellectualism that was there. He can sit and hold a conversation with me You know, I may have been born in a lot of ways because I'm not gonna fight with you, right? Until I'm pissed off or something, until you really piss me off, and then I'll just lose my shit. I don't thank God that I grew out of that. But anyway, so I just think you're right. This dynamic is going to see, and if you listen to the tone and tenor of a lot of these women that were out here 5-10 years ago, even to your point, Classic, you're gonna start. They've changed their tone and tenor. They've changed all of that. Oh, now they were slut walking and doing all of this stuff, and now it's time to settle. I'm ready to be a Brittany Renner, perfect example. Oh, I'm gonna sell my indiscretions, get with a basketball player, athlete. They stupid. But Kevin Gates came along and he snapped his finger, and she was in a whole Muslim garb and ready to submit and be a good wife, and he was like, I'm good, and moved on. And now she got an attitude and still arguing with her baby dad over stuff. Why? Because that's not what she signed up for. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna land. I think a lot of women live in delusion. They think they can ride this pretty train until, and what they're gonna realize is that no. And I think they delude themselves into thinking I can be this slut and I can do, you know, whatever I want, not understanding that we're not built like that, right? Women are not built to sleep around. That's why I jokingly used to say, you hunch on a girl 3 times, y'all go together. And my son was like, no, that's not true. I said, try it. Go take the back scratch and hunch on her 4 times. I bet you she'll start trying to see you in the morning. And you're gonna be like, what you doing? And I told him, I said, women think they can do this whole game and they can be a man and I can go around here and have 3-4 ninjas and I could do my thing and blah blah. We ain't built like that. We ain't built like that. Women are not, I don't like to say emotional, but women connect emotionally and mentally. Men are physical, right? There's an understanding there. You are the sock. If he just wants you for the sock, you're the sock. And he can go home to the woman that he loves.
Where you been all my life?
But listen, when I tell you, I have been not deluded in my beliefs, right? I have sat around and listened.
Oh my God. I could talk to you all day. Keep talking.
But I'm gonna be honest with you. This is where I had to learn the art of listening, right? I had to learn the art of listening. And I said the thing that I think a lot of people don't do is they don't listen. They don't listen to understand. They don't listen to engage. They want to hear. I want to hear to respond. I want to hear to respond. That's why I say when women are sometimes in arguments with men, we go from point A to point C to point F, point G, because we just hearing stuff to respond. We gonna get them. So you never gonna lose this argument in her mind. You never gonna lose. Because she gonna argue through every point. She gonna change the subject. She gonna put on a new shoe. She gonna put on a hat. All of this stuff. You gonna be like, what the hell is going on? And men are just gonna be like, I give up because after the mental jujitsu, I'm tired. I just don't want to do this anymore, right? So I'm saying all of this to say that women are gonna take a thing, right? Women will walk into a room full of men and go, ooh, Classes is 6'2" and 200 pounds. Oh yes, I will give him all kind of babies and beat his wife and do all kinds of things. But in too deep is a strong 5'8", and what? I don't know.
I'm 6 foot.
I don't know how to
get it right.
Oh, excuse me. Let me get your stats right. But what I'm saying is that will walk into a room and she will assess 10 men and she'll say, "I'll hunch him. I might. I don't know," right? And then the one that she's
I'm gonna say, "Show me your feet."
Oh Lord, but she's not gonna tell you this, right? So you classic. What's the other gentleman, Marco? All y'all are in the room, right? I walk in, I'm going, ooh, look at these options, yum, right? But I'm already decided within these seconds of seeing you, I'll give him some. I'm not gonna give him nothing. He gonna buy me a drink though, and then this one in the middle, maybe. He on the cusp. He kind of cute. It's dark in here. I might have to see him in a different light. But what I'm saying to you is that we've already, most women, and I'm being the women in the chat can disagree with me, but most women want to be married. Most women want to be in a relationship. We don't want to be running out here getting our thing pumped on all the time. Do you know how complicated that is to be trying to figure out what the next nigga want? Damn, this one like it from man, this one what he want me to do. Man, this multitasking is a lot of work. We'd rather fuck with one man. I'm sorry, I'm getting into my language bag again.
It's late.
But we would rather deal with one man. I know I'm all late. I'm all loud. We would
Quiet
rather deal
storm.
with one man and deal with those ups and downs with him versus dealing with 5 or 6 different men. Because I'm telling you, you hunch on a woman one too many times and y'all go together. You could be like, nah, I explained the situation. I was like, what your situation? When I text you, hey, what you doing? You answered. You bought me a hamburger and you took me to Coney Island. We go together. And you still hunching on me? That's why I always told my sons, the one that's a corn nuggets, the back scratcher, she don't get the call before dusk. She don't get February 15th. She don't get that. She is the back scratcher. And that's real. You need to let her know. You are not my 7 a.m. girlfriend. You are 8:59.
Oof. You let her spend a night?
Oof.
Who said that? I said
exactly.
That's,
I'm just going with. I'm following your flow. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we gonna get you an Uber.
Let me tell you. But here's what I'm saying. But it creates an understanding, right? Because a lot of women even understand that they the back scratcher, but that's not the position they want to play. But if you fuzzy them lines, she gonna try to jock for main position. She gonna try to be the 7 a.m. woman, and she's not that. You gonna have to let her know, hey, this text too early. I'm gonna ignore this to 8:59. Hey girl, I just saw this text.
Okay, Sonny, I might listen to you. I might listen to your advice. I might listen.
I'm just listen.
That right there, I could get with you.
I'm just telling you, as
that
a
right
woman
there, I could get
who's
with
learned, a woman who's learned, right? A man who wants to do for you is going to do it. You ain't gotta demand nothing.
Yeah, his actions.
He gonna let you know you the main chick because he gonna answer your text at 7:59. You're not gonna get the text at 7:59 a.m. mind you, not the 8:59 p.m. Right? Women understand this. Most women know when they in rotation, they want to live in that delusion that they not. They want to think they the only one, but you're not. You know this, girl. You are late. Thing number 2. Stop calling me right now. I'm with my lady. Right? You are not the main chick. And a lot of women understand that. Because men make the thing that's, look, here's the thing. And I gotta land because y'all gonna let me go on forever. What's understood doesn't have to be stated.
Facts.
Right? A man is gonna show you exactly who and what he wants you to be in his life by how he interacts with you. If he don't do for you, if he don't do these things that he better take me to here, he better not. And the minute you ask him, well, baby, what are we doing? Girl, you already know what we're doing. She know what you're doing. She just want to hear you say the quiet part out loud because she want to live in her delusion that you're really feeling her like that. And you might get a little tinge in your heart for her, but the reality of it is, she not it. She not it. She is only worth scratching your back. She's not worth the time. That's why I told you. When you asked me, well, what do you think? I think you should keep her compartmentalized accordingly. Back scratcher. That's look, I hope I ain't messed up. The ladies in the chat ain't mad at me. I'm sorry, girl. I'm just being real.
They need to get mad.
But
I'm just saying.
Y'all, she over there teaching us how to get some cheeks.
we headed towards 5 hours, y'all. I'm gonna give everybody a chance to make they closing statements. Did anybody have anything they wanted to finish up with? We'll start with the lady. Sunny just landed her plane. Kira, did you have anything you wanted to speak on?
No, I didn't have anything. It was a great panel tonight.
For sure. I appreciate y'all joining impromptu too. Thank you.
Yeah, I had to come in and defend my last name.
Yeah.
We appreciate you, Kira.
Yeah, no problem.
It means a lot to understand your situation, especially with the fact that knowing you were raised by your grandparents. I understand. Well, I don't understand, but I understand the difference in thought process, especially at this time of the year, or in this time of the times. I guess it would be because most women don't have that old school flair, especially the new school. So it's refreshing to hear it from a younger person's younger person's perspective.
Yeah, I thank you. I appreciate that. I will say this though. I'm pretty sure being raised by my grandparents have a lot to do with how I am, but I don't I'm not a very like sentimental person. Like I understand things for what they are. Like I understand life for what it is. And although their love and whatever they invested in us has a lot to do with how I see things. I just don't I understand life, and I understand that we have a decision to make every single day. I take accountability for everything that I do, everything that I don't do, and I move accordingly. And I think a lot of people need to start seeing life for what it is and stop taking the victim mentality for things, and stop blaming people for stuff. Like, come on now, it's life that needs to be lived, and we take hold and control of that aspect, then we'll be a lot better off.
Facts.
I like it. I agree. I definitely agree. I'm on the same page. My parents got together when they was 15. Been together ever since, still together now, still thriving. So it's very much possible. But I think when people hear the reality of what it looks like, there's a lot of people that's like, I'm not signing up for that. But when you don't choose to sign up for that, you're not weighing the pros and cons of the streets, because ain't nothing over there for real once you get past a certain point in life. And that point in life is different for women and men. You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of people just, they gotta by the time that reality get on their ass, it'd be too late. You know what I'm saying? So we got to try to keep giving this wisdom out while people still in the stage where they got a chance. Sneaker P, did you have something to finish off for the night?
I just want to say I appreciate you for having me on the panel, Classic. I appreciate everybody in their conversation. It was a good panel. And lastly, I just want to say us as men, we got to hold other men accountable, and women got to hold other women accountable, and we could actually start like making some good progress. That's all I say.
I agree. I see your IG in the back chat too. Everybody that's on the panel, they asking for y'all Instagrams in the private chat. So if y'all want to drop those before y'all go, please do. I see you hoop, Sneaker P. That's what's up.
I hoop. Yeah.
Okay, that's what's up. I gotta get you tapped in with my cousin. You overseas with it?
I was overseas. I'm an older guy. I'm an older guy now, so I'm like I just turned 41 actually. So
you retired yet?
Yeah, I retired. I hooped over in Turkey.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were still active. I was gonna put you in tune with my cousin here in Dubai. But yeah, man, that's what's up. I'm gonna tap in with you. I see your IG. I just followed you. Okay. So all the Raw Society Coalition members are putting their Instagrams in the chat right now. So if y'all want to follow the rest of the coalition on Instagram, it's easier we easy to get in contact with anyway, but just to give y'all another avenue, conversations with Soft Rain got her Instagram in there. I think Souza thought I'll probably drop his in a minute. I don't think I seen Ted's in here like that, but y'all can hit me and I'll put y'all in tune too. But yeah, and then who didn't speak? Marks the Suffering. Did you have anything in closing, brother? I appreciate you coming up and joining us.
Yeah, I appreciate being brought up on the show. I have never been on a podcast before. It's my first time. I always have I'll come from like maybe a biblical point of view. And my people always saying I always got something to say that people actually listen to sometimes. So I thought I'd come out here. It was a good popping of the cherry for me. but trying to dive in, trying to get the the feel of being on a cast. And and this definitely need to be heard. It's good information. and you know, so I dig with everything's going on your cast. So, but you know, like I say, it's just, you know, if we can just get past, you know, this the dynamic of, you know, the household and, you know, husbands and wives, if we can get past our differences and, you know, find ourselves somewhere in the middle, you know, we can thrive as people. So, but yeah, I sure appreciate y'all having me on.
Oh, Thank you. For sure, man. What made this your first one? What made you comfortable to come up here? I know you've been seeing other streams where people drop the link. What made you comfortable to come up and talk to on the classic codes?
Well, tell you the truth, you know, I was listening to everything that was being said, and still really not really all that comfortable, to be honest with you. And so it's, you know, so when I get to speak, it's kind of, you know, my words are kind of, my thoughts, my mind is going like 1,000 miles a minute. I can't even land one thought out of it. But yeah, I had to, so I just, some things that were said that, you know, that kind of, you know, sparked me up a little bit. So, you know, so it kind of made me just go ahead and just step up and, you know, be bold. Because, you know, if you don't practice, if you don't put in the practice, then, you know, you'll always remain in the same place, just stagnated. So that was pretty much my reason, is for the growth. Basically.
For sure, man. Next step gonna be for everybody to be on camera, but I don't be expecting people to be on camera when I drop the link impromptu. But I do have a men's panel called the Men's Minute, and also conversations with Soft Rain. Her information is right. Where's she at? She right here. So if y'all want to, she has a King Code panel where it's all men, but she hosts it. If y'all ever want to be on that panel, y'all definitely should tap in with her or reach out to me, and I'll put y'all in touch. That way y'all can get y'all reps, man. We at at the Raw Society Coalition, and even on my channel too, it's all of y'all voices as big as mine. You know what I'm saying? I'm here for conversation. Like my platform ain't built on me being right, y'all being wrong, or having all the answers, and none of that. It's about us coming together, being real people and figuring it out. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of other things get in the way of that on other platforms. You know what I'm saying? It's about, you know, this person got to be right, or, you know what I'm saying, everything is about money, or it's always some superficial nonsense in the way. You know what I'm saying? So it's time for the real to come back. And man, I appreciate each and every one of y'all for sure. I'm gonna drop y'all off so I can do my housekeeping and get everybody tapped in. But yeah, salute.
Hello, later.
All right, y'all. Later, y'all.
All right.
Yeah. Let me see. Hey, Bob, I see you. What up, Bob? All right, I gotta do my housekeeping, Bob. You're a little late to the party, dog. We're gonna catch you on the next stream, gang. All right, so yeah, chat, man. Great show. Very, very long broadcast today. We had 5 hours exactly today. Everybody, Bob said, dang, I got you on the next one, gang. Don't worry about it. Everybody dropping their Instagrams in the chat, so make sure y'all screenshot in the chat and getting your Instagrams that y'all need so that y'all can tap in with each other. And yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully y'all will be bumping into each other very soon, as we are on tour. We absolutely on tour. The next stop is Columbus, Georgia. We got the date coming for y'all very soon. It will be in June, so just start getting your funds and your affairs in order so y'all can pull up on us and catch the next tour stop. And then it'll be all good. We'll put faces to names, and you know, we'll actually be in front of each other, feel each other's energy. We got people in the chat now that came to the last show out in the Chicagoland area and all appreciated it. You know what I'm saying? We had a blast. I'm actually gonna play the recap at the end of this video, but we did have $25 in super chat, so we do have a quick vibe that we gonna catch, and then we gonna be out for the day, man. But yeah, we had $25 in super chats, so we not gonna let that go to waste, man. We gonna take that as an opportunity to play some music. Oh, they ain't heard this one before, huh? Let's do it.
Woo! I'm only gonna do this once. About to be rich, keep making these hits. Put that on my soul, ain't claiming no game. Back in the day, my papa's a soul, you know what it is. Like father, like son, he raised up no hoes, don't rap with the system. They Floyd block. No security, no toy cops. Chicago, you gotta move smart. Polar case, you can't avoid ops. Dress clean, yeah, I'm too sharp. And intelligent, yeah, I'm too sharp. All this gold, that's a lot of carats. All your chains come from you, Mark. Fresh as death, I need 2 plots. I could bring back tube socks. Bad verses, thou shalt not. Blowing everything down on the Unabomber. With the stick and balls, I'm a pool shark. I done only broke 2 hearts. I done only cracked 2 cervix. When you thick made, you gotta move smart. Alright, did it alone, now I gotta flex. Was broken at home, now I gotta check. Alright, let's try and put diamond ropes around my mama neck. New Jaguar for my dad. Look at me now, I done got my respect. Far as the women, they still saying yes. Went from signing CDs to signing no breasts. Bring your A game, I'm not easily impressed. You cannot keep me by raising your dress. Cute is cool, but what's in your head? Way too much lip and I don't do the stress. Messing with me, you mess with the best. Dealing with a king, don't you ever forget. I can be rich, keep making these hits. Put that on my soul, ain't claiming no game. Back in the day, my papa's a soul, you know what it is. Like father, like son. He ain't raise up no hoes, don't rock with the system. They kill all your dreams and shatter your goals. About to be rich, keep making these hits. Put that on my soul, ain't claiming no game. Back in the day, my papa's a soul, you know what it is. Like father, like son. He ain't raise up no hoes, don't rock with the system. They kill all your dreams and shatter your goals.
Are you making another beat, Daddy?
What up, nephew?
And Genius is my dad.
Hey, Lele. Classic. Bass.
Thank you.
Hard times ain't nothing at all. Really come from a struggle. Move around Michael Buffer. Always ready to rumble. All that mean is off the muscle. Y'all can't match my hustle. Screen bucket, that's a cuzzo. Bigger key to no muzzle. Lately I'm feeling exhausted. Think I'm tired of being humble. Coach all on the duffel. Chip on my shoulder, you don't wanna ruffle. Where I come from, everybody is cutthroat. Could've been dead, I'm just doing what I'm up for. My old homie jumped off the roof. I tried to shepherd, he was nuts so. Life, win or you lose, you gotta pick it or choose. Inspired, chose to win. Now I'm wearing furs on a cruise. The shortest path always straight. Why you all in your own way? You scream YOLO to be goofy instead of using that to be great. You black, you should be proud. When I die, spend money with the apes. It's gonna be a ton, I'm running up the rate. My name on your tongue, I'm coming up the ranks. Consistency so persistently is the recipe, I cannot lose. My options in life is win, succeed, or win. How can I choose? I'm damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't. So damn it, I think I'ma do. Survived a lot, I could've died a lot, but I'm here, got nothing to prove. Woke up, inspired. Woke up, inspired. Woke up, inspired. Woke up, woke up. Woke up feeling inspired. Treadwheel, low pro tire. Grind like my needs are dire. I grind like my straight's a diet. Woke up, woke up, woke up. Woke up. When I start getting awards, know that I deserve it. I ain't getting choked up. Confidence come from preparation. Fundamentals that'll separate us. I document it just so it makes sense when y'all clowns see me elevated. You the type to take the elevator. I take the stairs by the escalator. You proclaim that you work hard. I show and prove that I'm dedicated. Y'all got failure traits. Ain't did nothing trying to celebrate. Why? You procrastinate. I bet tomorrow's your favorite day. In a minute is your favorite time. Just a second is your favorite line. One moment, please. You got a million ideas. All of them on your mind. Ain't nothing getting done. You having fun, no fun. Loaded clip, no gun. You can't fight, you gotta run. Feel convicted, catch the punch. Heart beating, hit the drum. Sometimes you gotta show up. Instead of screaming, here I come. You would spend your last trying to flex. While you squatting, I'ma lunge. I can't fake it till I make it. I'ma make it then stunt. Woke up, inspired. Woke up, inspired. Woke up, inspired. Woke up, inspired. Woke up feeling inspired. Treadwheel, low pro tire. Grind like my needs are dire. I grind like my straight's are dire. Woke up, 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 woke up. Woke up feeling inspired. Treadwheel, low pro tire. Grind like my needs are dire. I grind like my straight's are dire. Feeling inspired. Feeling inspired. I'm only gonna do this once. Woke up, woke up, woke up.
Oh yeah.
Classic.
Oh yeah. Hey, listen, if y'all don't do nothing else for me, make sure y'all stick to the codes. We got another classic. Chat 333. I think we solidified it, man. It's the best chat on all streaming platforms. Oh my God.
Why you ain't say nothing? I'm only gonna do this once. You always knew I'd make it from the beginning. Why you ain't say nothing? You believed in me the whole time? For real? Yeah. I couldn't tell. You was around me from the beginning. Why you ain't say nothing? Why you ain't say nothing? Seen them hard times couldn't kill me. Why you ain't say nothing? Why you ain't say nothing? Stages I'm on getting bigger. Now you wanna say something? But watching my story, y'all winning. Why you ain't say nothing? Why you ain't say nothing? Why you ain't say nothing? Why you ain't call? Why you ain't say nothing? Why you ain't say nothing? You was around me from the beginning. Why you ain't say nothing? Stages I'm on getting bigger. Now you wanna say something? Put that on my